to understand each other's lives and to develop this housing. I live in a neighborhood that was redlined for many, many years. And the reality is the downtown Brooklyn plan and rezoning made my neighborhood much more white.
Thank you for that answer. Now we are turning to Lamar Miller Whitehead for your answer about the BP's power. You got some zoning stuff and land use powers that you can use. How are you going to use it to address systemic racism in housing?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm going to use it to bully developers. And that's how I'm going to use it. I'm going to be the voice for the voiceless. And once again, you hear so many political answers and everybody has an office. We got council, we have assembly, we have district leaders, we have all of this, but nothing has changed yet, right? Same old, same old. At the end of the day, how we strengthen and empower our community is simple. Stop lying. That's it. Right? And at the end of the day, we have to understand if the community board has power, we need to educate them in real estate. We need to educate them in finance. We have to build Brooklyn as people first before we build Brooklyn as a community. And that's where we fail. We have nothing but politicians that are sellouts, and we must stop lying. That's the true and only empowerment.
Thank you for that response. Now, for the final question that is going to be coming from one of our community partners right now, I'd love to introduce you to Nila Natarajan. She is the supervising attorney and policy counsel for Brooklyn Defender Services. And in case you don't know them, Brooklyn Defender Services has been providing family defense practice for many years, and their services are a public defender organization, and they represent nearly 35,000 people every single year who are too poor to afford an attorney. We've invited her here to ask this question.
Thank you so much. The Brooklyn neighborhoods of East New York, Brownsville, Flatbush, and Bed-Stuy, all predominantly Black communities and communities of color, have some of the highest rates of ACS investigations and family separations in the city. We know that most of the allegations made against families by ACS are related to a family's poverty, such as allegations of inadequate housing or inadequate childcare. How would you, as borough president, work to ensure that Brooklyn parents and families receive needed community-based supports and real resources, and ensure that they are protected from ACS overreach and its harmful and unnecessary surveillance?
There's a lot in there, and there's a lot that these families are facing. So 1 minute is just going to give us one inkling as to what you would do as borough president to address some of those things. But please, I invite you to take your time, Council Candidate Cornegie.
So definitely providing for the families what they need in terms of resources so that they can be whole. Making sure the young people in those families have access to good quality programming in school and out of school is one of the quintessential ways to ensure less involvement with ACS. Some of it's poverty, but some of it's also educational that ACS gets involved in. So making sure that families have everything that they need from fighting food insecurity, which we do now from a council perspective, which I'll continue to do from the borough president's office. We work off Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And self-actualization, which is really at the top of the pyramid, comes with love, insecurity, food, shelter, all of those kinds of things. So making sure that families are well-rounded in what their resource needs are is a way to reduce the amount of overreach that ACS is given. We've seen that they have failed miserably with families placing and displacing foster care. We know that some of our young people are in foster care right now.
All right, thank you. As I explained earlier, there was a lot in that question, and we know it's a lot to cram into 1 minute, but I know personally that all of you have websites. I encourage everyone to visit their individual websites and delve a little bit more into each person's policy positions and ideas. But right now, we're going to get to hear yours live, Candidate Counsel.
That is a very multi-layered question, and all of these questions have been very, very good. So thank you all for the thought that you and care that you put into asking these questions. So here's the thing: we treat these things like they exist in a silo, but they're all interconnected. And the reality is that a lot of the policies that are in place right now are creating this system that feeds into other systems. We continue to put money into programs that help people not to survive and thrive, but that there's an over-enforcement, there's over-policing, there's all of these different things that are happening in our communities. And then we look at them like, why is it that they're acting out? The city council budget last year defunded summer youth employment program, took away money from DYCD. Where your spending priorities are, that shows where your heart is. And so we've got to do a better job of making sure that the people that work for ACS are properly trained, that they have the resources and the tools that they need. But we have to push back on their supervision of those types of situations. And we've got to make sure that your organizations and other agencies have the bully pulpit money. That's what we're going to do.
Bully pulpit and the money working in conjunction to clear a path there. So I'm looking at you, candidate Edwards. Do you have a response?
Yes, I mean, we have to eliminate this quota system that deals with police, deals with ACS, and really reimagine ACS as a supportive mechanism and not a policing agency. What we really have to do is we have some great people who are ACS workers. Councilwoman Alika Samuel started out in ACS, a lawyer, a leader, and she quit because basically they wanted her to take somebody's child rather than go into the house, find where the support mechanisms are and report it. So what I would really like to do, and it's universal, is to change ACS's need and the way they have to really go about it and create them more of a support service network other than just a police state. So I think we got to eliminate quotas, and we really have to look at how those particular people can be more of a benefit in supporting families, creating what we call patient-centered medical home, which talk about mental health services, food insecurity, housing access, and utilize those ACS workers as that in between.
Thank you, candidate Edwards. Now we're going to come to you, candidate Jones, for your response about how you could intercede on behalf of Brooklyn families and their needs.
I think that I'm the only candidate that grew up in Brownsville, born in Brownsville. So what she's talking about, I see that every day. And I believe that we have to change some of the laws, the city council members, the state assembly members. And I don't have to wait until I'm borough president to get this on a roll. I just think that I like to get the other candidate who's offering $50 million and open up a resource center so that we can hire some lawyers and attorneys to make sure that Brownsville get what Brownsville deserves.
Thank you. We appreciate that answer. Now we're going to turn from candidate Jones to Antonio Reynoso. What's your response?
Appreciating my candidate, Anthony Jones. Listen, I think that the issue here is that the city of New York is in the business of policing poverty. That's exactly what is happening here. What ACS people should be doing, or ACS workers should be doing, is going into these homes with a checklist and checking off the boxes of the resources that these families need, and then working to bring those resources to those families, not taking children away from mothers. That is the backwards way that we police poverty in this city, and it continues to be that way. ACS should be a support system, not an enforcement system. And I would, again, make sure that I use the bully pulpit to be able to bring attention to this issue. But also, in the city council, we passed legislation to stop drug testing pregnant women while they're giving birth, to use that as a way to take away their babies. What we found out is that the drug testing was happening almost exclusively in public hospitals to Black women. And that is exactly what continues to happen in the city, and we need to change it. And I will be the borough president that does that.
Thank you, candidate Reynoso. Now we're turning to you, candidate Simon, for your response.
Yes, well, I would agree with Ms. Council, and I certainly agree with Antonio with his view. ACS really takes a prosecutorial role in what it does. And I certainly have had clients where they were drug tested, they were African-American, and they were drug tested during birth or right after birth for the purpose of monitoring that family. So we need universal child care. We need to provide support to families. We need to provide resources to families, and we need to provide job training.
She's
for
about
families.
to.
So those are because what's happening is women are really being left behind, and they're going to be more left behind as a result of COVID. So I would work on all of those issues.
Thank you. I'm sorry for that little interruption in the middle. We were listening and we got you. Thank you very much for your considerate response. And now, finally, we're going to hear from candidate Whitehead.
Yeah, well, to answer Anthony Jones' question, no, you cannot have anything of the 50 million because you've been the district leader in Brownsville too long and things got worse, not better. And getting back to what I want to say, the ACS has been acting like the police, and this is going to be incorporated into my parole reform, where that even the parole has been torturing the Black and brown community, just like ACS has. What I do want to do to leverage and balance because if we deal with ACS, we have to deal with the community as well. And I want to implement guaranteed income, where therefore the borough president can give a stipend to certain individuals that need it, cash in hand. There's something that Martin Luther King said. He said, I am not now convinced that the simplest approach will provide to be the most effective. The solution to poverty is to abolish it directly by a now widely discussed measure, the guaranteed income. Cash in hand clears a lot of this pain.
Thank you for that response. So we are being mindful of the time, and I'd love to see everyone on the screen right now if we can get a grid, just so folks can see the people who've been participating and asking so many thoughtful questions tonight. This may very well be the final question. We're going to give each of you a minute to answer this. So I'm just personally interested in knowing, on a scale from Marty to Eric Adams, which has been the most recent serving borough presidents, where do you put yourself? What is going to be your management style should you get to occupy Borough Hall for the next 4 years? And furthermore, just to hone in on that question, the question you've all been getting, who's going to occupy the second position in your ranked choice ballot? So, candidate Cornegie, what's going to be your management style in Borough Hall, and who's going to occupy that second spot? You got to unmute. This is where it gets good. Yeah, unmute and tell me.
Listen, my style is going to be very, very much like it's always been, to be a solutions-oriented and solutions-driven legislator. Imitation is the highest form of flattery, and there are in every single one of our former borough presidents, there are great things to glean from and expound upon. Most recently, our current borough president has been focused on healthcare and health issues. I'm going to expound on that, keep the healthcare, but also incorporate mental health as a part of my platform. So thank you.
You've got 30 seconds to tell us who's going to occupy that spot on your ballot for not number one, which I suspect might be your name, but who's going to go in the number 2 line?
I'm not certain yet.
When you're going to know? I got 20 seconds to harass you about it.
I won't know. I won't know until I know. But thank you for asking.
And we won't know a moment until then. Thank you. We're going to move on to candidate counsel, who may actually give me a name of a person who might occupy the line below hers on the ranked choice ballot. But first, what's your management style going to be?
Well, I mean, I think, I don't want to compare myself to either Marty or to Eric. I think they've done an excellent job, but I think it's time for a woman's touch in Borough Hall. I think it's time for us to make history, not just for the sake of making history, but I think we need someone who has nonprofit experience, who's worked to solve the problems behind the scenes, and can scale the experience that I have across the borough of Brooklyn. So ready on day one to do what needs to be done, ready to be the first mom in chief, to bring some equity and level the playing field in the borough of Brooklyn. Now, who is going to be my number 2? I don't kiss and tell. But I think
you ain't got to kiss him. You just got to fill in the bubble in the number 2 position.
Eeny, meeny, miny, I don't know.
All right.
I have a lot of respect for everybody that's running. Let me say that.
Yeah.
A lot of respect. I have relationships with Kyrie, Antonio, and I have a lot of respect for Joanne Simon and all that she's done. I've known Rob for ever. So who my number 2 is? I'm still not going to tell you.
All right. It's just a big old love fest in the Zoom room tonight. But, it's a serious question being posed, and it's a serious decision as we march into ranked choice voting for the first time. So we're asking all of you to lead by example. And even if you're not going to disclose, at least think about what that ballot is going to look like when you step in. But to the point, what is your management style going to be? Borough president in waiting, perhaps? Edwards?
A listener and a facilitator, being a non-elected and really having to tour the entire borough, and really have open conversation and open communications with every different community, you really understand that you're not alone in this process. And in order to really affect change, you have to be part of something greater. So I really, I'm going to look at listening to all of the issues like I have during my campaign, and really facilitate the needs of the folks in Brooklyn. I mean, you talk about East New York to Brownsville to Bed-Stuy to Bushwick to Bensonhurst. There's so many people that have stuff to say and need someone to lead them. And so that'll be my style. My number two, you know what? I mean, I guess since everybody else is not jumping out the window and saying it, I guess I got no choice too, because if I'm in Joanne's district, she's my number two. If I'm in Kim's district, she's my number two. Antonio, so that's the way I got to run it, because that's the way to run a good campaign. Be the number two in somebody else's backyard.
You got a little bit of strategizing there. That was an insight into inside baseball and ranked choice voting provided to you by candidate Kari Edwards. So we're going to move on to Anthony T. Jones. You're a straight shooter. You've been giving it to us all night. So what's your management style going to be,
listen,
sir?
I like Eric Adams, but I just like the way Marty just came out to, and how he interacted with people. And he happens to be an Aquarius like me. So I like Marty Markowitz. When it comes to my second choice, people want us to be straightforward. They want us to be direct. They don't want, us guessing and jumping around. So I'd probably take Antonio Reynoso or Kim Council.
Thank you. His name is Anthony T. Jones, and he's a Aquarius?
I'm Aquarius, brother.
All right, moving on. You have candidate Antonio Reynoso, who's the first name mentioned to occupy the second line in a ranked choice ballot by another candidate. But more seriously, what do you envision your management style to be in the office, and who would occupy that spot for your vote?
So I want a little bit of the Marty Markowitz is always good. You want to cheerlead for Brooklyn and make sure people know that we are the center of the universe. And it's important that people know that Brooklyn is the best place in the world. So I want to do a little bit of that, but I also want to do like an Elizabeth Warren style plan for that. I'm a big nerd. I like plans. So that's the type of management style that I'm looking to do, is just use my wonkiness and my energy to really big up Brooklyn, which is the work that I want to do. And look, for my second choice, I would say this: I'm going to reciprocate. The Anthony Jones did a really good job today. I'm really proud of him. So I'm gonna show him some love. But there are 4 candidates on this screen that are going to be in my top 5. That's for sure. They're all on the screen.
Oh, all will be revealed on election day. Thank you for that answer. And now we're going to turn to candidate Simon. Give us some insight into your management style and that other question.
So I think that everybody will bring to it their skills and their experience and their personalities and their interests. I would take a page from at least 3 of the predecessors in this office. Howard Golden, who worked very collaboratively and with stakeholders in many ways, and was a real visionary in terms of the development of Brooklyn in the world, and really developing the beginnings of the commercial core. I would also, Marty Markowitz had a great way with people, and that is something that, I'm a very accessible legislator, and I think we have to cheerlead for our borough. It's the greatest place in the world. And Eric has done remarkable work when it comes to health. But the reality is that I will bring my substantial experience in the community, legal, and legislative areas. I am running to be Brooklyn's first woman borough president, but not just because I'm a woman, because I have the experience to do the job, and I'm looking forward to doing that. Thank you.
And you've definitely managed to not answer the question about who's going to occupy the second spot, but I'm sure you'll tweet about it as soon as this is over. I'm going to move on right now to candidate Lamar Miller Whitehead. What is your management style, sir? And the other question.
Well, my management style is to bring the people together. I think the Black and brown community, the Asian community, the Russian community, the Jewish community, we have all been separated. And I've shown and proven that I have a voice for the streets. I'm the only candidate that has brought the streets together with community. I know how to bridge the gap. And I want to bring my expertise of love and forgiveness. I will be the youngest borough president, and I take after Eric Adams. I'm his mentee. My father, Arthur Miller, was his mentor, and I'm going to be an Eric Adams on steroids, right? I've been with him 8 years, and I've seen what can be done, what he can do, and I'm not trying to fill his shoes because I have my own shoes. So Marty was cool, but Eric Adams was a boss. Eric Adams did what he needed to do for Brooklyn and opened the door for a young African-American man like myself. Now, as to my second, I'm going to tell you straight up, it's Whitehead only.
Okay, it's Whitehead and Whitehead only, the beginning and the end. So I would love to see everybody again if we can make that happen, because I think I got one more time, if my overlords will permit me, to ask you all a question. This is something that's been churning and churning. It's getting hot outside, the summer is here, the masks are coming down and we're wearing them responsibly, we're moving around. But the question goes to quality of life. What are you as borough president prepared to do about the nighttime fireworks that we experienced last year? It's an explosive question. Is it going to happen again? What are you going to do to make sure that Brooklyn sleeps?
First of all, clearly there was a pipeline of very expensive fireworks that we need to trace where it came from. Those fireworks that when we did Eric Adams and I had a big press conference about those fireworks and the expense that it takes. So we know that those weren't purchased by the communities that they were exploding in. We need to do a thorough investigation to find out how they got here, where they came from, who supplied them, so that we can cut that off in the past. I don't want to enforce on the people who actually were firing them, because we know that they came from somewhere else.
All right. There's some question about origin, but the question is, candidate council, how are we going to get some sleep?
No, I got to say, I agree with Councilmember Cornegie on this one, because it wasn't just Brooklyn and New York. There were Maryland people, there were people all over the Eastern Seaboard that were complaining about these fireworks. So we definitely have to find out where they came from. But again, we have to engage our young people. We gutted summer youth employment. We gutted all of these things. We have to find a way to keep our young people busy and occupied and have the hard conversations. Like, this is a quality of life issue, and we have to make sure that we're talking to them about respect.
Candidate Edwards, is it going to be a sleepless summer?
No, I mean, and the thing is, we have to give our kids something to do. You know, the kids didn't have to light the fireworks if we kept them occupied during the day, or really give them an opportunity to express themselves in other ways. And I think the fireworks are just an example of frustration through COVID, through George Floyd. And what we really have to do is educate our kids and give them an opportunity to put their energy other places.
All right, we're going to turn to you now, Candidate Jones. It was about what could the borough president do to really quiet down the explosions?
It's going to be a sleepless summer, so prepare for it and get ready for it. But I think it's important that in terms of the Brooklyn Borough President, we need to disseminate the information out there through the community boards and through district managers to encourage people within the community to have some concern in terms of the fireworks. We got to get people involved and understand that, listen, at a certain period of time, it just needs to stop. Now, we have to prepare for it, but, you know, we as a borough, we got to get the police involved.
Okay, Candidate Reynoso, what say you to the question of the fireworks in the summertime at night?
I definitely don't have the answer to that. And I agree with Mr. Jones that there will be sleepless nights come July 4th. I want to be very careful with enforcement. The enforcement will happen unequally. It will happen in our neighborhoods that are Black and brown, and our kids will be put in jail for some nonsense that will destroy their lives over one mischief. So I want to be very careful about how we do that. And it is about education and giving these young people opportunities, but don't think we can stop it.
Candidate Simon.
You know, there's no great answer to this question, but it is about leadership from the top. It is about the tone set by the borough president, working with the elected officials, working with law enforcement, and working with perhaps federal officials, because, you know, New York State does not have laws that allow for that kind of fireworks, right? They're coming in from other states. So this is interstate. We need to investigate, but we also need to help set a tone and encourage kids. I agree with Kari. It's about having something to do. We need to be about helping our kids.
All right, so is it too late, candidate Whitehead? Are we just gonna have to suffer through the non-silence this summer evenings?
No, I think we can silence it, but if we look at the statistics, me and my team did the statistics from 18 to 45 years old, 95% of Brooklynites didn't even know there was a bold president. So at the end of the day, there's a disconnect. And I'm the one that can connect with the younger community. So therefore we can do what we need to do. And as far as the fireworks coming in, is the same way the guns is coming into the community. So once again, you get political answers and a politically response, but yet at the end of the day, there's no real answer. Let's stop lying.
Well, thank you all for being here this evening. We've run right up into our time, so I want to use the remaining few seconds we have to remind everyone that Friday, May 28th is the last day in New York to register to vote before the upcoming elections. Early voting begins June 12th, and the general primary is going to happen June 22nd. So we'll see you at the polls June 22nd, if not a moment before, and June 12th. Register to vote. We'll see you at the polls. Good night.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Hi everyone, I'm Andrea. I'm the production designer for the Saturday Night Live film unit. I came up with the system for a face shield out of stuff that you can get off of Amazon or in Home Depot or in Staples. We've got your acetate, double stick tape, this curly wiggly stuff. Apply your weather strip, thread that through, and that is literally it.
We assembled ArtCube Army as soon as we heard about the dearth of PPEs and supplies worldwide, because we knew that we could make these items and get them out very quickly.
Good morning, this is Marcus at Art Effects 23. We are printing face shields with 2 Ultimaker S5s.
ArtCube Nation is a global network of art department professionals and small businesses that cater to the needs of film, television, and theater and events. The ArtCube Army consists of about 120 volunteers from our major list. Small prop fabricators, art directors, set decorators, artisans, you name it. A lot of our members are also 3D printers and have very select skills. They're divided into pods, mostly by neighborhoods, some concentrating in the Navy Yard, where they all can work together separately in their own shops. I've heard stories about doctors and nurses going home afraid to hug their children because they feel toxic. I find that unacceptable. I hug my kid every night, and I don't have that feeling. So I can work as many hours, and so can the ArtCube Army. So our professionals that take care of us 24/7, 365 can go home and get the comfort that they need from their families and not feel toxic. The ideal material for face shields is a 20 gauge crystal clear marine vinyl. They use a lot on boats, etc. We were able to source 40 rolls from Shields for Heroes for this. Each can produce up to 400 shields. Once we received these 40 rolls of marine vinyl, we utilized another volunteer group from the film industry called Feel USA as logistics. They're PAs, production managers, and producers that banded together knowing that logistics were going to be everything in this process. Once we get the materials over to our group, we call Feel. They pick up small batches. They distribute them to 4 or 5 different hospitals weekly. Bauer Propulsion Lab is an R&D firm that has a shop with many capabilities in the Navy Yard and also a small network there, so they can work apart together to make the shields and other equipment that's necessary. The newest forms of PPE we're making are cubes to protect doctors from the virus when they intubate patients for ventilators. James Bednark, art director on Ray Donovan, brought in DeBoer Media, who has a drag knife. They are able to cut vinyl very quickly. We are used to making things on the fly with no room for error, no sleep, and we're particularly adept to this crisis. We have the materials at hand and the tools that we need already in our shops and in our home shops as well.
I don't stop hearing sirens all day long. I live across the street from a cemetery. It's very busy there. I'm super appreciative to be involved in the project and make PPE. Nothing gives me a greater sense of purpose than to be able to help the people that are on the front line.
City Council member Brad Lander on exposing inequity and protecting frontline medical workers from retaliation.
And your working from home actually includes work, which is legislation. You have a bill that's been introduced that really is cutting to the core of this pandemic that we're facing right now. Why that bill and why now for it?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I've got two pieces of legislation that I think are really relevant to the crisis. I think the first one you're referring to is about this bill that to protect doctors and nurses and healthcare workers who are facing gag orders and being threatened with firing if they speak up publicly about the conditions in their hospitals. So we announced legislation, and it's actually modeled on a bill that I was working on with fast food workers who also face unfair firing. You know, you can't be fired for a discriminatory reason, but most people can be fired for no reason at all, with no notice and no cause. So I realized we could pass a local law that would say healthcare workers, whether you're a doctor or a nurse or somebody that's providing healthcare assistance, you can only be fired for a good reason. You can't be fired without any notice and with no reason at all. And a good reason is not raising up your voice about health and safety conditions in your hospital. You cannot be fired for that as long as you're telling the truth. So yeah, so that legislation is being developed. I hope to get it introduced. I hope we're able to have it heard in a Zoom hearing and passed soon, because boy, every night at 7 we go out and we cheer and clap and bang the cowbells to say how grateful we are to these healthcare workers protecting their jobs while they are speaking out publicly about what's necessary to protect their health and safety. Seems like a real no-brainer.
And you think in this environment where at 7 o'clock like clockwork, people are out there cheering and supporting and banging the pots together, do you really think one of these hospital systems would have the audacity to fire a healthcare worker in the face of all of that we're facing and the public support?
There were some reports of it actually having happened, not in New York. There was a report, I think, of a doctor in Boston and one out on the West Coast who actually did get fired for this. So here so far, we saw very stern gag orders coming from the institutions. Whether they would follow through and fire people, I don't know. But obviously, those workers are feeling very anxious now. They believe their jobs are on the line because they've been told that they are, and that they have to choose between crying out to protect their health and safety and that of their colleagues and continuing to have their jobs. So if we get this legislation passed, it's not only that they would not be able to be fired, but that kind of gag order would be against the law, would run contrary to that law.
Knowing what we do about the current landscape and even seeing the headlines of workers from Amazon facilities in New York who are taking their demands to the street and saying, hey, it's unsafe for us here, we have concerns, and one of the leaders of a walkout being subsequently fired. Is there any thought to maybe expanding the reach of this legislation?
Definitely. As I said, we started with fast food workers, and I'd like eventually to cover everyone. This is a pretty simple law that says you can only be fired with a good reason. And there's plenty of reasons, obviously. There's things people can do that merit termination, but there's a set of policies as opposed to just you can be fired without any reason at all or in retaliation for organizing or raising health and safety causes. So yeah, I'd like to see that expanded more fully. One other thing I hope to be able to do for some of those Amazon Flex and Uber and Instacart workers, there's a lot of people out there right now that don't have any paid sick leave. And that's the second bill that I mentioned before. Unfortunately, the federal legislation and the state legislation to expand sick leave do not cover gig workers. New York City already has a great paid sick leave law if you're a traditional, employee who gets a W-2, but it doesn't yet cover those platform and gig workers, and I think we can. So I think, you're seeing workers all over the country right now speaking up, and especially, I think at least people would have said before, I know doctors and nurses are very important workers, they're essential workers. But I don't know that people would have said my restaurant delivery guy or that Amazon, warehouse employee or my bodega and grocery store worker or my laundromat worker. We might not have said those are essential workers. But now we know they are, except that they still don't get paid well enough. They don't get enough benefits. They a lot of times don't get that sick leave. We need to do better. And a lot of them are organizing all over the country, rising up, doing walk-offs like Amazon did, going out on strike. Through organizing, through worker action, and through legislation, we need to use this time to protect workers right now and also build that future where, if we know they're essential, then let's pay them and treat them with the dignity that essential work, and really all work, deserves.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. So your grandfather, Mr. Willie, was a Brooklyn legend, maintaining and building this business for more than 50 years. And you were learning right at his side. I wonder what he would think of this moment.
Wow. This has been exceptional. He did experience the crack epidemic era, and that was challenging, but it was nothing, absolutely nothing like this. So he would have definitely been a first-time experience for him, absolutely.
So if he would have experienced nothing like this in his 50 years plus, I can't imagine what it is that you're going through right now. I see a mask hanging from your ear.
Got the mask, got the gloves, got the Lysol, got the hand sanitizer. We're doing everything we can to stay safe. We have been totally inundated with cases of people who have unfortunately passed. And it's actually at the point now where funeral homes are turning people away because they cannot handle the volume of deaths. We are at extreme capacity. We have several persons who have yet to be picked up. And even the network of funeral directors that we have who assist us in picking up our loved ones, they've been stretched to the max. I'm no longer hosting funeral services. We're only allowing our families to come view their loved one for 30 minutes, just the immediate family, and then we're going right to the burial and or crematory. I used to have a casket selection room, and I can no longer use it because I need the space for the deceased and the caskets. And we had 2 burials this morning. We have someone going to the airport tonight. I believe I got 7 calls from different families of recent deaths just yesterday.
I just had a question about how the Social Security Administration and the folks at the Veterans Administration also, I know sometimes kicking entitlements for some folks who've passed on to help defray and offset some of the cost. I wondered, have they been keeping up with the demand that surely you've been facing? Have they been getting in there and making sure that things are processed and going smoothly for families?
No. Everybody has been just rammed to the rim. Crematories are now stopping us from coming as normal. We have to make appointments. So every phone call that we have to make is taking much longer. So I would imagine social service is doing the best they can, but I know their work volume has went through the roof. So we're all just hanging on and doing the best we can.
How are you counseling families in this time of social distance?
Right now, most of the families are very understanding. We had one family this week that lost 3 family members this month to COVID. So they're very understanding. We haven't had the opportunity to counsel anyone other than what we normally do as far as our personal compassion. But right now we have been getting cooperation from the masses. Families are allowing the condensed service and friends are staying home. It's just my heart goes out to the people who pass away at home. And they have been having to wait almost 24 hours before somebody can get to their house to take their loved one out. And a case I inherited yesterday was because of another funeral home who refused them.
Have you had to refuse anyone yet?
No. As long as they can be patient, I'm not going to refuse anyone, as long as they can be patient.
As many Americans abroad were in a panic to return stateside, beauty and travel entrepreneur Tanisha Barnes was swimming upstream with a plan to leave the U.S. and shelter in place in Morocco's Sahara Desert with her daughter, Salan.
I remember I had just moved back from Italy, and maybe a year later, after I had settled into Brooklyn, September 11th happened. And everything changed. Things change, and you have to change with it. I recreated myself. I bought a spa and salon. I ended up becoming an esthetician. I started a skincare line. The beauty business grew into a travel business. Here I am trying to figure out what's the next move. Like, obviously, the travel industry is going to change.
Tanisha's travel business often organized group trips for African Americans to experience the continent of Africa. Her business relationships led to an opportunity for her to reimagine Sabai Palace as a commune for creatives and thought leaders.
I walk into this opportunity at Spy Palace to not just re-envision the space visually, and I love design, so that's an exciting project. I think I've been working with this country now for about 6 years, bringing African Americans here. I have a strong team on the ground here, so I knew people. It wasn't like I was coming to a country where I didn't have anyone. And North Africa is complicated. I know that everybody isn't having that experience, and you know, Africa's a place where you really got to have people. Oh, you're welcome. I chose Morocco for a variety of reasons. It was kind of coincidental that opportunity came where we were going to be able to live and eat and be without occurring expenses, and for me to still be able to work. My daughter, Solana, we have a little hashtag, Solana, her mama. She's a global child. She's been moving around the earth and traveling since she was 4 months old.
A divorced, single mom, Tanisha sought out the Sahara Desert winds as the best protection for her and Salan.
I decided we were going to leave and just be in a place that was a large landmass. We came to the Sahara Desert. You know, the general attitudes of Americans when it comes to consumerism and shopping and just being out and respecting government and respecting community wasn't going to be there. I didn't think that Black people, considering the conditions of just where we were right now, in terms of hospital care and how we're treated in the hospitals, that if there was a choice to save our life versus someone else, that Black and brown people, I think, would be left to die. I mean, we see it in the birth deaths of Black women in hospitals. I've experienced it firsthand in how I've been, you know, treated with my own health in the U.S. Whereas here, you know, the unfortunate part of privilege is that as an American, as a Black American, I would probably be treated faster here than I would be at home. I'm not moving around the continent in a way that is caught in some kind of, like, you know, unrealistic dream of what Africa is. It's hard here. You know, it's a developing space. What I know, though, is that within that development, there's a real opportunity and a need for this merge between the diaspora and Africa. I feel good now, and that's all I can really deal with. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what will happen if this hits Morocco very hard. They took it very seriously from the beginning. There wasn't this lag. There wasn't this idea that this was, a hoax or anything like that. I think Africa in general, as a continent, they know pandemics and they know the devastation that it causes. And they know that their healthcare systems aren't prepared to really take on the full weight of something like we were seeing in Italy and that they were seeing in other parts of the world. And so I looked at what the king was doing in Morocco. I saw the measures that he was taking. I saw the amount of money he was pulling in to the nation to make sure that they were going to be prepared and safe. He closed borders to Europe. That once we got here, he closed borders to the international community. Very shortly, one day after he closed hotels, he closed businesses. He got cabs down to 3 people. And then shortly after we got to the desert, he closed down everything. A lot of the cleaning that's been going on and the spraying of antiviral is a government mandated thing that's happening, from what I've been told, throughout all of Hamid. The doctor has been here. This is now, I think, the 3rd or 4th time. Actually, today the doctor just left, taking everyone's temperatures and monitoring people's temperatures to make sure that anyone is not having symptoms. And then every time this cases spike, they come down harder on the population to make sure that people are staying home. I always feel well protected here and safe here. The Sahara Desert brings me a lot of joy, and there's just an energy here that I can't explain, and it suits me and my soul in a very particular way. Sandstorms. To think that I'm gonna create a whole world inside these walls of artists and thinkers and writers and painters and people wanting to discover themselves or push forward the work that they've already done. I mean, it's exciting. I feel like this was a blessing, and it just allowed me to slow down. I've been really busy. So, Solana and her mama.
I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to help out somehow, through all the tragedies, the 9/11, the .com crashes, the New York City transit strike. I mean, I was there driving people back and forth to the city. 9/11 was giving out towels and water and giving places to rest and give a $5 meal so people can eat. Like, it was a real tragic time. People were very depressed. They couldn't see their future on the horizon. And the same thing is happening now. We have to now assess who we really are, what's important to us. We can't go back into this the same way we left. I get up and I know what I'm gonna do, so I put everything in order. I have to go to Jetro, I gotta get what I need, I gotta start the ovens up, I gotta let the guys in, so it's, and each step I'm cooking mentally, like what goes on first. So when I get to the shop, I hit the floor running, and before you know it, it's all done. And then I'm basically planning out the meals depending on how many people I have to cook for. Today's a light day, I'll be cooking for Brooklyn Hospital, and it's just 50 meals. So I know pretty much what they like. But when it's 200 meals, 200 plus, it's like, you gotta shop, you gotta plan out what you're gonna make, and you know, it's also about timing. It's not as if you're catering for an event where you put the food in chafing trays. It has to be individually wrapped. That's where a lot of the time comes in. It takes maybe an hour to wrap 200 plates, believe it or not, to plate them and wrap them up. And then we drive them over to the hospital. Usually the hospital's one drop, but when you're doing the battalions like I did yesterday, it's 7 or 8 locations. So after you're cooking from 9 o'clock in the morning, I delivered up last night up to 8 p.m. You just basically pull up to the front of the hospital and they greet you there. And usually there's doctors and nurses there. You walk in the door, those boxes, their eyes light up because they all have a mask. And you tell they're happy to see the food come in. So it's a really beautiful thing. And they're thanking you. They're all so grateful. I walk in and I see their faces, you know, and is this the only time they're going to smile? They turn around and they're in the face of death, literally. And you have to report to that on a daily basis. And they can't go home. You know, then that's what I'm talking about. They're not afraid. Their destiny is their destiny. And, you know, you could run from it and get on the train that you ran home on. Or you could stay and make a difference. And that's that difference, that self-motivation, that perseverance and character. It's amazing. And I thank them. Brooklyn Moon thanks you. My community thanks you.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
Now, on the heels of the most consequential election of their young lives, young New Yorkers are preparing to make their voices heard in the largest transfer of municipal power in recent memory. With 35 of the 51 seats of the City Council, borough presidencies, the City Comptroller, Public Advocate, and the Mayor's office all up for grabs. It's that last job that brings us together now. Welcome to Future Voters, a Be Heard Town Hall presented by BRIC in partnership with NYC Votes. Along with our other organizational partners, the New York City Department of Youth and Community Development. We're also joined in the venture by Why Vote, Friends of Island Academy, Future of Tomorrow, Integrate NYC, the YWCA of Brooklyn, and Urban Word NYC. Tonight, 16 young people ages 16 to 24 will be heard as they dialogue with candidates for mayor. These young voices represent the present concerns and future viability of New York City. And throughout this evening, we'll center their voices while learning more about those who are gunning to be mayor of New York City. Now, I would like to introduce you to someone who is very special, and we're happy that she's lending her talents and her voice tonight to be heard. Serena Yang, the 2021 NYC Youth Poet Laureate. Take it away, Serena. Take it away, sir. 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 Take it away, sir.
Laureate Ambassador for the Regional Northeast.
I want to share with you all that next week I will be having my oath ceremony to become a citizen. And I'm giving this context because the poem that I'm about to share, I wrote in the weeks leading up to the presidential election when, despite being 19 years old, I was not eligible to vote. And in New York City alone, there are over 1 million non-citizens like me who do not have the ability to vote. And many of you here today may also be young people who aren't of voting age yet. So whether you're a non-citizen or you're under 18, incarcerated or formerly incarcerated, or if you simply face some of this nation's many systemic barriers to voting and civic engagement, there are a lot of us out here who can't vote, but that doesn't mean you're powerless. And I really want to emphasize this. Voting is just one kind of power. It's not everything. You can build power, you can exercise your power, you can organize in many ways. And today's town hall is a great example of that. And all that said, there are also many of us who can vote or will be able to vote soon, and including myself. And when we go to the polls, I hope that we all remember the people that we bring with us. This is seen at the local poll site. 5 days after I stepped foot into this country for the first time, I pledge allegiance to the flag. I put my right hand over my heart and say, I pledge, I pledge, I pledge. And in the meantime, the graves dig themselves. The bodies make their own beds. The dirt soils itself red and we call it fertile, land for the taking. My sister moves away to college and the flag still hanging at the front of my classroom calls me an alien. I become an aunt and somewhere the bombs are still falling. For 13 years, I open my palm and find only my own heart. Like you, I am afraid of many things. At a cafe, I sit across from a friend and I ask her when she's going to the polls. As I watch her consider her schedule, I wait. And I wait, even as the table burns between us and the cream-colored walls crumble to dust and the soy lattes and chai teas spill all over the floor. And why am I still waiting? Hand over my heart, looking so citizen-like, my Sunday best, my perfect English, my American friend, who, in a moment, will pick her chai tea off the floor and go vote. Thank you.
Thank you for that poem, Serena, and also thank you for dropping that knowledge. We hope that everyone feels empowered and you'll be being reminded all night tonight of your power and the ways that we are all going to exercise it at the voting booth and beyond. But we are here to talk to some candidates for mayor, and right now I'm just going to give you a rundown of some of the people who we're going to be dialoguing with this evening, including Eric Adams, who was elected for Brooklyn Borough President in the year 2013. He became the borough's first Black leader in winning that election. We're also going to be speaking this evening with mayoral candidate Sean Donovan. Mr. Donovan, who's there right now, great to see you, is the former secretary of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. This HUD veteran was serving during the Obama administration. Thanks for joining us, candidate Donovan. We appreciate it. All right, we're also going to be expecting to hear from Carlos Menchaca. There he is, New York City mayoral candidate who's been serving as a member of New York's City Council for the 38th District since 2013. Great to see you, council member, candidate Menchaca. Now it's my pleasure to introduce you to Art Chang. Mr. Chang is the former managing director at J.P. Morgan Chase. Thank you for joining us, candidate Chang. Happy to see you this evening. And now we're going to be getting a look at Cleopatra Fitzgerald, who's a candidate for mayor, of course, and is a lifelong New Yorker. Thank you for being a lifelong member of New York City who wants to do something from the mayor's office. Her vision is to restore the broken system and reverse injustices. Glad to hear about it and look forward to hearing more as you dialogue with our young people. And I would like to introduce you right now to Bill Pipitone, who is a retired member of the New York City Police Department after serving over 30 years in law enforcement and public safety experience that he plans to bring to bear as the next mayor of New York City. Thanks for joining us, Bill. And now it's my pleasure to bring in Eddie Cullen into the room. Eddie's the founder of Impact USA and a professor at Purdue University. We look forward to speaking with you a little bit later. Thanks for joining us, Eddie. And now we are going to be meeting Thomas Downs, New York City mayoral candidate, of course, but Mr. Downs was also born and raised in New York City and is a graduate of Fordham Preparatory School. So thanks for joining us, youngest candidate in the room. And now Vitaly Filipchenko, who's of course a candidate for mayor and is a proud New Yorker, as we all should be as we head to the voting polls, and is also an immigrant and a small business owner who hopes to serve and represent the marginalized and the vulnerable citizens of New York City. Thanks for joining us. So a little bit about this evening. You've met some of the folks who would be New York City's next mayor. In this short time, each candidate is going to receive an equal amount of time in answering 2 different questions from our youth participants this evening. Now, the questions are going to cover a range of topics and issues facing New York City. The youth will ask their question of the candidate, and the candidate will be given 2 minutes to respond. Now, I'll be here keeping time and keeping everybody honest, making sure we keep this thing on the tracks. And after the candidate's response, we're also going to dialogue a little bit with the young person to make sure that they got the question answered to their satisfaction. So we're going to be going back and forth with the questions of the youth, speaking with the candidates, and it's going to be going in rounds. So please just sit back and listen to our young people as they dialogue with the candidates. First question of the evening is going to go to Gabby Knight. Now, Gabby has a question that is about policing, I believe. She wants to pre-register to vote and is a member of the YWCA, one of our partners in tonight's event. Hey, good to see you down there, Gabby, watching you on the monitor. So YWCA, of course, you know, is empowering women and young women, promoting peace, justice, freedom, and dignity for all. She happens to be a YW leader at the YWCA of Brooklyn, of course, and her question is about remote learning. Gabby, you want to go with your question?
What are your plans to improve the remote learning space for students who may not have good internet connection at home and don't have the opportunity to have a positive learning environment?
So that question is going to be directed at Sean Donovan, candidate Donovan.
Thanks, Brian. And before I answer Gabby's question, I just want to say to Serena how moved I was by your poem. My dad's an immigrant who grew up in Costa Rica and Lima, Peru, and came to this city for 50 years. He had a green card. And when I was in President Obama's cabinet, I got to be the keynote speaker at his induction ceremony on Ellis Island. And it was so moving. He was supposed to repeat the Pledge of Allegiance to all the hundreds of people becoming citizens that day. He was in tears and couldn't actually get through the Pledge of Allegiance. And so I was in tears listening to your poem. And thank you for reminding us what every immigrant knows is that we ought to be welcoming immigrants to this city, not like the last 4 years under President Trump. We should be making sure every one of us can live up to your example. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. On this question about internet and access, we know that this is not a luxury. This is a right for every New Yorker to be able to have internet access. If we didn't know it before, we know it now after COVID. Just today, I released a plan that would get broadband and internet access to every single New Yorker. I know from my experience working around the country that this is often a problem of the wiring and the hardware, but in New York City in particular, it's also the affordability of the service. And we need to do all 3 of those things. But before we actually get there, it's going to take some time to get it to everyone. We also need to be making sure that everyone can have access in their neighborhoods. And I'm a big believer that our libraries in particular are one of our most precious resources. So one of my proposals is to open every one of our libraries 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, to ensure that everyone, until they have the service they need at home, can always access it down the block in their neighborhood.
That's a mighty echo right there. Just want to make sure that you guys are hearing me properly now. We're living in this remote world, so apologies while we make sure all of our technology is technologying. And this goes to the heart of Mia's question right there about bridging the gap, the digital divide. So I'm waiting for a cue that you all can hear me.
There's a bit of reverb.
All right, so just give me a cue when we can go on. All right, so we're moving on to the next question. Next question. I'm sure you can all understand as we're moving through this Zoom and interconnected world that is happening right now virtually. So Serena Yang is going to be speaking with council member, now candidate, Carlos Menchaca. And she's asking this question on behalf of a young man who didn't want to appear on camera, but wanted to be heard all of the same, 17-year-old Trevor, who has a question that's going to be brought right now.
What do you think is more important to our city right now, building new homes and apartment buildings, or refurbishing and better utilizing our existing homes and stores?
This is an either or question, and so I'll answer that. When I think about the housing stock, Serena, that is here right now, like NYCHA, we have to build, rebuild, and reconstruct those apartments. I live in Red Hook, where I represent in Red Hook, and Red Hook East and West have, as part of the whole portfolio, $40 billion of deferred maintenance. That means that the city, the state, and the federal government have not been injecting dollars to repair homes, these public housing. And I grew up in public housing myself, so I know the power of what it is for a family to have public housing. I think that that is the first thing that we can do. If we had a choice of just doing one or the other, that's the first thing that we can do to show our commitment to the people who live in the city right now, who deserve that full promise of public housing. And I'm thinking about the stores question, and really connecting it to this idea that our stores that are vacant in our streets right now, where businesses have closed, could become potential spaces for school. Imagine going down the block and studying instead of an environment that you have in at home that you can't study. Maybe you don't have Wi-Fi, maybe you don't have the right technology, but you can walk down to your local a local storefront that is still there. We can just refurbish it for a classroom space. And so that's how I'm thinking about this question. And thank you so much for asking it.
All right, thank you for that. We are going to be moving on to question number 4 right now. Michael is going to be speaking with candidate Art Chang. Now, Michael is 22 years old and registered to vote and comes to us through Friends of Island Academy. Now, they were founded in 1990 by a collaboration between education and social service staff on Rikers and community-based advocates who sought to address the recidivism rates, untapped potential, and disproportionate confinement of youth of color who attend school on Rikers Island every year. And Michael's question is about the NYPD's gang database.
Hello. My question was, because of the NYPD gang database a lot of our youth members are being incarcerated because they know or have been seen in a picture with people from their community. A lot of brothers who had promising futures had their opportunities taken away because instead of heading to college, were sent to prison just for knowing somebody within the city that's very compact. What are the plans for making sure the brothers who are not involved keep their dreams alive?
That's a fantastic question. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry that you've had to go through this. It's a terrible experience. And I'll just say on that front, I have the privilege of actually I've hired someone who was incarcerated at Rikers and as a teenager, and he never graduated from high school as a result of that. And I know how hard his life was, but he persevered and he taught himself Photoshop. I hired him as a designer in my company. And today, 10 years later, he is an employee at Apple Computer. So I say, never give up on your dreams. And as you say, this is a dream killer. So the thing that we got to do is we got to think about alternatives to incarceration. We got to think about using data, not necessarily about punishing people and actually using jail as a threat, but instead using these databases as a way to say, well, these youth, they need something that they're not getting from the system. We need to be addressing with them more holistically, saying, what is the issue here? What are you not getting from your environment? And we know usually what the things are: is poverty, lack of jobs, poor schools, bad housing. And so we need to use those kinds of things as ways to address the issue and not take promising young people off the street and put them in jail. I came to New York City in 1985, and I have seen the roundups on the street. I have seen the people go into jail. I've seen what happens to the lives destroyed, the families and the communities that are impacted for a very, very long time. We don't really take into account the full breadth and length of the problem that gets caused in our communities when we take people who have done no other crime other than association with the wrong people. And who among us hasn't actually occasionally come up with the wrong people and actually put them into the prison system? It's that jail to prison pipeline, instead of allowing them to be in their community and figuring out how to give them the opportunity to realize themselves and to achieve their potential.
Feel like you have clarity on the position from the candidate on the gang database?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for the question.
We're going to move on now. We're going to have Renee Mendonca speaking with candidate Cleopatra Fitzgerald. Now, Renee is 18 years old and an identical twin. We'll be seeing her twin a little bit later. But she's a graduate of Susan Wagner High School in Staten Island and is currently attending the College of Staten Island Verrazano Scholar program. There she is, very proud Verrazano Scholar. And she's not yet registered to vote, but planning on being a registered voter before the primary, which is very important because New York City does not have same-day registration and voting. And she happens to be a member of Why Vote and has a question about opportunities for immigrants in America. It's all yours.
Hi.
So America has always been a dream country for many students worldwide, and it still continues to be the best countries in the world. And New York City comprises of immigrants. So my question to you is, what is your vision for immigrant students in America who aim to pursue a better life in the US? And what opportunities do you want to include that will benefit the immigrant population?
Hello? Do you hear me?
We can hear you. We're awaiting your answer, candidate Fitzgerald.
Okay, I was just making sure. Good evening. First of all, I would like to say it's a very, very honor to be here today. And also I would like to thank Serena Yan for her poem. We are all immigrants' blood here. And it is very difficult when persons are discriminated because of their color, because of their language, because of their religion. It was a fantastic question also posed today. I will make sure first that the school system accepts the students and do not discriminate them in the classrooms. Also, for example, we have to reform ICE, that people do not kill, do not threaten the immigrants, or for example, when they are having babies, that they don't force them to miscarriage and do not let them have children because they are putting something on their food. And many things like that. It starts with the schools, it starts with the system, it starts with checking every law, each policy. And if persons do not fix it, then it will never be fixed. It will only be empty talk and hypocrisy. Because there are a lot of politicians that have many years in office, but they're immune to the voices of the people. I am not silent. I am always here for you. And I will be the voice of the people. I will be the voice of the immigrant persons who every day wait for an opportunity, for a chance to live the dream, to speak the truth, to have the liberty not taken away from them, but always to be looking forward and not die, but live.
Thank you for that response. You think we can move on, Renee?
Yes, thank you.
No, thank you. So our next question is going to be from Benji Weiss to Bill Pepitone. Benji's 14 years old and attends the Brooklyn Collaborative Middle School and is a member of Integrate NYC. And Ben has a question about integration in New York City schools. It's all yours, Benji.
My question is, how would you tackle the issue of segregated schools in New York City? And more specifically, how would you tackle the issue as pertaining to resources, restorative justice, relationships, representation, and enrollment processes?
Well, first, thank you for your question. It's an excellent question. We have to remember that New York City is the most diverse city in the country, the most diverse city in the United States of America. And we have to keep our arms open to everyone, to all races, colors, creeds, religion. That's what New York City was built upon. And that's what New York City should still stand for. I'm against segregation. I'm against incorporating everyone, as I said, all races, colors, creeds, incorporating everyone, giving everybody the same opportunities, the same enrollment opportunities, the same learning opportunities. Every opportunity that is available here in New York City should be open to everyone. Where the days of us being a divided city, which has happened over the past year or so, we need to end that. We need to bring everybody together, people together. And I talk about opportunities. So important for our young people like you to be given every single opportunity to thrive and to grow academically, to grow socially, and to really take advantage of everything New York City has to offer. This city offers everything, or has the potential to offer everything as far as education. We have to be able to make sure our young people like you are given the opportunity to take advantage of it.
All right, thank you for that response, candidate. What did you think about that, Benji? Can we move on?
Yeah, I like the response, especially it was very good on the resources topic.
All right. Points there for you, candidate. Now we're going to be speaking with Lauren Weisberg, who has a question of Eddie Cullen. Lauren is 18 and she's from Staten Island and goes to Port Richmond High School. She is registering to vote before the primary and is a member of Why Vote and has a question about police reform.
As you know, there have been a lot of concerns about policing in our city. I'd like to hear more about specific reform ideas that you have. Could you envision creating more specialization within the police force, for example, with more of an emphasis on social work? Also, would police reform include limiting or removing police in school? Thank you.
So for me, this is a personal, I think, response for me. One thing, I do think we need to have police around, I think, for the pure fact of 9/11. So I think some of you are young to not have been around for when that situation happened, but I ended up losing a brother-in-law, ended up losing about 75 people that I know that are very close to me. So I do think police presence is very important for terrorism situations. I think second, I was actually on the train right before where the A train Ripper was on the train, and I unfortunately saw the incidents in which someone was physically harmed on that train. And I will actually take the A train in about 2 hours from now. So my own physical safety, I think, would be on the line. Do I think we need police reform? Yes, but I think we need to go about it in a certain light. I think we need educational integration. So one of my ideas is to open up empathy labs, which would be a virtual reality empathy center where we would actually have community experiences and NYPD experiences shared with one another. I'm a technology entrepreneur, so I'm trying to integrate that. I do think we should take police officers out of schools. I don't think that is appropriate. I do believe that we need more mental health programs. So as an educator, I actually volunteered on $85 a month after college, working and living with the homeless. I walked through the desert with no shoes on to simulate what it was like to be a migrant. So I think we need empathy experiences to really know how the community and NYPD can engage with one another.
All right, thank you for that answer. What did you think of that, Lauren? Were you satisfied? Did it get to the heart of your question?
I was partially satisfied, but I would like to hear more about specifically specialization within police force. I wasn't sure if you meant specialization or if you just meant all police officers would get this training.
So just for clarity, Lauren, what do you mean? How would you define specialization so we can make sure to get it answered fully?
I meant more there being specific police officers to answer mental health crises.
All right, so that's the question right on the face of it, Mr. Cullen, specifically with dealing with mental health and emotionally disturbed person responses.
Yes, I think we need specialists for mental health responses. So I think we do need specialists or social workers to go work with mental health. However, if the situation escalates, I do think there should be NYPD or police officers on tap, just in case something turns violent or there's a situation where someone's is in physical harm.
All right, thank you for that full answer. Now I'm looking at Khalil Lunsford of Khalil Lunsford is going to be speaking with Thomas Downs. Now, Khalil happens to be a member of Friends of Island Academy and is 22 years old and has a question about programs to help teens stay off the streets. All right, it's all yours, Khalil.
Hello, how you guys doing? My question is, what programs can you find that will help teens stay off the street? That's my question.
That in New York City, we have a lot of opportunity to ensure that our youth is properly vitalized and using proper resources to keep off the streets. I think more community centers and especially improvements with the yards in public schools, especially around low-income areas, to have youth programs like basketball leagues, football leagues, baseball, along with computer sciences and other types of clubs to allow youth to come together in a common good and help to have extra hours outside of school where they're off the streets, along with the possibility for them to have somewhere to go on the weekends and be able to go out, hang out with people, and kind of build their own character that way.
All right, Khalil, how you feeling about that? Do you think your question was fully realized?
Yes, I feel like that was very well said. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Permission to move on? Now, I'm going to be asking a question of Vitaly Filipchenko on behalf of a young man who was from Adhana Pan from the YWCA of Brooklyn, who didn't want to appear on camera asking her a question, but wanted to be heard all of the same. And it pertains to restorative justice, representation, and the enrollment process. And yeah, it's for you, candidate Filipchenko. Yeah, can you just bring it back a little bit for a second? All right.
Okay, my name is Vitaly Filipchenko. I'm an independent candidate. And I got all this process, like from immigrant, not legal immigrant, legal one. And first of all, I really respect kids, what you're doing right now, but I want to be focused on one problem. All these kids who became citizens, we're allowed to vote for president, but we're not allowed to run for president. It's a big not equal rights, because right now we got majority in Congress. I think this big, more important question have to be raised on the table in Congress. All these kids immigrant in the future allowed to run for president, because you guys are our future.
You know, I have a more clear picture of the question from Adana, and she'd like to know, what is your plan to help children who suffer from mental illness or who are struggling to get through school?
Okay, first of all, it's a big problem in New York, because all this dividing program, all this divided is school. Some richer school got better program, better financial. We have to focus. We have to be all the schools equals. We have to stop all this testing system and have to focus to spend more money for all this to resolve this problem. Like, for example, I'm not agree, we can't find money. All these candidates try to get matching programs and already got millions. City gonna match these programs. I'm so pissed off. These millions have to go to kids who really need it. We don't need the matching. This taxpayers' money we're spending for running program. No, give us some kind of budget, 20,000, whatever. But stop giving millions away for matching program for all these candidates. This money can help all these kids, and I have to speak up all this problem, because most of them just running, I will help. No, I'm a guy who doing it. I'm get all this experience. I know how it hurts all these kids. We have to help them, not just like jibber jabber, like speaking perfect English and help. No, all this matching program, millions. We got big funding. Millions. Why I don't want to help real problem to solve real problem? That's my big positive energy, to help reality. Not talking and you like promise better future. No, we have to do it. When you do it and help and work with kids and ask them what kind of help they need, that one can fix this problem. Not just like from me, I will do that and that. No, real connection for all these kids, for all the parents. They can give you better advice. They need all this resource team to spend tons of money. That's my answer.
All right, thank you for that answer. Now we're going to be moving on to 17-year-old Daryl Infante. He is graduating this year and not yet pre-registered to vote. I'm sure we're going to take care of that, as he is a member of Future of Tomorrow. And they're an organization that's led by students from the Franklin K. Lane campus high schools who are dedicated to improving education so that all students are provided the resources, environment, and opportunity needed to succeed. And his question is about police in schools.
Thank you. My high school is a great place because it's a place where newcomers to this country can start a new life in the big city. It is the place where we feel safe, where we feel familiar, but our school could improve with more funding for more mental health support students' activities, and other necessary resources. The DOE, City Council, and Mayor Bill de Blasio are spending $450 million on school policing and the criminalization of youth of color, instead of investing for students in a school like mine. The school-to-prison pipeline affects many Black, Hispanic, and Latino youth by exposing them to the possibility of deportation in our criminal justice system. Will you commit to divesting from the school safety division budget and invest in mental health support, restorative justice practices, and more public school funding for our NYC schools?
And we're waiting your response, Candid Adams. That was for you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't.
No,
I
not at all.
didn't hear you say it was for me. Thank you for that question. Yes, I think that all of our agencies, including school safety officers, we should move unnecessary funding, find more efficient ways to do so, put it in more support systems. It's amazing that we don't require counseling in all of our schools, from elementary school to middle school to high schools. I think it's imperative. I have invested in many of the full wraparound services, community-based schools, partnering with the UFT. And, I'm really happy with the almost $160 million that I put into our schools and to give that additional support. And so the goal is to make sure that we always have safety in the school. That's very important. Public safety is a prerequisite. I don't want our young people ever to be in an environment that is unsafe, not only from students in the school, but people who lurk around schools and attempt to harm students. Everything from sex trafficking to armed to gang environment. We need to make sure that the school buildings are safe, but at the same time, our focus should not be on heavy-handedness. It should be on making sure you have those support services, such as self-care, meditation, yoga, mindfulness. I send teachers away to learn meditation, yoga, and mindfulness in Brooklyn so they can show you proper self-care as you do your internal healing to deal with some of the trauma of just being a young person every day, as well as in the Department of Education. And so I say yes to that. Let's use our money wisely to be proactive and not reactive, and give the support systems inside our schools.
All right. Are you satisfied with that answer? Can we move on?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So we're finishing one rotation here. Patrick Rahim is up, and he's going to be in conversation with Sean Donovan, excuse me. Patrick is 22 and lives in Queens and is registered to vote. We'll see you at the polls, and comes to us through the Friends of Island Academy, and has a question about building more community youth centers.
Good evening, everyone, and I thank you for this platform. Shout out to BRIC and everybody is on this call in this Zoom meeting that has something to say about their voicing their opinions and their concerns. And I thank you for giving me this platform to be the voice of the youth today. On behalf of Friends of the Island Academy, where I serve as the youth mentor for the Queens location. And the question that I have for you guys today is, when are we going to build more youth centers, and what are your first steps into building these youth centers? Because I've spoken on many platforms before this with Columbia University and a couple other places, but I haven't seen anybody give me a correct answer or what I would like to hear as moving forward on this specific policy and my voicing my concerns on this specific topic. So the question is, when are we going to build more youth centers, and what are your first steps into taking into that?
Well, Patrick, thanks for the shout out to BRIC. My son's a musician who has played at BRIC. I live in Brooklyn, and I love the place. So Thank you for that shout out. I also want to tie this question to something that we talked about a few minutes ago, and all the money we put in, not just to policing, but to our criminal justice system. Because to me, the idea that we spend far more on incarcerating kids than we do on uplifting them is a fundamental part of the problem. And I want to ask you a question. Do you know how much we spend per prisoner in our correction system in New York City? Just take a wild guess, per prisoner per year.
I believe it's maybe around 50,000, maybe. That's just a guess.
Over $400,000 a year.
400.
Over 400. And we're not getting great results from it, right? So my proposal is that not just by removing police from our schools, stopping them from criminalizing homelessness, I would create an alternative 911 system, and changes to our correction system, I would get to spending $3 billion a year, with a B, on community-oriented programs by the end of my first term, including youth centers, right? And I just want to give you one example. When I ran housing in New York City, I had housing vouchers, right, that helped people find an affordable place to live. We gave them to folks coming out of Rikers, and a year later, 95% of them were stably housed, getting back to work, and hadn't reoffended. Imagine what we could do if we weren't just doing housing, but actually youth centers, all of the other ways we could keep guns off the street, really investing in community-oriented programs like youth centers. We could transform our criminal justice system and create a lot more hope in this city. So keep going to BRIC, keep fighting for our youth centers, all right? Thank you.
So did we break the streak, Patrick? Did you get an answer that approached something that was complete for you?
He definitely says he's putting billions into it, and I'm gonna hold him to that one.
Well, 400,000 versus
hold
the
me
billions. You heard the man say, hold him accountable. Maybe you'll get a job out of this, candidate Donovan. All right, we're going to be moving on right now to Justin Liriano. He's going to be asking a question of candidate Carlos Menchaca. Now, Justin is 17 and attends Quest to Learn High School and is not yet registered to vote, but his history teacher is trying to get the class to register. Good luck with that. June 21st is his birthday, and he's going to turn 18 the day before the mayoral primaries, and happens to be a member of Integrate NYC. So all that build-up, we got to get you registered to vote, Justin. He's got a question about increasing educational resources and creating more equitable education opportunities. Go for it.
Thank you so much. And I would like to say thank you to all the candidates who showed up today. You are greatly appreciated. But the coronavirus pandemic has shown the disparities between people in different class structures. And so my question to you today is, as mayor of New York City, how would you seek to increase resources and funding for impoverished communities to ensure all students receive quality education and equal opportunities to succeed?
Thank you, Justin. And I just want to say thank you to you and all the youth that are here today asking these really important questions. And this one is one of those questions that has really brought focus on an issue of inequity around the city and the state and the federal government, around bringing funds to communities that have been neglected for years. These are communities that were impacted by COVID. These are communities where people are dying at faster rates. And when we're looking at the vaccine, when you look at white, affluent communities, you have more vaccinations happening there versus the communities of color, working families. Those are the communities that need. So how do we do that? We're also in a situation where the budget is getting smaller, which means that we're cutting a lot of our very vital programs, which means that we're going to have to defund the NYPD. The NYPD is a bloated budget, And I'm a city council member right now, so I get to review and pass the budget. I voted no last summer because we did not adequately defund the NYPD. And I think we can get to $3 billion. That means that we actually have cash right now to actually build out programs that bring healthcare to communities, adult literacy classes. We need to make sure that we get youth programs. SYEP was cut by the mayor last year. Those are things that we need to put in this next budget, but we can't do that without actually removing the bloated nature of the NYPD. And so part of this is also ensuring that when we talk about resources, we think about our schools. And you had questions, you all have had questions about how we bring more resources to schools. And there are so many schools right now that have PTAs in places like Park Slope and Upper West Side and East Side that have $1 million budgets in their PTA programs. How can we compete? We can do better by bringing more resources to communities that don't have that kind of resource. And so that's something that needs to be bold, and that's something that I will do. And I represent a community in Sunset Park where I hear constantly that they need not just more program money, but more capital improvements to things like the gymnasium and the theater. And that's something that the schools need, and that's something that the mayor can do.
All right. Thank you for that answer. Justin, how's that sitting with you?
It's sitting great, actually. I remember last summer I had emailed, I think, some of my representatives to vote no to, or on the budget, excuse me. And so hearing that you understand and acknowledge the fact that the police budget is overbloated and needs to be reduced is a very good thing. So thank you, and I appreciate it.
I heard you. Thank you.
Look at that. You're writing to electeds. They're hearing you. The system works if you work it. All right, we've got 6 more questions in this round, and I'm looking at Tasfia Hassan. Tasfia Hassan. You're going to be speaking with Art Chang now. She is 16 years old and attends Benjamin Banneker Academy High School as an 11th grader and is a YW leader, of course, member of the YWCA of Brooklyn. And her question is about COVID-19 vaccine distribution. It's all yours.
Thank you. As you know, we are currently in a pandemic and we have thousands of people waiting to take the vaccine. What is the plan that you'll implement for New Yorkers waiting to get the vaccine?
Thanks for that. I've been to Benjamin Banneker, by the way. It's a wonderful school. My son goes to Brooklyn Tech and I'm on the school leadership team there. So it's a data problem in my view. Like right now, it seems truly unjust that we are asking individual New Yorkers and asking people who actually have language differences and who don't all have access to technology to go on technology sites and actually do the work of queuing up and finding a spot, a reservation. And this actually is one of the ingredients to explaining the racial disparities in the vaccine distribution so far. What needs to happen is the city actually has all the data for the people who are eligible for the vaccine. We know where they live. We know where they're distributed across the city. We know how much vaccine we have. And so why isn't the city just automatically matching that? Why don't people get a postcard in the mail to say, your turn is coming up? And then if you're older, you actually get a phone call maybe to remind you. And yes, you can have technology to do this. But the question is, if you have the data at the very bottom, we know where everybody is and we know where the pharmacies are, why isn't distribution more equitable, more seamless, and more automated?
Those are worthy questions. Does that get close to satisfying your curiosity there?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you for the question.
Now we're going to be joined by 16-year-old Aisha Jaz, who's going to be speaking with candidate Fitzgerald. Now, Aisha attends school here in New York City, and take it away from Brooklyn Lab School.
Thank you, Brian, and good evening. Today I'm honored to be here to ask my question to one of the mayoral candidates. And hats off to BRIC TV for providing us students and youth with this amazing platform to share our concerns. One of the beauties of New York City is its diverse population. As an NYC high school student, I would like to see different cultural backgrounds and their history reflected in our textbooks and classrooms. Culturally responsive educational curriculums are very important to me. It is important that we learn about the history of minority communities that shape NYC beyond the media's portrayal of Muslims and other races, ethnicities, and cultures. We must educate each other to appreciate diversity and dispel all notions of biases and xenophobia. As a Muslim high school student, I'm curious to know, Borough President Eric Adams, how do you plan on expanding culturally responsive education to reflect Muslim history and culture in NYC? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum to you. And I think it's important to develop the full personhood of children and young people and young adults. We have to stop merely schooling and start educating, because we sit in a school building and we call that education, and it's not. And I see, as what I'm doing now with my Breaking Bread Building Bonds initiative, it is an initiative that calls for 100 dinners throughout the city, 10 people at each dinner. Each one comes from a different ethnic, religious, and cultural background. And know what it does? It forces us to do something that we don't do, talk to each other. We have to start communicating with each other. And we need to be intentional in our schools to make sure that we use not only technology, but face-to-face. We should have interactions with you, a meeting with people across the city, across the entire different neighborhoods to interact. And then we need to have books look like the students that are learning. We need culturally sensitive information, reading material, and step outside the school building, like what they're doing in the Bronx, one school district. A Latin mother takes the entire classroom on tours throughout her community to visit some of the churches, the mosques, the different important locations, telling people the names of streets. We need to look at how many streets we have named in our community that's reflected of the Muslim community. And so it's about being intentional and understanding that this is not an English speaking one culture city. And that's what I have done in Brooklyn, where 47% of the people speak a language other than English at home. I have fostered the relationships and tearing down some of those traditional barriers that don't allow us to enjoy the joy of healthy discomfort of learning from different people and fostering those relationships.
All right, thank you for that answer. Are you satisfied with the direction we got there?
I'm really satisfied and thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
All right, we appreciate that. We're going to be moving on right now to an exchange between Rhea Mendonca and candidate Cleopatra Fitzgerald, to be clear. Now, Rhea is an 18-year-old graduate of Susan Wagner High School in Staten Island and is currently attending Staten Island as a Verrazano Scholar. Congratulations. You're not yet registered, but we know you're planning on doing it, you and that sister of yours. So you have a question right now that's coming up. Go for it.
What steps are you going to take to stop the spread of COVID and to address the impact of the pandemic on young people? High school and college students' mental health is deteriorating as we are unable to face any face-to-face communication with our teachers and peers. Also, people are out of jobs as so many businesses have shut down due to the pandemic, making the job forecast frightening for young people. How will you support us in moving forward?
Very great question. First of all, right now, there are some sectors that are working very well. For example, tech. There's also the food industry. There's also the hospital industry that's faring very well. We know that the vaccines are not Sometimes there have been bad effects. People have died, unfortunately, from the vaccine. But as we have throughout all these years moved forward, example, World War II, and we still fought and won whatever infectious diseases, whatever wars, we will come back. I believe precaution has to be distributed by pamphlets, brochures, but not only by that. We have to make sure that people are keeping those regulations. So it means they have to wear protective gear and also penalties for those who are disobeying. For example, there are many police officers who died because they were not obeying or because they were contacting people that had COVID-19. So unfortunately, a lot of firemen, a lot of policemen died, and we could see the detrimental effects of all those populations that died. We have to also check each country and how they also are faring to see the poorer countries that are more negatively affected. For example, our neighborhoods, we know that those with poor education, poor access to gloves, to masks, perhaps we should give free masks, free gloves to people, or it will take a lot of money from our budgets. Each time, each administration says, we don't have the money. So the problem is the budget, trillions of dollars, and where all that money is being wasted in. We have to check each sector to see what is the fallacy in it.
Thank you for that answer. How do you feel about that response?
Very satisfied.
All right, very satisfied. We'll take it. So we're going to be moving on to one of the final questions now, just a few more in this round. Equan Cleaves is going to be speaking with Bill Pipitone, and is not yet registered to vote, but plans to register, and is coming to us from our partners at the Friends of Island Academy, where he is working as an intern and lives on Far Rockaway, Queens, and has a question about the New York City Administration for Children's Services.
All right, my question is when and my fault. Who am I asking this question to?
I'll be speaking with candidate Pepitone here.
All right, thank you. When and how will you help deal with the irresponsibilities of ACS and mistreating troubled youth?
ACS is such an important agency in New York City. Dealing with children, dealing with families is such a important job and such a tenuous job. They have to make the right decisions. They have to make quick decisions in a lot of cases, because if they make a mistake, it can cost lives. It can cost lives of children. So we need more oversight with our ACS. They need to be held more accountable. And as mayor, I will make sure they are held accountable. We need more case reviews. We need more follow-ups. We need to make sure that the children and the families that they are checking in on and are investigating are being properly investigated, and to make sure that the results are in the best interest of the children. Too often, we turn our backs and turn a blind eye to some of the horrors that are going on, and we turn a blind eye to a lot of ACS's shortcomings. And we can't do that. It's costing lives, it's costing families. So again, as mayor, I will make sure that we have complete oversight, full oversight, fair investigations, and most importantly, very, very thorough follow-ups to make sure the job was done correctly and in the best interest of the children and the families.
All right, oversight and follow-up there. What do you think of that?
Thank you. Yeah, that was a good answer. I'm satisfied with that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Now I'm going to bring Alexa DeFilippis into the room, who's going to be speaking with candidate Thomas Downs. Now, a 16-year-old student at Brooklyn Tech, not yet registered to vote as a 16-year-old, but still a member of Y Vote, an engaged member of the community, future voter here, and has a question about the SAT exam.
Actually just pre-registered to vote, like I think 2 weeks ago.
All right, not mad at you.
So a controversial education topic from the de Blasio administration was the issue around the SHSAT and how to make admissions to high schools more just. Even though there was a lot of discussion around the topic, there wasn't really any change about the test, and it still continued, and it was even administered during a pandemic. What is your opinion on the SHSAT? And if you were to become mayor, what steps would you take to ensure that all students have equal opportunity to be granted admission to the specialized high schools in New York City?
Well, Alexa, I want to thank you for your question first and for pre-registering to vote. I am someone who also pre-registered to vote, and I recommend everyone who has the opportunity should. Any standardized test, I think, has the opportunity to create an unequal system, especially when it comes to wealthy students versus students who may be from more low-income families. Wealthy students typically have the ability to hire tutors and have study partners that are not accessible to all of New York City. And for tests like the SHSAT, I would recommend that we not only make more programs available for more students to have more of an equal opportunity to learn to take the test, but even possibly eliminating the tests altogether, because it is something that creates boundaries for all students that may not have the same type of opportunity. I would recommend more of a holistic review for students to gain admission, especially into New York City specialized high schools, and to eliminate testing procedures, because at the end of the day, it's something that can not only be unfair, but something that is also challenging for certain students who may have trouble focusing or just in general are nervous test takers.
Yeah, very controversial with lots of voices weighing in on that. But how does that answer sit with you?
It's mostly well. I just had one follow-up question. When you say holistic review and you're talking about holistic review for the specialized high schools, what exactly do you mean by that? What do you mean, what would be the criteria that you'd be talking about for that admission to the specialized high schools?
Well, I would be looking at more home environment, grades, of course, and extracurriculars, but none of those three things alone would determine a student's eligibility. I think that grades are an important factor, but the biggest factor for anyone's education is home environment. And that is something that deeply needs to be looked at, because there are inequities within home environment, sadly, throughout New York City. And that is something that can really cause a detriment to student learning.
More clear?
Yes, thank you.
All right, we like specificity here. Let us know your intentions. Now I'm going to go back to Mia Payne, who is going to be talking with candidate Eddie Cullen. And we've met Mia before, and she has a question about criminal justice reform.
Hi, I have a two-part question. So my question is, when focusing on criminal justice reform, how do you plan on eradicating police misconduct and building trust between the police and communities of color? And how will you test an officer's beliefs and values to ensure that they don't align with white supremacy? And will those same tactics be used when evaluating the systems of the structures of other systems, such as healthcare, education, et cetera?
Yes, so I do think some of these systems there's institutional inequality, and I think it goes back to the 50s. So what I mean by that, we lost the garment industry in New York City. NYCHA, I think the police system, I think healthcare, all the systems were not proportionally built for every single person in New York City. So I would actually do a lot of at the ground level, so meaning longitudinal studies of students through their years in terms of education. And I'd also start integrating certain programs into police training. So that goes back to my empathy training and education with police officers when they enter the force. I think we need to have CUNY programs where police officers learn about the community and the community learns about police officers. And I think from a criminal justice standpoint, we need to look at all of our systems from bail reform and how we process data and having algorithms that are built for every single individual and not just a small group of people. And I also think we need to just look at how we are evaluating through a community accountability perspective. If you break the law as a police officer or you break the law as a community member, you need to be held accountable to your actions. And as a mayor, I would have to be held accountable as well. So I think we need complete community accountability from every single person within the process. And to start my administration, I would take the first 6 months and do something where I would bring all stakeholders from the community together to come to some sort of established methodology where we have a public safety coalition. So individualizing how we approach every police officer in every case, making sure we hold every single person accountable, and make sure we hold the community accountable as well. So I think we can do little things, maybe whether it's the New York Police Department to the New York Police Services. There's so many things that we can do that are small but great at the same time, because language matters. I think accountability matters, and I think how we approach these situations to understand every stakeholder's perspective will arrive us at the right conclusion.
All right, Mia, what did you think? Did you get a full understanding of that answer?
I was satisfied with the answer. I do have like a small follow-up because you did answer the second part of my question, but even like after the reform and everything that was so great that you mentioned, how do you plan on getting communities of color to still like trust the police and not be hesitant about calling them when they're in need of trouble, when they're in need of help?
Yeah, I think one thing that we have to do is have an open communication platform. So one thing that I plan on doing is using a two-way Amber Alert through your iPhone or your smartphone. And then community members can actually access the police or access community services in a seamless way. So I think having engagements, whether it's breaking bread or having meals with one another within every community. And I think community members should have full access to police officers in their community. And I think we'd be surprised to find out that some police officers are incredible people who are here to serve and protect us. And there are going to be some bad apples. It's just the way it is in life. And we have to keep those bad apples accountable. So.
We all good? I'm waiting for you, Mia. You okay? You can release us? All right, so this is the final of the questions for this round before we have an open dialogue between the youth and our candidates. And I'm going to ask this of candidate Vitaly Filipchenko. It's a question that I'm asking on behalf of Kyla James from the YWCA. And she would like to know, how do you plan on breaking the poverty trap?
Main question. I'm gonna have to focus because precision question was, I want to just get a little bit, because I was volunteer for auxiliary cops for 3 years and next door precinct, because most of the cops say, why are you doing this next door? We can get threat. No, because we have to change the system, because right now the NYPD cannot work in the same area where they live because it's a law. If we get involved, all these police officers who can work where they live, because if you're doing something wrong, the community gonna shame him. Because right now, if you've done something bad, he go into his different community, nobody care what he's doing it. I work in my community because I've given back to my community. And if I've done something wrong, I know will be shame my community, because can see me next day on the street, they can say like, you bad person. I think we have to change and focus on main stuff to change this law. All these officers allowed to work in the same community, get more involved, better know each other, and we can resolve all this problem with the black, brown communities. Because if you live next door and you know what's the problem in your community, I think it's the main question. Instead dividing police and a community, we have to unite it. We have to live together and work together. Stop dividing. It's my main issue, because it's a #1 question in New York right now.
And how do you think that's going to feed into eliminating poverty for New Yorkers?
Poverty, obviously, I don't have enough answer for this information, because I barely got invited 30 minutes ago. I don't have enough time to prepare, to be honest. I would like to skip for now these questions.
All right, you've been heard. So that is the end of the questions for the candidates by the youth. So I'm going to invite everyone into the room now. It's going to be, if the technology gods are with us, I'm looking at a lot of wonderful faces right now. Thank you all for being here again and really giving voice to so many of the concerns of the people who are going to be going to the polls, and some of us who are even too young to vote, but never too young to be political and active and organized and in touch with the people who are making the decisions that help shape our city. So this is an opportunity for open dialogue, and I'd sort of like to flip the script now. I know that a lot of the candidates get invited to a lot of things, and many of you were at lots of of things already this evening. It's a long road to the mayor's office. And in the service of that marathon, not a sprint, I wondered if any of you had questions that you would like to ask of the young people who are in the room. They've been asking you such great questions all night long, but I wonder what insights you would like to gain and take advantage of the young people in the room. So I'm looking for hands down here, any indication that any of our candidates, Mr. Donovan, I saw your hand go up first, and Mr. Chang, I see you over there. But Sean Donovan, you have a question you'd like to pose to the young people in the room?
So, Brian, I want to start with something that I've learned over my many years of working to rebuild communities in New York and across the country. One of the things I've learned that I think we have to change in New York is that you can predict the life chances, even the life expectancy of a kid by the zip code they grow up in. And so I've proposed completely changing the way we plan our communities to turn them into what I call 15-minute communities. And that means that within the front door where you live, you should have everything you need to get ahead, to have real opportunity within 15 minutes of your front door. So my question to the students is, what's the thing they would most want to have within 15 minutes of their front door that they don't have right now? What's the biggest thing they're missing in their lives close to home?
So I'm inviting anyone who wants to answer that to unmute for us right now. Within 15 minutes of your house, you got an impact zone there where you don't have to travel to be enriched. What should be within that 15-minute span of you opening your front door? Come on, people, 15 minutes from your front door. What do you want?
I think,
there you go.
I think something that would be important, especially now, are, I don't know how it would exactly be facilitated, but places where social workers can meet with younger children. I think something that the pandemic has certainly spiked and possibly caused an epidemic of sorts is the decline in mental health of students. I know that it has been very drastic for so many kids who were so academically inclined to now be trapped in an environment where, you know, they have other responsibilities that just aren't school related, whether it's taking care of their siblings or doing the chores. And so I think having those mental health facilities that are easy to access for them, that can allow them and give them the space to kind of express their grievances and get any help they need, whether it's therapy or, you know, anything of the sort. I think that's very important in today's climate.
Thank you for that. That was really insightful, and something we can never talk enough about, the mental health burden, especially as it relates to young people now. So jot that down, candidate Donovan. I'm looking at you, candidate Chang. You had a question there? Bring it to the young people.
Yeah, I did. Thank you so much, and for the opportunity. So I look ahead pretty far into the future, and I think, you know, to the year 2100, when your children will be alive and the seas will rise by 10 feet. And then I work backwards from that, because that will actually put hundreds of thousands of homes underwater, and it will put all of our power plants, our wastewater treatment plants, our airports underwater, and reconfigure the city. And so from where you guys sit right now, do you think this is too early to think about this problem? And do you think that the candidates for mayor should actually be thinking about how to address these climate changes ahead, given the radical transformation this might have for the city, and actually to maybe realize that 15-minute community that Sean likes to talk about and I admire? So just would love to hear what you guys think about that.
I definitely think that climate change and the impacts of the climate crisis are something that are Is there an echo or is it just, okay. Are definitely something that are a big priority, at least to me, because I know that when you look at all the, you see all the, like you look in the news and you see all the science and you see all about like how soon relatively we have to solve this. It is very, like it feels, even though it is 2100 is a far away year, it's not comparatively like the history of the earth, that's not that far away. And I'll also say I think that we saw with like the climate march and a lot of students walking out, it's not an issue that feels necessarily like small to a lot of people, that it is an issue that is very close. So I do think that it is something that if like that I like personally is something that I really want candidates to address. And it is very important to me that they include when they talk about their plans for New York City. Well, what are your plans to address the climate crisis? Because that is something that we will face in our lives, especially given that New York City is right on the water, and something like rising sea levels is, I live right by the water, like something like rising sea levels is definitely going to impact our city. It's going to impact everywhere, but particularly our city. So that is, I definitely want to see plans towards that included.
All right, thank you for being heard on that subject. Now, I saw Eddie Cullen's hand go up, and I saw Carlos Menchaca as well. So the floor is yours, Mr. Cullen, and you're on deck for next candidate, Menchaca.
So this has been a topic of conversations with students that I've had over the last couple of months. Ages 14 to 24, do you believe that your age group should be paid as interns rather than unpaid work? And if so, is there anything that we can do to make that happen?
So you're asking if they can make getting paid happen?
Or saying,
yes,
what is their
want to
perspective
get
on
paid.
paid
I'm going to
internships?
answer for the young people in the room. Yes, they think they should be paid for their internship. And I'm going to ask you how we can make that happen with the permission of the young people in the room. Yes?
Sounds good to me.
Taking the permission. So how can we pay young people for their internship opportunities?
Absolutely. So I think we should have public-private partnerships where we work with organizations like Microsoft, Google, or startups like Genius, and then build a curricular framework where we actually train teachers to work with industry and then actually pay those students through those corporations. I think one model that I really like is Cristo Rey. So I think having an opportunity for students to work maybe one day a week, or actually be in school Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then do that work. So I think we can do public-private partnership model where students are actually paid as interns. And I think it's important to me that students are paid for their work. So they're not volunteering. And I think there's a little bit of a gray area with that around a number of different states. So I think interns should be paid, ages 14 to 24. And I think we should really rely on the skills of the youth. I think they bring a lot to the table. So that's
so speaking of bringing something to the table, I saw Gabby's hand go up. Enlighten us, Gabby.
I actually have a question, but I also have an opinion about the paid internships. I think that students should be paid for their internships because we're not adults as yet, but we do have some responsibilities. Some people do want to have independence where they can pay for certain things by themselves. So with the opportunity to have a paid internship, you will be able to understand how to manage money and what it actually feels like to have your own money. And I have a question. What do you guys plan to, oh, you can't hear me?
We're good, we can hear you.
What do you guys plan to do to have more communities have access to fresh fruits and vegetables? Because a lot of people do not have access to this.
I got to answer.
Well, I would say quickly,
I know that's a
I think
passion
food
point
insecurity.
for at least a few of you in the room. Is there any person in particular you want to direct that question to as our time is waning?
No, I would like to hear from anyone.
So fresh fruits and vegetables, no more food deserts, no more food swamps. We want to advantage everyone with the opportunity to eat their way into good health. And I saw your hand go up. who is it? So just
Can you hear me?
Mr. Menchaca.
Well, I think Vitaly was going to go first, and I'll come right after him, if we can
All
keep
right.
it short.
Yes, thank you. First of all, these kids want to get money. We have to, from city, created community gardens who get training the kids to help to create all these foods. They can grow it and they can learn how to grow it and they can make extra money because they can sell it for own community, healthy food, all this organic stuff. It's a win-win situation. You learn, you make money, and you support your communities with fresh fruits. I think it's to be on the city. Stop focusing right now on a big corporate like Apple or whatever, get job with it. No, we have to give the money and help the small community. Don't focus on big corporate. Focus small community. City can pay you for learning. City can help you get veggie food and all this organic food. Stay to community. Stop spreading out. That's my opinion.
That's an innovative idea, getting young people employed in community gardens, paying them for their work, and making sure that food stays in the community and circulates. It's an idea. Councilmember candidate Menchaca, to you.
Yes. So I want to just address the food desert issue. I think this is partly a conversation around grocery stores. Grocery stores are closing across the entire city, and the city has been trying to figure out how to bring incentives to essentially bring more grocery stores. And so I think there's a lot more we can do there, and then ensure that the current grocery stores have good access to vegetables and fresh vegetables that are grown in the neighborhood. The idea of growing more in our neighborhood is important, and that's something that can happen through our schools. But the other piece is we just passed a piece of legislation in the council where we can actually bring more permits to vendors, so that vendors can actually bring those fruits and vegetables to directly to you, without having to have a brick and mortar like an actual store. We can have more vending, and so really working with all of you to make that happen. And there's this other great program with Grow NYC, and you can reach out to me afterward, where youth actually run and learn how to the business of running a market, a fresh fruits and vegetables market. And that's part of the things that we're funding at the city council to bring the concept of business into communities, but allowing the youth to manage it. And so those are all beautiful ideas that can bring all of those things together for you.
Thank you. That's your minute. And Mia, you are going to get in there with one of the last questions of the evening as we're running right up against our deadline. Or comment, Mia.
I have a question for Mr. Thomas Donovan, because you mentioned like the inequitable home situation. So my question is, like, one of the obvious issues that like is flooding New York City is homelessness, and I feel like it's painfully visible when you walk down any street or like get on any train. And as someone who goes to school in the city, I've noticed that some New York's poorest and wealthiest neighborhoods are like a train stop away from each other. So my question is, what policies will be formed to provide homes, jobs, healthcare, and mental health services to those who are most vulnerable to the effects of homelessness? And how will you involve socioeconomic equity within all of your policies regarding New York City?
That is a big question in 60 seconds, Mr. Donovan. It's Sean Donovan.
Absolutely. So the way we make sure we have equity in every policy is appoint the first ever chief equity officer for New York City that reports directly to the mayor. I would do that. I pledged to do that on the very day I announced to run. And I got to say, Mia, I am so moved by your question. When I was your age, growing up in this city, I saw homelessness exploding around me, and it made me mad. And I started asking myself, how can it be that we let homeless people sleep on our streets? And that put me to work. I started volunteering in a homeless shelter. You should go do that. I started working for the National Coalition for the Homeless. And guess what? I ended up running the homeless strategy for President Obama. And we made huge progress. And you know how we did that? We did it with something called supportive housing. It's much better than shelter. It's much better than sleeping on the street. It's housing that combines mental health services, substance abuse. It was invented here in New York City, and we don't have enough of it. And instead, we're spending $3 billion a year on shelters and hotels. but it's not working. We have to, I like to say all the time, we have to reimagine our right to shelter as a right to housing in New York City. I learned how to solve this problem across the country. We can do it here if we reimagine our right to shelter as a right to housing.
All right. Thank you for that. That is actually going to be just the end of this forum in this form, but we encourage you all. I know there was some questions and some hands that were up. Why don't you meet us in the Twitterverse or online so we can continue to hash this out? This is a generation I feel comfortable saying, let's take this online and we can continue this dialogue and make sure that you hashtag #BeHeardUs so we can keep up with the conversation. As I said, this is the end of this forum, but this is just the beginning. There are some 100 and I want to say 14 days until you get to choose your choice in a new and exciting way with ranked choice voting. We want to thank all of the candidates and all of you out there, and we encourage you to reach out to the candidates through their social media, and clips from this Be Heard Town Hall will be shared with Civics for All so more students can see this program during Civics Week, March 8th through 11th. Thank you to our partners at NYC Votes and all of our organizational partners, but a special thank you to the young people. You are the future viability of this city, and our primary is June 22nd, 2021, general election to come on November 2nd, 2021, and we'll see you at the polls. Bye now.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
What's the collective noun for anti-hero? A gang of anti-heroes?
Is it a murder of anti-heroes? A brood of anti-heroes? Oh, right. Who cares? From BRIC in downtown Brooklyn, I'm Mackenzie Bacon, and this is Glitter and Doom, a show about artists and cultural creators who are responding to the most pressing issues of our times. Maybe that was a controversial statement. I know my entire social circle was held in the thrall of TV shows like The Sopranos, Mad Men, and Breaking Bad. Shows that had you rooting for complicated men who did bad things, like very bad things, but still managed to be charming, sympathetic, and even lovable. You would watch these men cheat on their wives, traumatize their children, commit literal murder, and walk away thinking, isn't he compelling? And these shows were written by smart people, so there would always be backstory and rationale. Even if these anti-heroes had wonky moral compasses, they could always justify their bad choices. Doesn't that sound terrible? I mean, maybe it didn't back in 2010 when the world was full of hope and I didn't know what the word emoluments meant. But now? Especially when you have, like, Kevin Spacey playing one such complicated man who does bad things but isn't a villain, and then it turns out he's been accused of sexually assaulting teenage boys for decades. No, I'm sorry, that is a villain. And while the Kevin Spaceys of the world surely have their own stories full of pain and complexity, I'm just not interested in those being the stories that we hear all the time. Thank God for Jamie Attenberg. She's written 7 novels, and not a single one of them stars a male antihero. Her latest book, a family drama called All This Could Be Yours, does feature a Tony Soprano-like character as the patriarch of the family. But Attenberg puts him in a coma on the very first page and spends the rest of the book telling the stories of those he has abused. And she does it with both compassion and humor. I sat down with Jamie on the release date of All This Could Be Yours to talk about toxic masculinity, Me Too, and gender-neutral storage units. Jamie Attenberg.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Happy to be here.
You have a new book out, All This Could Be Yours.
Yes.
And this book is about a family. It takes place when the patriarch of this family, the Tuckmans, suffers a heart attack. And I guess in broad strokes, what happens from there?
So he has a heart attack, and he's like a very bad man. He's like a rich, bad man. In the first 2 pages, he has a heart attack, and he goes straight into a coma, where he remains for the rest of the book. So I sort of dispense with him in that way. And I really was more interested in the family members, and they all arrive, or some of them don't, but they arrive at his bedside in New Orleans, in a hospital in New Orleans, and they start to contend with this person. His wife, Barbara, his daughter, Alex, his daughter-in-law, Twyla, and he has a son, Gary, and they're all sort of dealing with this person dying who they didn't like very much. In fact, in some instances, loathe.
You call him a bad man, and this is a phrase that recurs throughout the book. And it's applied not only to him, but to other men as well. What is a bad man?
There's so many ways. A man could be bad.
It's
Where do
true.
I start? But
all the colors of the rainbow.
Right. But in this instance, he is, he's abusive. He is a criminal. He's sexist. He had a negative impact on his children, both male and female, in that way. Less the abuse part for his kids, but more about the way that he saw the world and the way that he tried to, consciously or not, impact them with his gaze.
You see his daughter, Alex, who is a mother, newly divorced, trying to grapple with men who are bad in different ways from her father, and how to teach her own daughter, who's a preteen as well, about how to deal with different types of men who are behaving badly.
There's a funny little run in the book where it talks about all the things that she's done in order to get her father out of her head, where she talks about reading feminist books and going to feminist awareness camps and things like that. And she has this moment, this long run of standing at his bedside and talking about all the bad things that he's done to her. And I think that she kind of represents a contemporary woman who, as much as we know things and as much as we're trying to fight off these voices in our head, there's still sort of this thing that kind of remains, this little thin sliver of the patriarchy that runs through us that we would like to get, excised completely. So I think it's impacted her sense of self. I think it's impacted the kinds of men that she chose to partner up with. But also she's still like a strong, confident person. And I kind of wanted to give her half a shot in the world. And I have complicated feelings about her, but I do like her, and I do have hope for her.
It feels like the patriarch of this family, Victor, the bad man, is in many ways a stand-in for the patriarchy writ large, and that nobody who he touches gets out unscathed.
Yes, that is correct. I don't know how else
Thank you. We'll just end the interview there.
We'll just end the interview there. Correct. Let's burn it all down. I mean, yeah, let me just preface this by saying that all of my books are character-driven. They do not work if the characters don't work. So whatever my political viewpoint is, it's not that it doesn't matter, but first and foremost, I hear characters talking to me. I want to know more about them. I'm interested in their flaws. I'm interested in figuring out how to be compassionate towards them. I'm building a relationship with them as I write a book. What's going on in, outside in the world is always going to filter its way into my work. And I always have strong female protagonists. And I have a long history of having men being shitty to women in my books and really trying to process it. And so this is not my first book that I've talked about these matters at all, but it's perhaps the most head-on that I've taken it. And I really did want to know how this toxic male impacted them. So it's really about the impact, and it's less about, I'm just so uninterested in him. But I do give him attention. But I'm like, I don't want to give you too much attention. Like, you already get so much. You already suck up so much attention. So, like, what does a book look like where we give them the least amount of attention and we really just stick to what the future is going to be?
Bam, you're in a coma from page 1.
You're in a coma. Goodbye. We'll see you later.
Wouldn't that be nice if you just had that power in real life?
Listen, there was a little bit of wish fulfillment going on in this book. And I felt sort of weird about it. And then I thought, if not here, then where?
It's literally fiction.
It's literally fiction, and also it's my freaking book. I try to be as realistic as possible, and I don't think there's anything in this book that's unrealistic. There isn't a moment in the book where the hospital floor opens up and he gets thrown down to devil comes up and takes him or something like that. That's not what it is. That's not what's happening in this book. But all my books, every piece of art is political,
I think so.
Don't you think so?
I think so, but I think that some artists are like, no, my art isn't political. My art is pure aesthetic.
No, that's not me. Because it all filters in through you, whether you know it or not. Whether you're consciously choosing to call your character a very bad man, which I do on page 1, or not. It's in you. It's in you. And if you're not letting that core instinct come out in your work, I'm guessing it's not that great work.
Do you ever get that critique from people where it's like, why do you have to write something so political?
No, I don't think so. I feel like people can connect, all different kinds of people can connect to it because it's, because even if you're not like Barbara, who is married to Victor, who likes all of her shiny objects, and she's definitely just a cold materialistic kind of person. Even if you're not like that, you probably know someone like that. I've had so many people read this book and say, that is my stepmother, or even that's my mother, or I know it's my aunt, or someone like that.
I want to stick with Barbara for a little bit and ask you if you wouldn't mind reading a little bit from the book. So this is a chapter that deals with Barbara, the matriarch of the family, whose husband Victor is in the hospital.
Okay, this is a good one.
Thanks.
Appropriate.
I don't know why I just said thanks as if I wrote it.
No, I mean a good selection. I meant a good selection.
Right.
I like it, but also that was appropriate. Her daughter wanted to know the truth. Did she now? She checked her step count as a means of distraction from this particular issue in her life. 12,000 steps so far today, this day of mortality. And then that moment was over. Back to her daughter. The steps couldn't save her from all this thinking and feeling that needed to be done. She thought, what good would it do you, Alex, to learn all of your father's flaws, his crimes, his mistakes? What would be the point of it? To know anyone's weaknesses that had never helped Barbara in any way, to know their strengths, what they had to offer her, how they could surround her with things she desired, how they could shield her from the world. Those were the things worth knowing about a person. She continued to walk the rectangular path of the hospital floor, thin and pretty, pretty and thin, her mantra as she walked, one she'd repeated for decades. Where it came from precisely, she was unsure, only that it had been there for so long it was too late to shake it now. All she knew was if she kept moving, perhaps she would arrive there, at that destination, pretty and thin. Oh, Barbara.
Oh, Barbara.
How did you feel about Barbara?
I mean, you treat your characters with such a great deal of compassion and generosity that I think, as someone reading the book, you're inspired to do the same. which I was grateful for because she is kind of a frosty bitch.
Yeah.
But I appreciated that you helped me see the redeemable qualities in her and that she ultimately was a victim. She was a victim her entire life.
Do you think so? You don't think she was complicit?
I mean, I guess this is a larger question that I have is we tend to judge women who are with bad men harshly.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Melania a lot.
Ugh, do I have to? I was really thinking about all those white women that voted for Donald Trump, and it was a problem that was in the back of my mind. I was obviously furious. How do I understand them, right? Like if I'm not gonna just call them flat out racist, right? Like giving them perhaps the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm.
What else is going on there? And so that was kind of part of the journey of this book. What else is going on besides racism? Isn't that a terrible thing to say? Racism is just enough anyway, but if there are people out there, and this is a Jewish family too, if there are people out there who would not describe themselves as racist, but still voted for Donald Trump, because there were plenty of people who said that was the case for them. What's going on there? To me, it was about wanting to keep all your stuff, and that's kind of was my starting point. I mean, this book is totally about capitalism, so I just kind of explored it from there.
She's made a deal with the devil in order to have a quote-unquote nice life.
Yes.
Meanwhile, she's getting the shit kicked out of her.
Right, and she's totally miserable.
Right.
Very complicated. I mean, I think I did treat her with compassion, but at the end of it, I still don't really actually like her very much. I want people to read the book and have their own understanding of the book, and maybe they do like her, and maybe they say, oh, it does remind me of my stepmother, who I've made my peace with.
Mm-hmm.
Because I also think, based on some of the press that I've done, people that I've talked to, they've just been like, oh, this is my family. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to talk to them. We've really hit the wall. So many people are hitting the wall right now with their families if they don't agree with them on politics. It's just so much more volatile right now than I've seen in my lifetime. I don't know how you feel about it.
Certainly.
That's actually a privilege that they can say, I have financial security. I have had an education. I have somehow within me enough confidence to know that I can walk away from this family. I'm independent, and that they can walk away from it. I mean, that's like why why writing about family is amazing for a writer, because you can just write about America so easily. You can just deposit America. There's just enough. You just can keep adding family members if you choose.
America's sort of like one big fucked up family.
Oh, for sure. But everywhere is. Everywhere is, yeah.
This occurs in the past, where Barbara's mother, who her kids are very attached to, and who basically raised them and tried to protect her grandkids from their terrible father.
Yes.
She passes away, and they're grieving, and it enrages their father. And Barbara says to her husband, I'm sorry that our children don't know the right way to be sad.
God, that's so fucked up.
Yeah, what is the right way to be sad for Barbara and for Victor?
To not be sad. To just be, I mean, they meet sitting Shiva, and they're very wry. They have a very shared sensibility that this is all just, it will be over soon.
He jokes about killing her father for her while sitting Shiva.
Honestly, it's a very funny line. So
I love a man with a sense of humor.
I love a man with a sense of humor. Yeah. Yeah, they're not. Victor is like a very cynical about life in general. I think he thinks about things like he's wearing a skin suit, and then eventually it's just like you die, and then the skin suit goes away, and then you're just dead. And he's a mercenary. He's just going to take whatever he wants in this life.
One thing that I really liked about Victor was that everybody else has the luxury of having a backstory, but he doesn't really get one. Like he
gets like a little one.
A little bit, but he kind of arrives in our lap already a bad man.
Yeah. I just don't care what his backstory is. It doesn't matter to me. I could outline with you the 6 points in the book that I made sure to give him a backstory. So I knew that I'd done my job as a writer. But generally what I'm trying to say is, like, we know enough about who these men are. And you swap in, you could swap in a million details, but you would eventually get the same kind of story out of it. And it's enough. I don't care. I'm done listening. They've talked my ear off. you know, they're talking everyone's ear off, and it doesn't matter to me.
I'm sure they'd like to explain to you.
Like, sure, the story of their lives.
Yeah.
They're fascinating, fascinating men. I remember when I was in college, I worked at a country club in the summer, and I don't think I knew that that's how men were until that experience. Every single one of those men would just say to me, "Oh, are you going to write a book about us?" And I was like, "You are the least interesting person I've ever met in my entire life." And it was like an entire summer of men just telling you how fascinating their lives were, right? It was like a big turning point. So I think I know. I got it.
Right.
I know who these men are.
Look,
And
ultimately, you did sort of write a book about them.
Yeah.
In some ways.
In a coma.
Yeah, exactly. Put all of those men in the country club in a collective coma.
Yeah.
I want to come back to the excerpt that we had you read, because there's a lot about bodies in this book and women and their relationship to their own bodies. So Barbara, who is called Barbie by her husband, her mantra is pretty and thin and pretty. Towards the end, her husband comes on to her again sexually, and she says to herself, "This flesh exists, and thus you do too." And she seems to have reduced herself in many ways to a body, to a thin body and a pretty body. How does this impact her daughter and her granddaughters?
I mean, they're just fighting it off. Alex is trying to figure out how to view her body, and is pretty good about viewing her body as a source of strength, and something that will that will get her from place to place, and will give her energy, and will help her to be a good mother if she feels good about her body, and strong in the face of whatever's happening with her father. All of those things. I mean, before she goes to visit her father, she goes to the gym, right? She gets her energy up by going to the gym. She gets that little rush going to the gym. So I think she's done a really good job of it, but she talks about it and thinks about it, and I felt like it was an important conversation for a character to have. I hadn't written that conversation before. Definitely Alex, I think she's just trying to make sure that whatever her father did, she does not want to carry it with her anymore, and she definitely does not want to pass it on to her daughter.
There's a moment when she has a sexual encounter with a man in New Orleans, a pretty anonymous encounter, and he grabs her ass, and he mentions like, "Oh, like keeping it tight." And she...
Did you laugh? I laughed so hard when I was writing that.
I did laugh, because also then it goes into her interior monologue, which is like, "I'm not keeping it tight for you, brah. Like, I'm keeping it tight for me so I can live a long and healthy life."
Yeah.
But then what she says is like thanks.
Yeah, she's just like, just shut up and say thank you so I can get to wherever I'm going to get to with this guy. Yeah, I'm glad that you picked up on that, because I wanted to show her struggle. But she grew up in a house with a man who had like a garage full of porn magazines. Not porn magazines behind the cupboard, but porn magazines just out in the garage. So that impacts the way that you see yourself.
And the one major act of violence, she's mostly spared, her brother is not, but the one major act of violence that he commits against his daughter is related to her weight, right? It's when she goes through a chubby phase and he comments on it.
Yeah.
And she lashes back. And
yeah, she comments on his appearance. It's a lot, I think, in America to fight against the images that we see. But I think the kids today are doing all right. I'm about to be 48 next week, and I feel like it's so different now than it was when I was growing up. So it gives me like a lot of hope, and I feel like the younger generation in this book has a lot of hope.
You really feel that too, and this is sort of the afterword, when the youngest generation of the family, these two female cousins, are reconnecting as young adults. And it really feels like, yeah, they're going through their own shit, but that they're going to be okay.
Yes.
That they've somehow managed to disrupt this cycle of family violence and trauma. How do we do that?
I don't know. We talk, right? We talk. We don't assume anything. I'm not a parent, so I don't know. But we write, we make art, I think, that discusses it or moves beyond it. We have to make things that look like the world that we want it to be.
Right.
And that's, I mean, at least as artists, I think that's how we start. I mean, I always have strong female protagonists. Complicated, flawed, but strong female protagonists. You'll never catch me having a book that stars a man. And even if this book is about a bad man, it's really not at all.
I want to ask about the cover of this book, which is a storage unit.
Yes.
The storage unit is actually a plot point. It's also a metaphor.
Yes.
Family
secrets.
I'm curious about Your last book, All Grown Up, had more of a like quote unquote cover for women, right? Much has been written about like covers for men, covers for women.
I've had all kinds of covers. I have lots of thoughts on covers. I have 7 books worth of covers and paperback covers and foreign covers and things like that. I mean, it was the UK cover and we used it here, and my editor said to me, this cover is a winner, but I think if I had to do it over again, I wouldn't have had that cover. But it like looked a little too fun or something, or I don't know. I mean, I guess you're saying it's like a women's cover. I thought it was, I don't know. I trusted, I mean, it worked to a certain extent, but it also meant that men were probably not going to pick it up.
Well, and that's my question was, is that in the back of your mind when you're designing this cover, for example?
So I said to them, one of my requirements was that there would be no woman on this cover. I said, you figure it out, but we're not having a woman on a cover again, because you get put in a box. You automatically get reviewed by women, automatically, which I love women. I want them to review it, but I also know that there's a difference that comes and I want to have a balance. This book, I did not really get a lot of coverage in women's magazines. But I did get more kinds of coverage. I mean, I want coverage in all the magazines, but I also don't want to prevent anyone from reading my work. And I don't want to lie to a woman who's going to pick up that book and think that it's going to be a fun, rollicky ride. You know, I mean, it's funny. It's a funny book, but it's also like a very dark book too. You know?
Well, also, I hope that men do read this book, and I know that it's hard to get men
this
to
book
read
any book. Please read a damn book.
Read a book.
Yeah.
Read a book, but especially read a book with a female protagonist. And one that talks about toxic masculinity and cycles of violence. But I feel like, guys are so turned off by that.
Don't want to make a sweeping generalization here, but I feel like men who don't read a lot of fiction, because men tend to read nonfiction, that is a fact. Men who will read fiction will read maybe one novel a month or one novel every 2 months, and it's not going to be the lady on the cover book.
Right. But I also feel like we're talking about having to trick men into consuming art that is about shitty men.
Okay, but that's how marketing works. That's not really a big surprise.
No, but I think that it is, I think that it is crucial that men engage with this topic that is unpleasant and that women have to engage with all the time.
My last book, I really, I wished so many men had read that book. I was like, here is a very incredibly female experience through all the stages of her life. And I would have loved to put that book into hands of so many men and say, maybe you could just try to understand what it's like for a second out there for us.
It's a slim volume.
Yes. It's fast, guys. It's a fast read.
In the end, and as long as we're talking about the plot, what brings him low is not all of the illegal activity that we've been told throughout the book that he is definitely up to, but it's sexual harassment. It tickled me.
Yeah.
But also, do you feel like
Do you think that's wish fulfillment?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's happening more. I mean, I wrote it started in November 2017 and finished it summer of 2018. So there was a lot of that was going on. I did want him to sort of get taken down by women rather than criminal
tax
courts.
code.
Right. Tax code's boring. Although I will take whatever we can do to take these people. I'll take whatever. Yeah. Tax code takes too long.
Was Kavanaugh happening at all while you were writing? Was that the time frame?
Kavanaugh was summer. I had finished it mostly. I watched Kavanaugh hearings in Italy, actually. I was on tour, and I had 2 days off. And I was like, well, I guess one of my days off is sitting in this Airbnb in Sicily and watching and crying everything
Thanks
that's
a
going on.
fucking lot, Brett.
Yeah.
Could be on the beach.
Yeah, right. But Kavanaugh is playing into. I'm doing my next book is nonfiction, so he's playing, and that is also in part about bad men in a way. It's about ghosts, but it's also about bad men. I don't know if you're on Twitter or not on Twitter. You might be a saner person if you're not on Twitter. But when all the Me Too stuff happened, it was just this insane experience online, where every single person I knew on my feed that was a woman was, because the men all kept their mouths shut, was sharing their experience. And so it was just days of saying, I'm so sorry that happened to you. I'm so sorry that happened to you, over and over and over again, or feeling that way, and just being very, very sad for a long time. I know that Me Too was uplifting, or not uplifting, but energizing, I should say, for some people, but it was also like a massive traumatic experience, I think. And because everyone was reliving everything over and over and over again. And so I had a moment where I sat down. I haven't said this in any interviews, but I sat down and I wrote every morning in a journal. Like, it exists. There's this book that I should probably just burn, but it was like every terrible thing that a man has ever done to me that existed in one book, which is like, I've been getting sexually harassed for 30 years of my life, because I'm 47, and it certainly started when I was 15 or 16. It still happens to this day. It still happens. I'll walk down the street and somebody will say something to me. 30 years of it. Like, it's just so, I mean, I didn't think of it as 30 years until very recently, because it was happening. Something happened, and I just thought, how am I not done with this yet? Like, and so I wrote down as much as I could remember, and how I thought it had impacted me, because I couldn't go any further with anything that I was working on until I did that. And I really believe that you make the art that's right in front of your face, and then you move on. But and maybe you don't do anything with that art. And this wasn't even art; it was just cleansing, I guess. And I did that before I ever started this book. I wanted to see if there was any wisdom that I gained, anything I'd learned. And so maybe in a couple places it's filtered into this book, maybe through Alex more than anything else. Even though I'm not her, but I think that there's that feeling of not being able to escape it no matter what you do.
Was it hard for you to remember all of those moments, especially ones that were decades old? I mean, I guess speaking personally, the Me Too movement has helped me realize that there were many moments that I neatly tucked away, or,
of course,
said weren't a big deal, that obviously were sexual harassment. Was it hard to recall those and dredge those back up?
No, I remember. I mean, I put them away, but we just live with it. But I think that women, because it happens to us so much, we're just like, all right, moving on. I don't feel like dealing with this. Or it's like another guy said something super fucked up to me on the street. It's Tuesday. Of course somebody said something. But like all those, there's an accrual. There's an accrual in it, and it definitely takes its toll. And so we build these little defenses against it so that we can live our life. But I actually think that we do need to acknowledge it from time to time. We can't let it take over our lives. That's the fight. Women are like fighting for their lives and their personal strength and confidence and sanity every single day of our lives. We're doing it all the time, and it's not a thing that men are asked to do, ever. I mean, sometimes, but really not ever, not in the way that we are, where we're targeted all the time.
Right.
So we build up, we take care of ourselves so that we can function in the world. But every once in a while, the dam has to break, I think.
And women are literally fighting for their lives.
Fighting their lives, not just, yes,
absolutely,
all the time.
Right.
Every day, we're fighting for our lives in a way that men will never, ever have to.
Jamie Attenberg, thank you so much for joining me today. The book is All This Could Be Yours. It's out wherever you get your
Please
books.
buy 1,000 copies of it. Thank you.
Okay, that's the show for today. Thank you so much for watching. And if you are seeing this on television, a reminder that Glitter and Doom is also, and perhaps primarily, a podcast. There are elements on the podcast that you can't see on the broadcast version, so find it wherever you listen.
When I DJ, it feels like electric. It's almost like I have my fingers on a ball of energy, and the energy is like an exchange between the audience and each other and myself. It feels pretty amazing.
So good, you know. It's a Tuesday night in Bushwick.
Oh yeah.
As the invitation said.
Yeah, so we're gonna be doing some celebrating. It's insane to have a law that stops you from dancing. You know, that seems like that should be a human right. Like you should be able to dance wherever you want to dance.
The cabaret law was introduced back in the late 20s during Prohibition to go after establishments that were actually selling alcohol at a time where alcohol was illegal. After Prohibition, administrations at the time were using it during the 30s and 40s during the Harlem Jazz Renaissance to go after jazz clubs that were heavily patroned by people of color because one, they didn't want any intermingling. There were a lot of white folks who were going to the jazz clubs. And two, they just see those venues as nuisance venues. If you were a musician, you had to carry a cabaret card. It was the black musicians that would lose their cabaret card for committing misdemeanor crimes, probably using drugs or getting involved in fights. That was used as a way to keep them out of the scene.
The cabaret law definitely affected me. In 2010, I was a venue owner. I owned a DIY warehouse space in Greenpoint. Eventually, the cops got wind of it, and they would use the cabaret law as an excuse to get inside. They were like, "Where's your cabaret license?" And we were like, "We don't have one." And they were like, "Well, we know people. You know, we hear the music. We know people are dancing." They'd come in, and then they'd start arresting people if they found them doing anything they weren't supposed to be doing. You could see them immediately go towards the people of color and target them. Eventually, we had to close down because of that problem.
People argue that the cabaret law was just a checklist to make sure that you have all of your ducks in order to be able to be an operating safe club. The word on the street was that the law was actually still being used to crack down on music venues, and more often than not, venues patroned by people of color, patroned by artists, and patroned by the LGBT community. If you go back to 2015 and look at all of the bars that were cited with violations for dancing, they were all in those communities that I just mentioned. On October 31st, we finally were able to get the bill to the city chamber's floor. I'm proud to say that we had the support that were needed in order to get this passed, and that support became possible through the help of the grassroots organizers. We packed the room with hundreds of New York City's artists and nightlife operators.
A bunch of friends of mine were involved in repealing it. I attended 2 court hearings, so I was definitely involved in whatever way I could be.
And these are the same people that I remember being in my 20s hanging out with, or the same kind of community. I was able to tap into that resource and work with them to put pressure around the city. And the city actually saw for the first time publicly that there is real support behind us. When I introduced the bill to repeal the cabaret law, I also took on the efforts to create the Office of Nightlife that's going to be dedicated to repairing relationships between the venues, the communities, and work with them to be able to navigate all of the city's onerous laws, but also give nightlife a voice.
It's really like a house full of artists and creatives, and we're all different and crazy and talented, and it's a really great family. Right this way.
New York City's nightlife is a vital part of our city's identity. It's a space where no matter who you are or where you're from, you're able to go out and really fully express yourself. And it's a space where you get to disconnect from the social constructs that are in place and be who you are without feeling that there's someone watching over your head. The repeal of the cabaret law is a signal to all New Yorkers that when they go out and they listen to their favorite song on the jukebox, or if the DJ is playing your favorite song, you shouldn't be afraid of getting up and dancing.
There are many ways to be civically engaged. It doesn't stop at voting and protesting, although those things are very important and everyone should do them. Positively contributing to change in your own neighborhood that is being led by a member of your own community is an important step towards building civic strength.
I used to work for somebody doing accounting, and I got interested on how bicycles makes people happy, believe it or not. I don't sell bicycles or do anything else. I only do repairs because I believe we can save the world and we can do better if we just use what we have and repair it.
IOB is a nonprofit crowdfunding platform, and we use crowdfunding as a community development tool. Our name stands for In Our Backyards, which is the positive opposite of NIMBY. So we believe that neighborhood residents have the tools, the skills, and the knowledge they need to make positive change where they live, and we give them the resources and training and platform to do so. Sandra is a natural leader in her community. She owns a bike shop. She is well known in the neighborhood, and she had this wonderful idea that came to her that she wanted to fundraise around.
I do marathons, so I train in the park every morning. And one day I was running and I was approaching the big hill, and I noticed a wheelchair with a kid inside. For a second, I just heard this laugh coming down the hill, and it was this little kid in a 16-inch bike riding and telling his father how happy he was going down the hill. So the kid in the wheelchair looked at the kid and almost come off of the wheelchair because he was so excited to hear this laugh. I will say that both of them were almost the same age. And it just broke my heart just to see how the difference between these two kids, the same age, just the difference was that one was in a wheelchair and one was on a bicycle. And that's how adaptability started.
Sandra came to us with a really great idea, this idea for adaptive bikes for youth in the community, and they had a funding need. She just wasn't sure where to go from there. They needed an easy way to share their goals and their project with their community, and then then what, right? Like what am I supposed to do after that story is posted online? And so we set up a call. Yeah, you can post an update and add a picture. A lot of folks think that crowdfunding is really easy. You just have to put a couple pictures up, post a few sentences about their need online, and the dollars will just come rolling in, and that's just simply not the fact. I provide technical assistance to Sandra as she needs it. She's very busy, and so running the shop 7 days a week, and I'm here to help with any sort of technical assistance that she may need along the way. And I'm also here to help when she's identified an opportunity in the community, like a storytelling point. I'm also here to help her leverage the crowdfunding campaign and implement a strategy that can help get the word out to an even broader network.
So his bicycle has a lot of things. He has like straps to hold his legs, his arms. He has to hold his head because he has kind of like
Actually, IOB is functioning as her fiscal sponsor. Because Sandra's project is a public benefit project, she wanted to be able to raise tax-deductible dollars, and that's one of the reasons she came to IOB.
They have an awesome system. And once you sign in and you present your project, you get approved for it, they keep motivating you to keep going. The next thing that you need to do.
A lot of what we do is train people and give people the tools that they need to become comfortable asking for small donations from within their community.
We have a program. We take donations, so we have a company that do custom-built bicycles. And what it is we pick a child that has disabilities, and we donate the bicycle to them.
What we found is that, even if someone only gets $5 out of someone that they ask, what's actually built is, something on the asker side.
Adaptability, that's the name of the program. You can click in there, and it will take you to the site where you can donate. or you can go to IOBY.
They gain confidence in their ability to bring in funding, and on the donor side, it's contributing something positive to, you know, a project in their own community. So actually what's exchanged is more than just $5.
I had a little girl that came with her savings. She says, oh, I saved my whole week of lunch money to give it. So it broke my heart. I was like, oh my God.
One of the things that we've found works best with crowdfunding is the more tangible your project can be, the better.
Tell me when Diego's gonna get his bike.
We're hoping for next week. The bicycle will be here. Cool. Once we put it together, we're gonna contact his family and we're gonna have everybody here to give him the bicycle. We are gonna do a new update on the site.
Sandra's doing a really, really great job with their fundraising. They're leveraging the community relationships that they've been building to drive a lot of traffic to the page, to get donors to get engaged with the online fundraising effort. They've just been doing a really fabulous job getting local media attention and sharing news and updates along the way. We advocate building relationships through storytelling during a crowdfunding campaign, not just asking folks for money over and over again. And so we could really see that Sandra is doing, you know, all of the right things, following up with folks, sharing the news and updates, and really engaging people with the story of bringing this bike to the youth.
Today is our special day and we are giving our first adaptability bike out. And we are just waiting for Diego.
So the project that I've been working on for the last year and a half is a photojournalism project about the lives of Chinese takeout and restaurant workers here in New York. I started talking to people in Brooklyn because I live here in Crown Heights. When I had just moved here, I realized how popular Chinese takeout was. I mean, of course, I always knew it was popular in America, but I had never lived in a place where there was a Chinese takeout on every block. So I was really fascinated about how it's so much a part of American culture, yet we don't often think about the people who work in the industry, or we might not even think of them as Americans, but they have come to America to kind of to change their lives, and to oftentimes they're looking to have their own American dream here. And so I'm half Chinese, and I grew up in California around like a lot of Chinese Americans and Asians. When I started this project, it was, you know, out of a personal interest to know what the lives of restaurant and takeout workers are like. But in the process, I started to ask more questions about my own family history. And I actually learned, which I had never heard before, that my great-grandfather, who came to the US in 1915 from Toisan, China, at one point actually owned and operated a Chinese restaurant in Los Angeles, Chinatown. And I mean, it should have been, to some extent, almost every Chinese immigrant family that comes here has some connection to the food industry. But it really surprised me that that was part of my own family history and made the project a lot more meaningful. Hey, ni hao. As I said, when I started this project, I just started walking into Chinese takeouts in my neighborhood, and probably the most popular and visible takeout that I see almost every day if you walk down Franklin Avenue in Crown Heights is Happy Walk.
因为你不能来我的照片展览，我要给你你的照片。是这怎么样？
很好，很漂亮。
那你觉得做饭给美国人中国餐怎么样？
很好，很高兴。
很高兴。那你决定来美国的时候，你为什么要来？
生活。
生活。
对呀，那个时候我来的时候，中国一天才赚5块钱。我88年来的，中国才赚5、6块钱。对不对？来了美国可以多赚一点钱。
It is a lot of hard work standing in a kitchen with a hot wok, with knives, you know, there are occupational hazards. So I wanted to better understand that experience.
对，一开始的打工呢，也是做十几个钟头，一天就是赚50、60块钱。还要受那个做工的人气呀、师傅气，哎呀，好辛苦的，反正慢慢的熬出来。
One of the things that surprised me too is that a lot of people will tell you, yes, it's 很辛苦, it's a very hard, bitter work that we have to do.
那时候给人家打工打多久啊？
几年嘛。
然后就存了钱，
存了钱就开了餐馆。那星期老婆来了，回到大陆结婚。那星期老婆来，想办法辛苦。
But at the same time, they recognize the benefits, and the reason why they're here was for a better life, for a better opportunity, especially for their children if they have families. So I have an exhibition now of the photography and the stories of the different people that I've interviewed and photographed, and also tell others about some of the issues that workers face within the industry that have not been talked about in mainstream media. So for example, there's an e-bike ban in New York State, which means a lot of delivery workers are working less or have less mobility because they're no longer able to use e-bikes. And that's kind of a very divisive issue among different New Yorkers. And so one of the things that's been really great about the show is having people come in and actually spend the time reading about the issues. But now that I have gone through the process of creating the show with specific photographs and stories to go with them, I'd really love to see it travel. So I do hope to potentially pitch it to other galleries or institutions across the country. It'd be great to just widen the scope in terms of who we can reach with the show.
Edibles can be a lot of fun. I think that they can be used for medicinal purposes. I think that cannabis consumption in edibles is this, burgeoning new field, but it's also been going on for thousands of years.
I got started when I was in college. I paid for school out of pocket. I did have a job on the side as well, but in order to pay for tuition, I just ended up having a source for weed, so why not make pastries?
This is really not something new, but the ways in which edibles are being displayed and created, it's this whole new world. And so it's really fascinating to go to legal states and see where these ganjapreneurs are taking medical cannabis. It's not just pot brownies and cookies anymore. It's really gourmet chocolates and candies, and that it's not just about getting high, it's about healing ourselves.
Joyce is pretty much the same process as the peanut butter cups. Pretty much throw everything into your bowl and then you mix it. So if someone wants a custom order or anything that isn't off my basic menu, if you will, first question is it just for you or is it for other people?
The approximate cost of an edible is really far-reaching. It could be anywhere from $10 to $60. I think it's a matter of quantity and then also quality too.
how much are you willing to spend? That's the second question, because most people don't realize how expensive it is, especially when you increase the dosage. All the normal questions, just also confirming how many people want to get stoned and how stoned you want them to be.
There's these cannabis dinners, and there's people who are offering 9-course gourmet meals.
I wanted to bring people together in a very intimate atmosphere over a shared experience. So we call this the art of social dining. So it's not really just like we're cannabis chefs. We actually don't even like to be called cannabis chefs. We actually just love to cook, to entertain, and to hang out with great people. So this whole experience started by Sunday night dinners with me and my wife, me and friends, inviting a couple people over. That turned into people going, I could bring somebody else. Then somebody offered us their common area in their building, and then we started doing small dinner parties. We're doing our kind of play on a surf and turf menu. So we did like a deconstructed salad, a wedge salad with some prosciutto, some walnuts, some pears, some French, some fresh textures, some crunchy textures, some sweet, sour, bitter, all of that. For this one, we infused the buttermilk ranch dressing with a little bit of our extra virgin olive oil. So a lot of the times people look at us and they go, oh, you guys are a cannabis chef and that's all you guys kind of really do. But it's really kind of the opposite. What we do is responsible consumption through proper dosing. It's really kind of reintroducing people to a relationship we believe people had with the plant when it was first put onto this planet.
New York decided to pass the New York Compassionate Care Act.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Are you Trey?
Yeah, you have that?
The flesh, baby.
Not really what I expected.
Yeah? Yo, I'm an entrepreneur. Just carrying that bag, trying to get that guap, boy.
Why you talking like that?
Talking like what?
Like that. Oh, forget it. You got that cash?
Yeah? Yo, you got that?
Yeah. Cash? Moolah? Dinero?
Yeah, of course. Yo, chill. Yo, hold on a second.
You serious?
Dead ass, boy.
Fuck!
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going pro for all white. Cause she love my all white. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait.
Why do I keep low when my checks on new dish?
Feels good to be back in good old Brooklyn, USA. The place that made me. Does it feel good to be back in Brooklyn?
Yeah, feels okay.
I have a good feeling about this.
Me too. I mean, they did not deserve you at that other place. Taking all your creative and your ideas and then using it as their own and then taking credit for it. No. This is gonna be good. Look, I know that you are going to be like the Steve Jobs of all things kicks and mobile apps and sneaker blogs, etc., etc., etc. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay.
You until all that happens, I gotta get this store up and running by next week.
And I think you can do it, babe.
Ava's gonna love Brooklyn.
I hope so. I mean, she was just starting to make friends, and then we up and moved.
She's
so
gonna make a ton of friends here. Trust me. Have I ever steered you wrong? Okay, besides that time.
All right, fine.
Where you going?
I'm about to go by a Darren spot. Then I gotta go meet this dude, sell him a pair of dunks. I'm trying to save up and cop the band ones.
New sneakers? You just got the ones you have on.
And I need those band ones.
Maybe if you start spending all your money on sneakers, we can have our own apartment together.
If again?
I don't want to have to worry about one of my roommates cooking scrambled eggs in her underwear again.
She do got a nice. I'm kidding.
Well, I'm not. Jay, I've been thinking about the next level in our relationship. Saving, building a life together, you know?
Okay. You save, and whatever money I have left over after I sell these sneakers, I'll put in the savings fund.
I'm really starting to think you care more about your sneakers than you care about me.
That's not true. Like, you're not gonna make me choose, are you?
I don't even believe we're having this conversation.
Come on, you know you only with me because I wear these sneakers.
That has nothing to do with it.
So you talk to me if I had on a pair of bum-ass Pro-Cats.
What are Pro-Cats?
My point exactly. I see you, babe.
Franklin, take your hat off in the house.
Nah, you made me miscount.
What are you doing with all that money?
I'm a businessman, ma. Jeez.
Don't be fresh. Look at you. Where are those chubby cheeks I fell in love with at the adoption agency, huh? Where are you going?
I'm gonna hang out with some friends. We're gonna play some video games.
Okay, have fun. Play nice.
really coming along great, D.
Getting there. We should be ready to open by next week.
How's Cassandra?
Good.
I know moving back to Brooklyn was the last thing she was thinking.
She believes in the dream, little bro. We need to get you one of those.
Yo, so since we open it next week, we gotta throw a dope opening bash.
You know I ain't about all that. We gonna open the shop without all that fanfare. It's about the kicks.
These days it's about the hype.
Facts.
Let me get up out of here.
Where you going now?
Yeah, I'll be back. I gotta go meet this dude to sell him these new Jordan SBs. Trying to cop the band ones.
Well, thanks for all your help.
Anytime, bro.
Yo, be careful.
I got this.
Be here tomorrow. Early.
All right.
Trey, I'm serious.
All right.
Are you Trey?
Yeah, you ever die?
The flesh, baby.
Here's to new possibilities. I left Brooklyn a prince, and I'm returning the king. King of the world.
Oh! My bad, bro.
Yo! Yo!
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, but first she told him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet. Pretty laces.
Your mom's home though? She not home?
You know this is a job interview, right?
Oh, hold on, man.
So I'm here for the job or whatever, but let me tell you about Peaches. Peaches don't do mornings, because if she don't get her good 10 hours, she's a bitch, and you really wouldn't like Peaches in bitch mode.
I could change my ways. I could be a nighttime pimp.
Who doesn't love kicks? I mean, nothing like some skinny jeans and a fresh pair of J's.
No, I could work any day of the week. It's just I prefer to be here every Saturday because that's when the J's come out. You know, just put the 10.5 to the side. You ain't got to pay me. You know, I don't want anything but the shoes.
Peaches, I don't know if this is the job for you.
You don't want Peaches? No? Fine, then Peaches don't want you neither.
This is my girl's birthday today, so I know I'm gonna get this job because I'm on point. I got a quick question though. I can get a free pair of kicks so I could bring her something right now.
In this neighborhood, you know, it get kind of sketchy, you know what I'm saying? Because the last owners that were here, they used to get robbed. You know, Brinks used to stop around the corner, you know what I'm saying, because they didn't want to come in this neighborhood.
You look familiar, man.
Nah, bro, you don't know me.
Come on, man. Your sneakers look great today.
Well, I had to clean them after you stepped on them.
I'm just here for a job, man. I used to be a barista around the corner, but they canned me, so I'm just on the market. Come on, man. I know sneakers, but I got a great idea for the store. What about boots?
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go ape. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for all white. Cause she love my off-white. Gotta cop that on site. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait.
Why do I keep blowing my checks on new and shit?
brother, I'm running for city council, but we are focusing on local, community-based boards and government to empower the community and implement change.
I'm good.
Oh, nice kicks. Copper foams, right?
Yeah, how you know that?
I used to rock some fly kicks in my day. Now, the 5s were my favorites.
The 5s are cool, but the 3s are fire.
Can I ask you a question? Why is it so important for you to be so fresh?
Oh, it's when I put on sneakers, you know, and they're fresh and crisp. I don't know, feeling like it makes me feel like somebody.
You know, you can also feel like somebody by making a difference in your community. Yeah. Ain't you D's little brother? I think you look familiar.
Yeah, how you know my brother?
Me and D used to run the streets together back in the day. How's he doing?
He's good. He just opened up a sneaker spot in Brownsville.
You know, he's been collecting kicks for as long as I've known him.
Yeah, man.
Take one. Everyone deserves to be fly, right?
Yes.
Tell D Big Riley said what's up.
All right, got you.
Yo, man. What took you so long, man? I had to get fly, bro. I was with your girl, too, earlier, so I mean...
You got jokes, son. You got jokes.
I play.
Anyway, you seen Hannibal's new video? Joint fire. Look at that.
Get money, get famous, gon' live forever.
Watch it. That's my part right here.
Horrible, bro. He's overrated. Overrated, yo.
You crazy, man. People just don't understand him because he ahead of his time.
Ahead of his time? More like a head case, bro.
You bugging, man. Anyway, good looking for coming when we cop these J's, just in case some fools out here try to zoe me.
Really, bro?
My bad. I forgot, man. Please forgive me, man.
Not even
I'm sorry.
funny. Like, I'm still not over the fact I let Jeremy Lin rob me. When I catch him, it's on sight. Believe that, bro.
You ain't gonna do shit.
What? You want me to show you?
You ain't saying nothing but a word.
Don't play with me, bro.
Zip off, man.
Yo, let's get it, bro.
Shit.
Hey, where are you, man? I thought you was gonna be here for these interviews. I need your help. Everybody's like, man, everybody's crazy. Hit me when you get this.
Yo, D? What's good, bruh?
What up, love? What you doing now?
What you mean what I'm doing now? It's good to see you too, bruh.
My bad. When did you get out?
Last week. Good behavior.
So how you find me?
Wow. Yo, like I said, it's good to see you too. I was just in the neighborhood, man. Had to go check out my P.O. Heard you had a shop, so thought I'd come check you out. What, you think I'm stalking you or something?
I'm just messing with you, man. It's good to see you.
Word. I see you hiring. You're my brother's keeper, right? I get a job?
This is what it looks like when your past comes back to haunt you.
What's up, baby?
Hey,
What's for dinner?
whatever you cook.
Peanut butter and jelly it is. You want some?
Did you pay the light bill today like I asked you?
Yeah. See, what had happened was, I had met up with, Trey. You know Trey, he got the curls and, well, these new sneakers came out. I really like them. So, I spent $180 on them, but tomorrow I could flip that for $250 in cash, baby. We about to come up.
Kicks, Cisco, I told you the bill had to be paid by today.
I'll get the money.
Dios mío, ayúdeme, por
It's not a
favor.
big deal.
Ay, Dios mío.
Baby, I love you so much. You know the kicks I bought, they glow in the dark. Should I go get them?
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet.
So, Mr. Harrison, how are you feeling today?
Call me by my artist name, Hannibal, because I eat these MCs.
Okay. Hannibal, how are you feeling today?
Vulnerable. That's how I feel.
Can you talk a little more about that?
Trying to be what people want you to be is hard. It's not always about making hits, being lit, stunting on these hoes. People also need to be loved, you know? The fans don't love Curtis. The fans love Hannibal.
Well, love and acceptance are a basic human need. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
You're not gonna tell anyone about this, are you?
Of course not. Doctor-client privilege. What we talk about here stays in this office.
Because if you tell anyone, you know I'll kill you. I'm just fucking with you. But I will kill you.
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for Off-White. Cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on site. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait.
Why do I keep blowing my checks on new dish?
Take a step back, let me show you where real rap's kept at. Man, I rap that type of shit, that's type legit. I keep it moving like transit. I give it rhythm like drugs, my hands hit. Make plans with some cats that I smoke grams with. Same dudes I now make jams with. And take a breath so fluent in a birth the game. I just stepped into it. Made no mistakes, I meant to do it. Opposite of a dimension unit makes sense. Knew it, my floor at last. For sure outlast. My opponent with words that blast. My syllables cut through glass. Head of the class, steady your
Sasha, you're supposed to be working.
I am working. Okay, I'm posting some of our new inventory, and you want more customers up in here, don't you?
Not an excuse. I'll be in the back.
Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood. How may I help you?
Well, you can start by telling me when you're getting the new Buscemi's. I need 5 pairs in every color, size 11.
We don't carry that shoe, but I can special order them for you and personally call you when they come in.
Hey, Ray, I just thought of something. I got mad inspired. Kicks. These chicks so mighty. You know what? I'm on my way to lay this one down. I'll be there in 10 minutes. At once.
Girl, you're never gonna guess who just walked into the store. Lulu, I might be pregnant. We're barely surviving as it is, and now we might have another mouth to feed. I just can't.
Think of it as a blessing. You know God will never give you more than you can handle.
Well, the way God's been doing me these days, I want my money back.
Okay, bitch. Don't write a check your ass can't cash.
Girl, bye. At this point, he be doing me a favor.
Don't talk like that. Don't even joke.
I'm just frustrated. It's like I can't catch a break.
Speaking of the devil.
The devil? What?
Nothing, babe. What's up? Where you going?
I'm headed into work. My boss called me in to do some overtime. I know we need the money, so don't wait up. Word? It's like that?
Yeah, it's like that.
Fine then. Keep showing off from Lulu.
This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Mother Nature gives my mind a little spark, but I ain't talking about picking dandelions in the park as the groove walks. My smooth talks to make you sway. Some will say I got sunshine on a cloudy day, but hey, maybe I just push the clouds away. Stay positive when the negatives around the way. It's such a fine display. Happiness to step away, even through the toughest times.
My bitch always popping up at the right time. Bitch, every time. Tell me you saw Hannibal's post. Yeah, and? I can't believe he came in the store. Girl, I would have died. I mean, Hannibal's he's like the fashion god, honey. Did you not see his last post?
Lita, I need to find a way to get to Hannibal.
Maybe you need to put it on him.
No, that's not it.
Anyways, it's more nice in here. It's all fancy and shit.
It is, right? Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood.
Oh my God, they make you say that for real?
Yeah.
Everyone needs a plug. But I had to make sure there was no bad blood. You see, we had a situation back in my street days. But now I hear he's the guy to get whatever kicks you need, no questions asked. But in Brooklyn, you always have to stay ready.
Yo, what up, dude? What up, Jason? We good?
Yeah, we good. Water under the bridge.
Word. Grown man shit.
Exactly. Now let's get down to business. What you need?
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, but first she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet.
I'm Chef Ricardo from Laka Restaurant. We're here at Green Grape with Chef Woolley. We're gonna cook with 5 surprise ingredients. Let me see what I have to pick. Thyme, mussels, peppers, spinach, and steak. I'm gonna show you guys one of our best Haitian cuisine that you never had. This ingredient is gonna blow your mind. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We are back at Lakai with a 5 ingredient. I'm gonna show you guys one of Haitian best meal that you ever had. We're gonna start first with the appetizer, which is a mussel roussel. It's gonna be garlic, thyme, lemons, peppers. Let's get to it though. We're gonna dice those peppers. When I say mussels roussel, it means it's like salty. It's cooking technique. What I'm doing right now is like home cooking. Something easy, you guys, everybody could do. First, I'm gonna heat my pan, drizzle it with olive oil, 2 cloves of garlic, nicely slice it, add your peppers, little bit of wine, add your already clean from the market mussels, little bit of salt, crushed black pepper, and every chef knows that. Steam it if you don't have a cover. They steam for a second. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, that's all we need. Let it steam. It's gonna go with the mussel. And voila. Mind blowing. You guys have no idea. Our second dish is gonna be a steak paysan, which is peppercorn steak. We have a Haitian version of it. You guys gonna be like, wow. First we have a prime cut New York strip that we bought earlier. Oh my God. Did you guys see the marble from that? Let's lubricate our pan. It's gonna be fancier. Lubricate our steak. Salt it, both sides. We're gonna bed it with a bed of spinach. Right now, I'm keeping it warm. Then what I'm gonna do is a peppercorn sauce. I'm gonna deglaze the pan and make sure like all the flavor contrast together. The heavy cream, Haitian way, we make sure we season everything. When you pan sear and deglaze, all the flavor contrasts. That's how you make the sauce. With the 5 ingredients, the mussels and peppers and thyme, I make a mussel goselle. Beautiful. With a steak and spinach, I make a steak paysan. I use the spinach as a bed for it. You guys, oh my God. You have to taste it. Can you?
Hi, I'm Matt Fisher of Fletcher's Brooklyn Barbecue, and I'm here at the Borough Hall Farmers Market in Brooklyn to fill this bag with 5 mystery ingredients to make a meal for you. Let's see how it turns out. So we got golden beets, one of my favorites, parsnips, celery root, arugula, and lastly, sugar snap peas. Today we have 5 ingredients from the Borough Hall Farmers Market to make a meal with. And what I'm gonna make is a couple of dishes. One is gonna be a salad, and we're gonna make a light vinaigrette to go with that. With the rest of the root vegetables, we're gonna fire roast those, and we're gonna make a nice summertime borscht. I started to build a bed of coals. And now I just put our cast iron skillet in there to start preheating and warm it up. We're gonna throw some of the root vegetables in here to start getting them roasted off in the live fire. And we're gonna kind of blister and char the skins. Let's get down to prepping some vegetables. This is the parsnip that we're cutting up right now. Again, just a rough, quick chop. Like a lot of people, I started cooking in my parents' kitchen at a young age. My father was trained as a chef. He was in the Merchant Marine. The gentleman that taught him had been trained at the Cordon Bleu in France. So that was how my creative side in cuisine really got started. So these guys are just about ready. So let's check on our fire and see if the pan is ready to throw these in. And already it's giving up this kind of sweet, rich, earthy aroma. It's really beautiful. And then we're just gonna throw this back into the fire and let it go maybe another 10 minutes or so until it's nice and roasted and charred around. So we'll get ahead and we'll start to wash and separate some of this arugula while the root vegetables are roasting in the smoker. So just going through and kind of pulling and shredding some of these beautiful arugula leaves for our salad. And then it'll have the sweetness of the sugar snap peas, which will add a nice crunch. So we're gonna make the vinaigrette for our salad now. I have here a little red wine vinegar. So that's gonna go right in. And I'm gonna add a little bit of salt and pepper just to season that up a little bit. And I'm gonna add it right to the vinegar because if we add it with the oil, you're not gonna really be able to dissolve the salt very well. So do that step first. Then I'm gonna put in a little bit of a light grain mustard just to kind of give it a little spice and to help pull it all together. And then lastly, a little bit of canola oil, just a quick vinaigrette. So that's gonna set while we take our vegetables out of the smoker and start working on the rest of our borscht. And there we are, beautifully roasted, nice and tender, smells fantastic. So we'll let that come out and rest a little bit, and then we'll throw together the last elements of our borscht. To help pull this dish together, we're gonna pull out the old boat motor, as we call it in the kitchen here. This is called an immersion blender or a hand mixer. So it's just quickly shredding all of these root vegetables into nice little pellets. So I'm cheating, I'm breaking the rules. This is a little celery. This is gonna help garnish our borscht and give it a little extra pop of color at the end, even though these are ingredients that did not come from the Borough Hall Farmers Market. A nice fine dice, and then we will plate up our food and go to town. Just gonna take a nice light drizzle of the vinaigrette that we made earlier. Just a light glaze, you don't wanna drown the greens, just a little bit to coat them. We'll stir it around real well. It's a nice flavorful bright dressing, so a little goes a long way. So we'll do that. Just a little salad like that, and then we'll plate up our borscht in a minute, and we'll have a little lunch. Now we're gonna plate up our borscht, and this has the golden beets, the celery root, and the parsnip in it. And then we have a little bit of garnish that we made for it, and just a little bit of some other fresh veg that we're gonna use to give it a little punch of color. And then we have green market luncheon. So today at the Borough Hall Farmers Market, our 5 mystery ingredients were parsnip, arugula, golden beets, sugar snap peas, and celery root. And what we made with them is a sort of a takeoff on a borscht with the root vegetables. And with the beet greens, the arugula, and the sugar snap peas, we made a fresh salad with a mustard vinaigrette. Signing off from Chef Roulette, I'm Matt Fisher of Fletcher's Brooklyn Barbecue in Gowanus, Brooklyn. Come and visit us and taste the smoke.
Hi, I'm Chef John Keller, AKA Chef John Cooks, and I'm here at the Union Square Market, And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna pick 5 random ingredients out of this bag, and we're gonna go back to Cherry Izakaya in Brooklyn, Williamsburg, and I'm gonna cook a meal. So let's see what is in my fate. Okra. Nice. Squash blossoms. Candy cane beets. Watercress. And survey says duck. All right, let's go make a great meal and head out to BK. We just got back from the Union Square Market where I had my 5 mystery ingredients. We're at Cherry Izakaya in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, on North 8th between Bedford and Barry. One of my favorite things is exactly what we're doing today. Going to a farmer's market, I have no idea what I'm gonna cook. We come back and we figure it out. So what I have here is a nice mallard duck. Here's a breastbone right here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take my knife and I'm gonna follow right along this breastbone. And you'll almost actually feel the knife against the bone. Then I just keep my knife flat, pressed against the bone, and I'm just gonna shave this down. That's what we're looking for. A nice clean breast. I'm gonna cook these a little bit later. I wanna get our roasted beets in the oven first. We have our beets, olive oil, salt, pepper. We're gonna seal them up in foil, and we're gonna pop them into a 400-degree oven. I'd say about 40 to 45 minutes, depending on how large your beets are, but I'll show you the simple test with a paring knife later on. This other beet here, I'm just gonna cut the end off, and I'm gonna peel them. And what I'm gonna do is, it's real simple, it's just like a quick pickle, and I'm gonna pickle it with, this is called anise hyssop. Cooking is something that's, I've always loved, I guess, even since when I was a kid. I started my career at Nobu back in the late 90s, like 1998. I had known it from Iron Chef back in the day, the original Iron Chef. There was just something that spoke to me with the food that they were doing. Here we have our candy cane beets, and it's real simple. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little bit of sherry vinegar, a little salt and pepper, a touch of extra virgin olive oil. Now with duck, I kind of like the whole sweet and sour play. So I'm gonna add some organic honey to this. Mix that real good. I'm gonna let this just sit and let the vinegar and everything do its thing. It's just gonna be a really quick marinade to help penetrate the meat a bit. So it's like we're making a pesto as a marinade. I don't want to get it on the skin because the skin will burn. So I figured out my second component of the dish. We're gonna do duck fat and okra. Doesn't that just sound wonderful? I'm gonna throw these into that pan and we're gonna start rendering the fat. The duck fat is gonna add flavor, and the fat's gonna get nice and crispy, so it's also gonna add texture. And actually, we should check on our beets right now. We should be close. So all I'm gonna do for these beets, look at that, went right in. They're good. We can set these aside, and we'll peel those in a moment. Warm beets. You can almost see it. It's starting to get crispy. It's like duck bacon. So this is like, as opposed to oil, it's kind of like water almost. You see how like the texture of the oil has changed? So that's where I'm gonna go in with my duck breast. Because for me, what I'm looking for is basically 2 textures. I'm looking for the crispy skin, and then I want the meat. I'm just gonna barely flip it over and kiss the other side of the meat. We are just about there on our duck. In fact, we are there. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drain off that fat. I'm gonna put in our okra here. Salt and pepper. Some of our beet greens. This is gonna be a side for our duck. I guess you could say it's like a fricassee of sorts. Yeah, baby. Look at that. This oil's smoking right now. All right, all I'm gonna do, one, I'm gonna tilt it. Done. So all I'm doing is just kissing this side of the breast. That's it. So we got our duck breast. We're about to pull this all together. I love these. They're squash blossoms or zucchini flowers. I do not do much to these. So you know zucchini and squash? This is what grows on top. These are the flowers. Take these right into the middle. Oh yeah. And now we'll complete our dish. So I have these duck breasts that I've been sitting there resting. It's gonna be nice and moist. We got that marinade that's penetrated the meat side. I'm just gonna drizzle these beets with a little olive oil. Just a touch. We'll put the duck right on top of our beets. Double action, double breasted. And then here comes our watercress. So we have this beautiful watercress. We're gonna take our pickled beets. And this is basically acting as our vinaigrette for our watercress. And here we go. Voila. We have our Maigret duck breast. We have our roasted candy cane beets. We have a salad made of watercress and pickled candy cane beets. And we have our squash blossoms. And of course, we have our coveted duck fat, okra, and beet green fricassee. Summertime from Union Square Market.
Hey guys, I'm Chef Natasha of Bear Restaurant. Today I'm at Sahadi's, a Middle Eastern store that sells gourmet foods that's been here for over 60 years. Full of amazing stuff you might never have tried before. So the 5 ingredients I want to cook with today are dates, quinoa, olives, local feta, and pumpkin seeds. Let's go shop, guys. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Okay, so I would like some dates here. Thank you. That's beautiful. Let's do this one, yeah. Fried green peas, my favorite. I think we're gonna get some cheese.
I'll choose the other section.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Thank you. So we're getting some domestic feta. There's Hungarian feta, French feta, Greek feta. They all have a little different level of salinity in them, so which makes them either crumbly or more creamy. So, you know, you can, some of them you can blend into spreads, others you want to crumble on some salads. So we got some really great prepared foods here. If you just want to build a quick little appetizer for your party. Can I get some sardine rolls? Yeah, just 2. And just like a little bit of baby octopus. Beautiful. Thank you. You can come over here and just try all these different things, get a little bit of everything, and it's just fun. I'm at my restaurant Bear in Long Island City. So I picked up my 5 ingredients at Sahadi's. So today I'll be cooking with quinoa, olives, pumpkin seeds, dates, and feta. I also decided to get a couple other things that are just so fun and kind of in the style of how I cook. So I got a little bit of zakouski for you guys. We're gonna also use some baby octopus and some sardine roll-ups. To cook quinoa, you don't really need a whole lot. You know, I have some stock boiling here. You can use chicken. I'm using chicken today. So I got my quinoa here. I went for the red. You just add it right in. And usually the rule is about 1 to 1. So 1 cup of quinoa, 1 cup of water. So while that's working, we're gonna work on our ingredients for what goes into the quinoa. We have 3 different types of dates. So this is the raw, fresh dates. That's what these things are gonna look like eventually once they're cured. So you cut little wedges like this, and then you just kind of pop it right open. All right, so these are dried figs. They have like all the great meat in there. And then the dates, so that's these. You could add it to your savory dishes. Again, you know, this could go really nice into a red wine sauce or a barbecue sauce. So now we're gonna work on a couple of side dishes that I like to call zakouski. And zakouski is a Russian word. It could be meant to bite on, or, you know, a little snack or an appetizer. I picked out 2 things. One is a pickled baby octopus. So these are kind of cool. The other thing I have is sardine roll mops, they're called. They could be herring, they could be sardines that you can stuff. For instance, this one is with olives. Then the other one we're gonna do is our pickled baby octopus. Again, this one we're just gonna add a little bit of fresh parsley to it. We're also gonna use some extra virgin sunflower oil. It's a completely different flavor than olive oil and something that really sets Russian food apart from Middle Eastern and Mediterranean foods. So we have that ready. So I got 3 different types of olives. I have French mix, I have Lebanese oil marinated, and a Greek mix. So all these different olives have a different salinity to them, different texture. So we're just gonna get all the flavors kind of mushed in together there. Basically, I'm making a little tapenade. So the other thing that we picked up at Sahadi's was some really nice local feta. All right, so this one is a little more on the firm side, which is kind of what you want if you're making a tapenade. You don't want it to be too watery. And our quinoa is almost ready here. All right, we're just gonna add in our ingredients. So we have the dates, gonna go right in there, and the figs. Okay, I'm gonna add in just a little bit of, these are pre-cooked brown onions. Caramelizing onions is, you know, it's really a great skill to have. You can add them to anything. So our other ingredient, our last ingredient is pumpkin seeds. So I'm really happy that I saw these pumpkin seeds are actually a very prominent ingredient in Ukrainian and Russian cooking. So that's gonna give our quinoa some cool color, and it's gonna give that unique crunch to the dish. So I just made a meal for you guys using quinoa, a variation of dates, some feta, olives, and pumpkin seeds. And we also have our zakouski appetizer here with the marinated olives and sardines, the tapenade, and pickled baby octopus. All right, let's dig in. Cheers.
Hey everybody, this is Chef Chris Scott, the executive chef of Brooklyn Commune, and I am right here in the Prospect Park Farmers Market. It's a beautiful late summer day, and they gave me 5 ingredients to choose from to make a wonderful meal this afternoon. Let's take a look at what we got. All right, I got bluefish. I got some local tomatoes. I'm doing some green beans. I got, some pears. And then finally, I got some plums. Let's go cook. Hey guys, how are you?
Very good. How you doing?
Great. Just wanted to get a nice piece of your bluefish.
Sure. Now watch.
Have a good day.
Yep.
See you. Earlier today, we picked up some Bartlett pears, some local tomatoes, some Italian plums, some green beans, and some local bluefish. And what it's going to be, I'm going to sear the bluefish with a pickled plum and tomato salad. And then for dessert, a pear crumble. Let's get started. What you want to do right away is pickle the plums. Real simple cut, nothing fancy, nothing special. I'm just taking out the seed. I'm going to quarter the plums. I'm going to put them into a bowl. Plums are inside. Tomatoes. These are really sweet. All right, so inside the bowl, I'm going to add the salt, a little bit of sugar, the vinegar, chopped onion, parsley, and then here's a really cool trick. Take your garlic clove and rub it on the tips. The garlic is basically minced right there, right before your very eyes. Garlic and a fork. So we got that inside, a little bit of olive oil, right? And then the final ingredient in that are going to be the beans, which we're going to blanch right now in the water. A couple seconds. It's really all you need. You know, a lot of people always ask me what got me into cooking. And I guess quite simply, it was love. Everybody has this story about sitting in the kitchen with their grandmother, and I'm no exception to that at all. I'm going to cut them up, little dice, and then that's going to go directly into the bowl. So that's pretty. Pickled plum and local tomato salad. So we're going to let that sit. While that's happening, we're going to do the fish. I'm going to sear mine, and then I'm going to finish it off into the oven. Grab a pan, get it hot, and I'm going to score the back. What that does is keep the fish from curling when you put it into the saute pan. So the pan here is ready for the fish. I'm going to sear it skin side down. Kind of hold it in the pan just for a hot second. So once it hits the pan, you know, you kind of want to let the skin sear up very nicely. And you can see right there, the little slats that I cut, everything is nicely formed, flat. From this moment, I'm going to put it directly into the oven, finish cooking there, and then we'll start on the pears. So this dish here is a throwback to my youth, hanging out with my grandmother. She would make this dish with almost any kind of fruit. And the topping for that is so easy. I call it 1, 1, 1, and 1. 1 cup sugar. 1 cup flour. 1 tablespoon baking powder. And 1 egg. You just want the cubes to be somewhat bite-sized. You don't want to have to choke on it as you're eating it. So just get them inside. little bit of sugar, a little bit of cinnamon, and just toss it up. And then put them directly into some baking dishes. Here's that 1, 1, 1, and 1 mixture. You're gonna mix it up by hand. And you want it to be crumbly. And then with that, put it directly on top. Little melted butter. And then this is gonna go into the oven for about 20, 25 minutes. And let's check out the fish. See, now that's beautiful, right? So again, real simple plating technique. Fish on the plate, salad on the fish. Little juicy juice around the outside, and bang. And then the pear crumble, and it's dinner time. Look at that, nice and golden. The juices are bubbling up. It's fantastic. Here's your meal right here. The local bluefish, the pickled plum and tomato salad, and the pear crumble. And don't forget that whipped cream. Enjoy.
There's going to be a health crisis and there's going to be a food crisis. Who's going to fix it? You look to your left, you look to your right. That came down to us.
Number 4, all right. These are my good people. We'll be starting in a few minutes.
Before the COVID-19 pandemic, an estimated 1 million New Yorkers went without food. From March to May, that number more than doubled. Some estimate that 40% more New York City residents will face food insecurity this year as a direct result of the economic fallout.
So, Chef, what happens on the corner of Belmont and Watkins on Thursdays?
We prepare 2,000 cooked meals Monday through Thursday, but on Thursdays we have our fresh produce boxes where we distribute to the community.
Come on, you gotta get another wheel, girl. Yeah, we're gonna fix that for you.
Chef Rodney and his business partner Latoya Metters are co-founders of Collective Fare, a culinary training and catering business. When COVID-19 hit New York, they knew they needed to transform.
We are located in Brownsville. It is an under-marginalized community. It's considered a food desert. When COVID struck, my partner, he said, what happens with a community that's in crisis is put into an additional crisis. So we acted immediately and we launched Meals for All BK on March 12th. We were able to scale from the 400 people we were feeding at that time to an additional 8, to an additional 1,000.
We got potatoes, corn, carrots, peppers, sometimes onions to it. I said, no, these are also cooked meals.
that we offer through Collective Fare. These are ready-to-eat meals. They could heat them up when they get home. People always hear the negativity about Brownsville as far as the high murder rates, the drug activity, but there's still a good amount of people in Brownsville that's committed to make their community better.
Even when we started in 2016, we thought the issues were telling people how to eat healthy, teaching them how to cook healthy, and finding them jobs. And we thought that would solve a problem. We have since changed. We realized that we need to be that access point. Without people like us on the ground fighting for food justice, things are not going to change in these communities. In Brownsville, you don't get to choose. You only get what is handed to you. And these are the things we need to start to fix.
Getting to choose has always been a key element of increasing food security in Brownsville, where even pre-pandemic, some experts describe the neighborhood as a food swamp, an area with limited access to healthy food and an overabundance of unhealthy options like fast food chains. Systemic inequalities like disproportionately high rates of unemployment, families below the poverty line, and extreme housing burden also make obtaining whatever fresh food is available even more difficult. Local growing is one way to turn short-term aid into long-term food security. And in Brownsville, I met a woman who's been doing the work long before COVID.
I'm Brenda Thompson Duchesne. We're at Green Valley Garden, 93 New Lots Avenue in Brownsville, Brooklyn. We have 5 community gardens, 4 in Brownsville, 1 in East New York. We started in 2000 to grow for the community, 100% nutrient value, fresh and locally grown. Dirt on my nails is my tranquility. Gardening is so peaceful, it has a serenity.
Ms. Brenda founded Isabalia Ladies of Elegance Foundation 2 decades ago as part of her mission to increase access to healthy food in Brownsville.
I want your family to taste the difference between the supermarket and what is really fresh. People like, that grow in Brooklyn, in Brownsville? Are you crazy? We have a high rate of childhood diabetes, obesity, hypertension, cholesterol, because we're not eating properly. If we don't eat healthy, we will not be able to deal with whatever come our way. COVID come, and look how much of us have passed because our immune system was weak.
Diabetes, hypertension, and obesity have all been shown to increase the risk of COVID-19. Ms. Brenda wants her neighbors to know they have other options.
The nearest farmers market was in East New York. A lot of people could not have traveled to East New York Farm, so they settled for the supermarket. Once we started doing this, it was more convenient because it's in your backyard.
It just looks like a pale raspberry.
Why do we have to wait till it's gentrified in order to get the best? Yes, we need housing, but just as much as they're taking the land to do housing, you need to do locally grown. We got another year or so of COVID. COVID ain't going nowhere. If you look at the food lines, it's people will have never thought they'll have to come in line. So if we can't get the food to import it, how are we going to survive? Why are we not encouraging and teaching our community? Come to the garden, get a plot, grow your own.
We need to start to be our own food czars and our own food advocates in our communities. The only other way that's going to keep me out of business is by learning how to create healthy access to foods within our communities. Then someone like me won't be doing anything really special because everyone will be eating healthy.
What the Lord placed on my heart is to help the community. I can't help everybody, but as much people as I can help, as long as He leave me here and have me here on the earth, then I have accomplished my goal.
as a community, first and foremost, they survived and they're resilient because these things have happened before. May not have been a pandemic, but they've experienced things before that kind of made them ready and prepared for this.
America has suffered upwards of 220,000 deaths due to COVID-19, more than 23,000 of them in New York City. In Brownsville, Brooklyn, more than 2,200 cases have been reported, and many of those people have sought treatment at Brookdale University Hospital and Medical Center. Brookdale, like the neighborhood around it, has been fighting the pandemic on two fronts: the disease itself and the emotional and psychological damage from the loss of loved ones, the loss of work and wages, and the loss of freedom to just live life normally. But a lot of this stress goes way back.
Intergenerational trauma, where the parents had trauma themselves, the grandparents had trauma, and we're really in the first generation where people are getting a reasonable amount of mental health supports.
Dr. Camille Archer, a child and adolescent psychologist at Brookdale, says a lot of people may not realize that during the height of the pandemic, many of her young patients were waiting at home, uneasy.
This community, I think, has a high percentage of essential workers. And one of the things that I saw a lot with the children here is that they would worry that their parents have to go out to work. And that caused a lot of anxiety and, they fear that their parents are going to get it, that their parents are going to get sick and bring it home to them.
Other reactions to the pandemic varied, depending on how old her patients were.
A lot of conflicts with adolescents and their parents were about, they want to hang out with their friends, they're leaving the house, they can't stay here, this is horrible. But then there's a real subset of children who are anxious, who are being teased or bullied in school, and those kids are so happy they don't have to go to school.
In the spring, Dr. Archer was treating most of her patients remotely. At the same time, Brookdale's emergency room was under intense pressure, according to its chair of emergency medicine, Dr. Sandra Scott.
No one really expected what we experienced. So once it became evident that COVID-19 was on its way to New York City and on its way to America, we started to prepare in the best way that we knew how. So we started to think about surge space. We started to think about what additional equipment we would need. So for example, the oxygen demand went up considerably. So we went from an emergency department that maybe had an exchange of 10 oxygen tanks per day to an emergency department that needed 250 oxygen tanks per day.
But it was far more than a question of beds and equipment. Dr. Scott agrees with people who say this was akin to going to war.
So I feel like my employees were soldiers in a war against this pandemic, and they showed up. They showed up and they supported each other. And that's what kept people coming to work every day. That's what kept me coming to work every day. Even though we saw unbelievable, unimaginable tragedy on a daily basis, the drive to provide care and to help and to try and save as many lives as possible is what got people up in the morning and helped them to perform the selfless act of taking care of others.
I'm wondering how many of those folks were presenting with pre-existing conditions that sort of exacerbated the condition that they were in with relation to COVID, and how that may have made things more difficult for a place that serves a community like Brownsville.
I think what this pandemic has done is it's a big, gigantic spotlight. So for some of us, we already knew intimately what we were dealing with, and we weren't terribly surprised that the pandemic had a much more negative impact on this population. I think the culmination of the Black Lives Matter movement and the pandemic highlights how the outcomes that we see are really outcomes of racism and slavery.
There's a direct line from centuries of barriers for Black and brown people to the deep healthcare discrepancies Dr. Scott sees in Brownsville today. the neighborhood with the lowest life expectancy in all of New York City. But she also sees some specific, affordable solutions that should be nurtured.
We learned that telehealth was super, super effective. And, we have the technology to provide telehealth to all kinds of communities, right? You don't need to be in a wealthy community to see your doctor on your smartphone. We should have been doing that a while ago, right? We should have had that access to telehealth for all communities should have been readily available, and it should be readily available today, because that's a very effective, reasonable, relatively low tech in this day and time way to bring healthcare into the household of people who are not able to get out of their household easily to access healthcare.
And even if you can get to the ER, no one wants to sit around with a deadly virus in the air.
We opened a new process in our emergency department so that patients can actually call ahead and speak to a nurse, and the nurse can give them guidance about checking into their visit from home so that they really are, having their weight at home. But let's say that you weren't able to get your diabetes medicine refilled, you can't get in touch with your doctor, you have one more day of medication left, you're feeling reasonably well. That's a situation where you can say, hey, I feel like I need to come in. And we can say, all right, come in, we're ready for you at 10 o'clock. And you leave your home, you come in, and we see you right away and we get you right out.
Meanwhile, Dr. Archer says the healthcare system hasn't done enough to treat the psychological impact of COVID.
No, I'm not satisfied at all. I don't think there is much mention of mental health in terms of this pandemic. And there are a lot of mental health issues that have been exacerbated or unroofed because of the pandemic. For example, there are a lot of people who have become more isolated, and now it's gotten worse because they're so isolated, because they're not around their family, they're not around a lot of people.
Dwight is an outpatient at Brookdale, diagnosed with schizophrenia. He lives with his father and doesn't work outside the home. For him, the pandemic has meant long stretches of cabin fever.
The cabin fever in my house is more walking around the house trying to find things to do. And when everything is done, as you see, to the refrigerator, on the couch, to the refrigerator, on the couch, and then you might lie down and take a little sleep or something like that. Then you wake up and you say to yourself, I can't live like that.
Dwight started hearing voices at around 20 and says he and his father used to be at war. But since he's had consistent treatment, things are much easier between them.
You and your dad worked it out now. You guys got to a good place. The war is over. But if you had to describe what schizophrenia is to someone who has no idea, what would you tell them? Schizophrenia is an illness where you hear voices and voices telling you to do things. Your feelings does be up and down most of the time. You have sad days and you have happy days, But most of the time you're sad because I thought that I was dealing with something mystical, and some mystical being or something did something to me, and now I'm walking around with a bag of noise in my head and people talking to me. Do you think it's harder for someone who might have schizophrenia or another mental health issue to deal with this pandemic and what's happening now? Yeah. With mental illness, it could be harder on them because, as I say, they blame themselves for everything. If the corona don't have nothing to deal with them, it's just a disease which they find in China, and they seem to get a crazy mind off it, and it's hard on them, you know what I mean?
We have to acknowledge that another wave of something is coming. So I think that's the first thing, is to be realistic and to say, listen, we have a problem. So it needs to be you and me and others, not necessarily black and brown people having this conversation, not necessarily women having these conversations, right? It needs to be multi-generational, multidisciplinary, multicultural, multi-ethnicity, having the conversation and then collectively creating the solutions.
We understand that everyone's having difficulties. Our goal, even pre-pandemic, was never to evict someone. We're always willing to work things out because life happens.
A month before COVID-19 put New York City on pause, a study from the Institute for Children, Poverty, and Homelessness identified Brownsville as the fourth most severely rent-burdened neighborhood in New York City, which means close to 2 in 5 households spends 50% or more of their income on rent. Brownsville's rental vacancy rate is 4%. And pre-pandemic, 8.5 in every 1,000 of the neighborhood's households entered the shelter system. That's more than twice as high as the averages across Brooklyn and New York City, with evictions reported as the primary reason for entering shelter. As of October 1st, the state's eviction moratorium is over, meaning the clock is unstopped for all pre-pandemic eviction proceedings.
We have a tenant pre-pandemic that hasn't paid me since February of 2019. And I recently saw her in a newly acquired luxury vehicle. I can't kick her out. I would like to, because she's occupying a home that someone who appreciates it more can be living in. Even with the worst tenant, when you get to that point where you're at their door, your heart always sinks because you know you're affecting someone's life. It's their home, but I'm also running a business, and I'm responsible to the other residents in the building. So a lot of times it's not, and it's usually not just because they're not paying rent. There's usually behavioral problems with the tenants and or their children. They're making living in the building difficult for the others. So it's my responsibility to keep the building as safe as I can for everyone else. But it's never a good feeling to put someone out of their home. But you know, it's part of the job.
Part of the job Sharon Redhead has done for 20 years, managing the 19-unit apartment building her parents bought in 1987. And her young sister Kim has been sharing the day-to-day responsibilities for the past decade. It's a family business in every sense.
My memories have always been going with my parents to the building to do the maintenance. You know, Dad used to take me around and we would be in the basement. He would be gathering his tools because he had to do something, and I was always the one carrying, can I carry the hammer? Those are my memories. So those are the things that I remember as a child coming up and handling some of the paperwork. I used to have to draw the lines for Daddy's Bill Balance book. Those are the things I remember, you know, and that's my memory. So when I get, or I read in the paper, or I see the approach of the ugly landlord, you know, that's not my family. It's a family business, and that's how we treat it.
My name is Alban Redhead. My wife and I purchased this building in 1987. It was closed up for a long period. I was told about 14 years. There were no tenants in the building, and most of the area was in a very desolate situation, but we decided to take the chance.
By most measures, it was a good gamble. But after more than 30 years in the property management game, he can't help but feel a little nostalgic.
My tenants and I were like neighbors, brothers and sisters, but since the politician got involved, everything split. The tenants were never hostile to the landlord before, never, until the politicians got involved.
In June 2019, the New York State Legislature approved the most stringent rent laws in the country on behalf of New York City's 5.4 million renters. From killing the dreaded broker's fee to making unlawful evictions a misdemeanor. And in June of this year, the Rent Guidelines Board voted to freeze rents on New York City's rent-regulated apartments because of the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's good news for some, but not nearly enough for others. The call to #CancelRent has been ringing out from the streets of our city all the way to the halls of power.
I think the cancel rent movement has played an important role in getting people to understand the gravity of the crisis, the breadth of this crisis. Passed the strongest tenant protection legislation in America last year for millions of tenants throughout the state. But we still have a lot of work to do. And the issue now is to ensure that we prevent anyone from losing their home in the short term by making sure people are not evicted, and then figure out how to cover the cost of the rent.
Brian Kavanaugh is the chair of the New York State Senate's Housing, Construction, and Community Development Committee.
And it's critical that we make sure that this crisis does not become an eviction crisis. No landlord has a right now to push anybody out of their homes. We know that tenants, when they get eviction notices, they're legitimately concerned. We have legislation that would prevent not only evictions from happening, but the cases from proceeding, even cases from beginning and notices of eviction being filed on people. Right now, the courts are processing these things in a limited way, but we are committed, many of us are committed to making sure that nobody loses their home because of COVID-19 or because of the economic shutdowns, which were necessary, but were ordered by the government in many cases. So, this is not a problem that low-income New Yorkers created. It's not a problem that landlords created either. It's a problem that we all have accepted as our means of dealing with the public health crisis.
Small landlords are facing the economic and public health crisis head-on, while simultaneously fighting a public relations battle.
I hear the politicians shout some of this rhetoric. I think it's irresponsible because you don't ask any other service provider to do that. You're not telling the supermarket units provide free food. You're not telling the utilities stop collecting your monthly bill. So why would you take this kind of initiative with this particular service provider? It's a service we're providing because not only are we providing a home, but we're providing heat, we're providing water, we're providing electricity. All of those mediums come through us. So I think it's highly irresponsible and for people to expect that you can get all those services for free.
I wish those politicians who are supporting that idea would agree to forego their salary to help those tenants pay rent and buy food. Put your money where your mouth is.
So when you hear cancel rent, what's the first thing you think of?
It's like a gut punch. Because as I said before,
it's not realistic.
It's not realistic, and we're all in this together. And this economy is cyclical. You take one spoke out of the wheel and it no longer works.
That's it.
So when we collect rent, it doesn't go in my pocket. I have to pay the super, I have to pay the plumber, the electrician, I pay the water bill, the gas bill, the light bill. Heating season is a couple days away.
Yes.
And then big hunk goes to the city for taxes. And so if they don't pay me, all those people
don't get paid.
And those are also families. The plumber has a family, the electrician has a family, the super has his family to take care of.
Would you consider yourself a business owner or an essential worker?
Both. We are both business owners, and people don't like to discuss that when it comes to housing, but it is. For us, it is a business. But we're also essential workers because
we're providing homes for
people,
several families,
for many families,
right.
And it's our responsibility to make sure that those homes are well maintained and it's a safe environment. So even when our tenants stayed home, I had to leave my home to make sure that things were okay in the building and was being kept clean.
And they do it while collecting an average rent of about $900 a month in an area where an affordable housing lottery for a one-bedroom apartment for an individual making 50% of the area median income of $33,000 a year rents for $862 a month and draws thousands of applicants.
How many millions of renters in New York? They're not all in a building owned by these conglomerates. On this block alone, there are multi-family houses that, are same situation as us. First generation, second, sometimes third generation, and there are renters in them. So they have to value that because without us, these relationships are gone.
And affordable housing is gone.
And affordable housing is gone. Get what the mayor says. Affordable housing comes from us.
Like you said, our rents are under 9.
Right, and
that is affordable
housing in this community and the new
provides,
developments
it's not.
Are double what our tenants are paying. So
double.
So affordable housing comes from small property owners all across the city.
The impulse to draw the line between landlords and tenants is understandable, but it's a truly interdependent relationship, one that calls for more than angry demands from either side, and deserves the respect of uncompromising action from government leaders before, during, and long after the pandemic.
It feels sometimes going to work, no matter how great the community is, it's the outside forces that can make the work that much more difficult.
Days before what was to be the first day of class for New York City's 1.1 million public school students, Dr. Arabelle Pembroke, principal of the Riverdale Avenue Middle School in Brownsville, shared her excitement and concerns about the upcoming school year in District 23. With her rookie season as principal under her belt, Dr. Pembroke was ready to slay another school year. Then came COVID.
On paper, my day ends at 4 o'clock. It doesn't. I'm on 24/7, right? On paper, I've got a list of responsibilities. In reality, I'm everything. I'm HR. I'm a social worker. I'm an instructional expert. I'm a disciplinarian. I'm a liaison. I'm a facilitator. I'm a trainer. And it's a lot of demands on one person.
And on top of that, you add a global pandemic.
Yeah. Where now I had to become a doctor. Right? And a press conference like liaison, communicate information to staff that I just got 5 minutes ago that I'm trying to process or unpack myself.
Are you ready? Like, do you feel like it's safe to be back?
No, I don't have a nurse. I don't have a nurse. Yeah. And it's my understanding that the school hasn't had a dedicated, permanently assigned nurse for a few years now, and I've only been here a year.
Being under-resourced with overwhelming demands, Dr. Pembroke is choosing to accentuate the positive, focusing on the new instructional opportunities remote learning presents.
It's forcing principals to just be innovative, right? Teachers too. My teachers, my Riverdale Avenue Middle School teachers, flourished with their approaches to engaging students online during live instruction, with their approaches to really tailoring an activity or a lesson or an assessment to really get to the root of, or to the point of, the standard that they're trying to measure the student's progress.
Screen to screen.
Screen to screen.
But the idea of reimagining the school day presents its own set of challenges in Brownsville.
Yes, outside learning makes sense, but not every school can. I would love to have outdoor classes here with my students. I don't know how realistic that is, given the neighborhood that the school is in, and some of the real challenges that are happening here. I would not take that risk. Gun violence, gang activity. I wouldn't take that risk with my students. Absolutely not. I wonder if there was any thought to how complex the problem is, so it wouldn't be a one-size-fits-all answer or solution. It just can't. COVID highlighted some of the disparities that folks knew for a long time. what people love to say and what looks good on paper is a strong leader will like turn a school around. There's truth in that. I could turn a school around if I've got strong community partnerships. Strong community partnerships look like community leaders that are in alignment with what my vision is for my school and in alignment with what their vision is for their community. What that should look like is job opportunities, continuing out adult education programs that are local, financial literacy programs, things that when you have too much of a deficit in, now start to climb up the priority ladder and take away from the day-to-day business of a school. The Brownsville average for students that are in temporary housing, the ratio is 1 to 4. My school alone is 1 to 3.
Temporary housing.
Yeah, students that are either in shelters or displaced for whatever reason and then living with a family member.
91% of students in District 23 are considered economically disadvantaged. 29% have some form of disability. 15% are homeless.
So I've got students traveling from the Bronx to come to school every day. So when they show up to school at 9 o'clock or 9:10, you really think I'm gonna start like really harassing them about why they haven't gotten here on time? It is still my job though as the leader to motivate my kids to come to school, right? To meet with my families that are in temporary housing, to get them to, make every effort to send their children to school. But if that family's priority for right now, for that day is something else, and on their value judgment, like ladder, school is here and finding a job is here, I'm still gonna do my job.
Brownsville's unique challenges highlight the need for additional support in order to help families prioritize school in a post-COVID educational system. But through it all, Dr. Pembroke keeps families, students, and her own well-being at the center of the conversation.
What advice would you have for a parent of a kid who's in your school?
Health and safety trumps everything. If you're putting your child in, an environment, in a position that could potentially, be fatal, I think the answer is pretty clear. What's keeping me awake at night? What if I contract the virus, test positive, I go home, my 2-year-old now is sick? That's what keeps me up at night.
You're on the front lines, man.
Yeah. And that's the job. It's the job. Scary. But I'm taking every precaution. My team will. And I just stay prayed up.
I go where there's real problems at, where people are getting killed. I can get killed. I don't got a bulletproof vest. I don't carry a gun, but I still go in these places 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. You know why? Because the sick, the elderly, the kids, and everybody else need help.
It has been a violent weekend in New York City. More than a dozen people were shot. 8 shootings in 4 boroughs.
14 shootings just yesterday with 18 victims.
7 people were injured in 3 separate shootings, all within 4 minutes of one another. The shooting broke out just before 1 a.m. at the corner of Livonia and Watkins in Brownsville, Brooklyn.
The shooting in Brownsville, Brooklyn.
3 people have been shot in Brownsville, Brooklyn this morning.
Crime in New York City has been on the decline for decades. But in early summer, as the city cautiously emerged from months of COVID-19 lockdown, a surge in gun violence began. According to the NYPD, as of November, there have been 1,331 shootings in 2020. In 2019, that number was 685. The number of shooting victims has gone up as well. So far, there have been 1,635 victims of gun violence, as compared to 812 in 2019. In Brownsville, one of the neighborhoods hit hardest by the pandemic, murders and shootings are more than double of 2019. So what's going on in Brownsville? And is the situation as bad as they say it is? I asked entrepreneur, community board member, and Brownsville born and raised Anita Pierce.
When you read the newspapers, you would think that Brownsville is hot all the time in terms of violence. Okay, so let's be real, it does happen. It's not like we're sitting in the middle of a war zone, right? Where, we can't go outside, where we can't experience life. Those things do exist, but it's not every day. And it's frustrating to me, when people are constantly, making a statement to say, Brownsville is this. There are pockets of stuff, right? But I promise you it's not every day.
Brownsville's 73rd Precinct reported that violent shootings went up from 30 in 2019 to 85 as of November 2020. The number of shooting victims has gone up from 48 to 105. That's a 183% increase in shooting incidents and almost 119% increase in shooting victims.
Do you think that Brownsville actually does have a higher level of gun violence than other communities around Brooklyn?
The data says we do. We absolutely do. But we're the last to get the resources, right? So let's talk about it. When you're scrambling for resources, you will have more violence.
Brownsville native Kamara Jackson is the founder and CEO of Elite Learners, a youth empowerment and anti-violence community organization. She believes that the economic hardships caused by COVID-19 in a community that was already struggling could be a major cause of the rise in gun violence.
When the pandemic initially hit, violence numbers dropped because individuals were inside, right? We were quarantined. They weren't really out on the street. But as we started to open up, our violence numbers started to hit the highest that they've ever been. And that was just as a result of the temperament that people are on as a result of the pandemic. So we had people that could not get on unemployment, people that lost their jobs. We have individuals that were that were released from prison with no resources, right? So here we are, we're saying, okay, we're going to let you out because of a pandemic, but we're gonna provide very little support for you to become successful. All that creates chaos. Chaos in families lead to chaos in communities. A hungry person can become a violent person.
Lost jobs, lack of resources, hunger. On top of these, criminologists also attribute the rise in shootings to pandemic-induced cabin fever and the advent of summer, traditionally high crime season. The New York Police Department, however, has blamed a recent bail reform law, which limits a judge's ability to keep people in jail pre-trial. They also connect the rise in gun violence to the emergency release of incarcerated people in order to curb the spread of coronavirus. The Black Lives Matter protest and calls to defund the police, they say, led to the disbanding of the NYPD's anti-crime plainclothes unit, which meant less policing and more shootings.
Rhetoric of defund the police, get rid of the police, abolish the police, that's got to end.
We need three things. I'm going to keep repeating it for people. We need support. We need laws that help the police instead of handcuff them. And then we need resources.
They've blamed the shutdown in the courts. They've blamed the bail law. They've blamed just the prosecutors. I mean, it's like, pick a reason and they've blamed it. But Where they faltered is providing the evidence.
Anyone who's out there surmising what kind of impact the pandemic has had on violence is just doing no more than surmising. And if they're coming up with very firm conclusions that the pandemic means that there's more violence, means we should be giving more money to police, and it's especially coming from, that message is coming from the police, we should be really wary of any assumptions that are being drawn.
Scott Heckinger is a public defender and the former director of policy for Brooklyn Defender Services. Today, he's the founder and director of Zealous, a national advocacy group of public defenders working towards ending mass incarceration.
Police are the reason why there is more crime, so-called crime, in these neighborhoods, and more violence. Characteristics that drive violence: isolation, shame, economic deprivation, and violence itself are the primary consequences of over-policing in communities. It makes communities feel isolated, makes people feel ashamed. It takes away resources that otherwise would be spent on poverty alleviation, and being handcuffed, even if you ultimately don't get arrested, being stopped and frisked unconstitutionally, being shot by police is obviously a form of violence itself.
Police officers, there's very little engagement. There's a lot of patrolling, right? There's a lot of looking, and there's very little interaction. In our community, at the state that it's in now, we need engagement. We need interaction. We need people to know how we're feeling and how's our day going, and we need, to have support systems around. And that's what the Cure Violence organizations provide. It's a big support system for communities.
Cure Violence programs take a public health approach to reducing violence by training credible insiders to be what are known as violence interrupters, usually former gang members who draw from their own experiences. Their job is to engage with young people and then identify and mediate potential conflicts before they turn violent.
I want to show the black young male and also the black young lady what a black male can be, even when you go through all that. Despite me going through all that I've been through, prison, being shot, shooting people, being arrested for murders, being accused of murders, being in prison, going to war, being in solitary confinement, doing almost 35 years in prison, and all this, total, all this violence that I've been through. I'm showing them that despite I've been through that, I didn't break, that you can change. You can change your ways. You can change everything about you, despite what you go through. You don't have to give up.
Anthony Green is a violence interrupter who's prevented hundreds of shootings that could have led to people getting killed, injured, or ending up in prison.
Just the other day, I was fortunate enough to get some young guys jobs. Do you know how good I feel? Seriously, even my cousin's son, I got him a job. Do you know how good I feel just doing that? I got another young black man a job. That's action. Instead of worry about what his problem is, I wouldn't solve the problem.
The community members are more likely to listen to someone that looks like them, comes from where they come from, and really walk the normal roads of life. And that looks 9 times better than having 40 police officers on one corner. Our young people are already naturally afraid, and they have a guard up when it comes to officers.
What is the relationship like being a violence interrupter versus working with the police?
I just want something clear. We don't work with the police at all. A violence interrupter is here for the people of the community, whatever community that you're in. I'm not getting involved with your police work, and I'm not here to assist you. My concern is my community, to keep them from hurting each other, killing each other, robbing each other, or whatever the case may be. Whatever y'all do, that's on them. I'm from this area, and this area has always been violent, unfortunately. You can say poverty, you can use the drugs, you can use all that. But let's not get it twisted. We can't bring guns and drugs here. However, if you don't have jobs and you don't have ways and means and resources to do things, what will you result in?
Our kids are hungry, they're starving, and they're starving for success. They want to make it out of Brownsville. They want to tell a different narrative. And that's what we're here to encourage them to do.
We are mothers, we're fathers, we're community members. We don't want violence. We don't want to be hurt. We don't want people to be shot.
Never ran, never will. Yeah, that still exists. However, when you're thinking about what you can't Google is the heart and soul of the community residents that live here and want to remain here. The new Brownsville is one where we are aiming to create an environment where everyone is like happy, whole. One where, when I think about where we're sitting, that my daughter comes and plays and there isn't any issues or concern. It's peaceful, it's quiet, you can sit and be able to enjoy, just actually sitting in a park and enjoying it.
We all have these skills and we're trying to understand, how do we build it out? Where do we start? Who do you speak to? Is there anywhere to go to get these resources? I need to figure this out because clearly not everybody's getting there that easy, and I love a challenge.
Before the pandemic hit, the median American household income was nearly $70,000. In Brownsville, Brooklyn, it was less than 33. The unemployment rate for the country and the rest of the city was around 5%. In Brownsville, it was 15. By the numbers, it was bad, and now it's worse. But even as joblessness grows, the community continues to have a certain spirit, a pride of place, an endurance.
When COVID hit, I already was about to sign a contract to continue on with the nonprofit. When they started letting me know that the budget was dropping and clearly I will have to be on my way in a few more days.
But instead of becoming a statistic, Kiana Hallams became an entrepreneur. She'd been taking a business class hoping to become a fashion designer when she landed on an idea for a new enterprise.
I thought to myself, like I said, what's the worst can happen? We're in COVID, I'm in my house. Fallback for people was unemployment. So I thought, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, hey, if I don't beat this entrepreneurship, I'm gonna sign up for unemployment right away. The first week, I met someone in my class. That's how it took off.
But Brownsville isn't the easiest place to start a business. Kiana was only too familiar with what the neighborhood lacked.
I was a young girl. I didn't have no activities really for me to do to express myself the way I wanted to.
Tell me your first address that you remember.
725 Stanley Avenue. That's the address there. There was a one-bedroom, me, my mom, and my two sisters. It was a really eye-opener for me growing up in that neighborhood. I would never forget the day, when police raided over here. I don't know at the time how it happened, but I do remember them taking my mom, put her in jail right here at the precinct, and they took me along with her. And I would never forget, just watching my mom and her just pleading, just like, she's pregnant. That's the main thing I noticed, that we didn't have a lot of just safety. When it doesn't say safety from each other, it's just in general from the world, because we're already characterized as these people. So people already walk past us thinking we're gonna be this type of person. And I want to change that narrative. Like, who wouldn't want to wake up and say, I own the company down the block, and your neighbor is your friend, and they own your next door business next to you. There's others doing it. Why not start here?
Kiana decided to turn from making fashion to making personal protective equipment, or PPE.
Things change when the world changed, and that's why I said I was actually just a fashion designer. I wasn't thinking about becoming a manufacturing enterprise. Everything changed, and that's what I thought. I want to save lives with these type of items that I'm making.
In her class, she met someone who knew someone at New York City Housing Authority. or NYCHA, which runs the 362 public housing developments throughout the city, the highest concentration being in Brownsville. They were looking for someone from the community to help make masks.
Really thinking to myself, holy shit, I'm really doing this. Like, and the next thing you know, someone else in my class reached out to me and was like, the commissioner was sending out a list of them asking for vendors to create PPE. And they was like, well, you're a designer. If you're gonna do face masks, you should think of other things. And I looked at this little list and I'm like, gowns? I could make shirts, I could make gowns. And I kid you not, and I tell people, I looked at the application and it legitimately said 10,000 gowns a week. I looked at it and I was like, who says I can't, you know?
She started filling orders and hiring staff, pulling in out-of-work folks she knew from the neighborhood.
So for Kiana, we're really excited. I mean, she is the epitome of what you want to see every other person in Brownsville do, right? Take their natural talent, develop a business, obtain a contract, and operate within their own community and then hire people. And so for her, we're actually in the process of helping her locate a space where she can fully manufacture the PPE.
LaShawn Muhammad is the director of the Central Brooklyn Economic Development Corporation.
What we're looking to do is not just bring in the next Target on Pickett Avenue. If you look at our business corridor on Pickett Avenue, there's only one business that's owned by a local resident. What does that tell you? We are not supposed to create a system where people have to be dependent upon them, right? Because poverty essentially is a business. Helping people become self-sufficient is where economic development plays a role and will address the issue of the trauma, right? Of poverty, right? Of having to depend on another thing, a person, for your very survival.
Just before COVID, Brownsville got some help in building these systems. It came in the form of a grant that brought together some of the neighborhood's leading community organizations.
So Central Brooklyn Economic Development Corporation, Brownsville Community Justice Center, and the Youth Design Center, formerly known as Made in Brownsville, along with the Community Board 16, 4 institutions in Brownsville that is part of the Brownsville Mobility Labs initiative. And this is a national program sponsored by the Robin Hood Foundation that literally assists communities to come up with their own economic mobility strategy for their community.
It's been a 9-month planning process with Jobs First NYC. Part of it is a new online portal launching this fall called Own Brownsville.
Own Brownsville essentially means, the acronym stands for ownership, wealth building, and networking, right? And so what this website does, though, it literally encapsulates all of the resources that currently exist in the community. This was created as a response to COVID-19.
One hope is that these partnerships and internet resources will help spur job growth, but also give guidance to aspiring entrepreneurs, something Kiana lacked when she was first starting out.
I tell people I wish I had a mentor, I wish I had that, and I mean that I didn't, I would love to become one. I'm getting a little emotional because I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I'm not even doing this for me, to be honest, because I'm still thinking about the little Kiana, because I didn't really have that little Kiana fun. And just thinking about it now, it's like, share it while you can. Oh my God, I'm getting emotional, why? Oh my gosh, I am.
Kiana has applied to the Department of Education to offer a class on entrepreneurship, and she's giving a pitch to schools throughout the city.
Hello everyone, my name is Kiana Hollums and I am the CEO and founder of Attire LLC. And I'm here to obtain an invitation into your schools.
With the pitch over and Kiana getting inquiries, she's now out looking for a space to grow her PPE operation. She's committed to staying in Brownsville and giving back to the community.
There's not even a bar restaurant. Like, I have to travel legitimately to Williamsburg just to sit at a bar. How we don't have a bar in this neighborhood? Like, we don't even have a restaurant we could sit down and eat and dine with each other. There's not even a diner. Like, there's no place for us to be civilized people that we could feel in this community. So that's why I'm like, who tells us that we have to leave here for this to be built for it to be comfortable for someone else? No, let's build it and comfortable and stay here, okay? And I think that's what it needs to be changed in Brownsville. And I think that's my way of seeing Brownsville, is that type of change.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
was a teenager and I would sleep with my guitar in my bed, and I had a lofted bed at college. I had one of those dreams where you're dancing, and it was a ballroom dancing experience, and I threw a leg out and I kicked my guitar out of the loft, and it woke me up by hitting the floor, and then it had a giant crack in it. So I researched it and I fixed it, and it worked. That was the first time I fixed a guitar.
I'm Chloe Smontner.
And I'm Mamie Minch, and we co-own Brooklyn Luthery.
It's been really empowering to own our own business. And we can kind of write the book. We can do things the way we want. Yeah, I found it really pleasurable and fun and cool to do it with my friend Chloe. We decide how we want to have our days be, how we want the space to be. Part of starting the shop was not only that we wanted to have our own shop, but it was that it felt like the community really had space for it. In a way, I kind of think that the musical community had been failed by all the shops locally being run by, guys.
I think on a whole, it's felt like starting a small business, we felt like we've had a lot of support, whether it be from, our immediate friends and community, or our clientele or the other shops that exist. It hasn't felt like
too much of a struggle. Good.
Right. It's the difference between doing something by yourself in a basement and being part of a community. You know, people come in here, they know us, we know them, we've developed these relationships over the years. We've been open for 4 years, and before that we worked in other shops around town. So it feels really good to be part of people's circle in that way.
I really like the analogy of like a doctor's office or maybe even an ER. There's a whole, triage that happens. And it is often like dealing with a person's loved one. You know, people are very attached, and if something comes in with a big injury, they're kind of freaking out.
And I think it's kind of part of both of our sort of ethos, which is fixing. You know, we facilitate things, things working again when they stop working. When something feels wrong, come see us, we make it better. Like, that's cool. I think there's an amount of grit in that we both identify with. I think of craftsmanship and the kind of craftsmanship that we would like to do here as being something that you develop. You know, if you do our job well, I've heard someone say, it's impossible to tell that anyone has touched the guitar. Just sort of a downer in a way, right? If you do a good job, it's totally invisible. It looks like the break never happened, but it's really satisfying.
And when I think of craftsmanship, I also think of like the history and tradition of a particular trade. Almost like a society of people kind of information sharing, and there's a whole history of technique and development. So, yeah, I think of that.
I've really enjoyed meeting working musicians, working across the board, different kinds of music and different capacities. But I've been surprised how like rewarding it's been to work with amateur musicians. Somebody who's learning, somebody who's a kid, people who pick it up after years of having put it down. I really like that. People get a lot of pleasure out of it, and it's a way that kind of anybody could have access to art or something creative or something, that maybe feels a little bit bigger than day-to-day life.
Brooklyn's music scene, I feel like it's, bubbling away.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on, and particularly, from what I've seen, in kind of the roots music scene,
right,
and folk music, which has always been there in New York, but Brooklyn, there's a few just kind of like roots and world music stronghold venues like Barbez and Jalopy Theater and Sunny's that just, have jams and open mics and just kind of community hub. I think the music scene is really accessible and it's really varied.
She said it. I don't know if I need to say anything else. It's actually like kind of a high pressure situation, you guys. You're looking at us and expecting us to be brilliant.
We are at the Amorphic Robot Works studio in Red Hook. It's also known as the Robotic Church. There is actually an interesting history of this building.
This place, in 1880, there was a whole crew of Norwegians that were building this church, and they were fishermen that worked out here. They labored intensely, and then they started bringing together all these beams, and they built this church. The labor of building this church by those individuals was amazing.
The mission of Amorphic Robot Works is to create large-scale robotic sculpture.
Studying traditional art, I was always drawn to dance and movement too. That was a kind of a natural evolution that from performing with my body, I abandoned my body and I began to animate the skin that I would wear in my performances.
The mission was to find an expression in these robotic machines that is close to communication. How would they communicate with each other? A lot of the performers are percussive. They're string instruments, chime instrument. Some, they play their own body, but there's a lot of rhythm. And rhythm goes back to the origin of communication.
They struggle because they're machines. You feel empathy for them because they're nuts and bolts and they're imitating human behavior. Spastic and pathetic, elegant and graceful, perhaps.
They do counter to a certain extent these expectations of the dystopian view on robots. They are human in their own way.
The spiritual aspect of this work emerges out of the years of doing it. In the early days when I began making machines, they were made from different components that were often sacrificed from other machines, let's say. So each one was, the delivering of each of these guys into a life form was a physical ordeal. I thought in a contemporary way I could deem these robotic saints as opposed to just robots.
Chico's interest in the human body has led him to experiment with another material, which is a composite high tensile fabric, to find this soft movement.
Made a whole body of more like architectural scale inflatables that have been playing out these sort of lessons in how to make the ultimate soft machine that's humanoid in scale.
They do reflect on aspects of living organisms, so you can feel, when they perform, you can feel that they're alive.
The border crosser is this artwork that is meant to sort of propose this ephemeral gesture of peace and unity. This wheeled blob of fabric appears in the desert setting, in the rugged terrain of the border, begins to deploy. And the idea is that the border crosser grows into a monumental height arc and deploys a secondary arc over the border fence and touches the other side. So my work, most importantly, has looked at more from the singular being human part to looking at how humans are being treated. So it's grown outward. Instead of unity or pushing towards unity, what's tending to happen is there's a push to separation. And I've been more interested in looking at the worldwide issues that I can address with my work. Yes, the machine can pick the fruit. Yes, the machine can build you the car. Yes, the machine can weld better than you. Yes, the machine can play chess better than you. Yes, etc., etc. We're playing out science fiction. But can the machine recover the earth that the machine is destroying for us?
There will be more and more robots, for the better and the worse. But if we can make a contribution to creating a different expectations of what robots could be, an artistic robot to study our own humanity, make us think differently about what we are, what defines us as a human, but also what else we can create.
When you make art, we cannot do it to please others. We have to do it to make them think. And some people are going to love it, some people are going to hate it, but at least you're making them think. And that's really what I want. My name is Grimanesa Moros. I'm a multimedia artist. I was born in Peru, and now I live and work in New York City. Growing up in Peru is quite interesting from many different areas. It's because we have what is the coast, the Sierra, and the jungle. In my case, I grew up by the ocean, so I think that water has been a very great influence. This brought a lot of bubbles that they accumulate all around, the shore. So I think that since I was very little, I got very interested in the play of light and water. I discovered light on a trip that I went to Iceland, and many, many years ago. I can't recall exactly, maybe it was 2000, and I couldn't sleep. And so I woke up and I encountered this unbelievable sky. And I truly didn't know what it was, but I couldn't stop saying, wow. And then obviously later I realized that it was the aurora borealis. And so since then I said to myself, wow, if I could only share this with others, this moment, what I felt, wouldn't be amazing. The project and the fee, for example, in the case of Hedera, has been thought about the community, the park itself and the architecture, how the piece was going to be responding to the environment and with the people. And what I want is to activate, the community. When they go, they're going to have different, thoughts, concepts. They're going to experience the work differently. And that somehow activates them. It inspires them to be more creative, and many wonderful things will come out from it. To build a piece like that, it requires a lot of collaborative team effort. Building the piece there, being on the field for 3 weeks, that's an amazing magical experience as well, to see how from nothing gets built. How many tubings I'm going to be using, how many domes, because that requires about the amount of LED lines and electrical hardware, power supplies, and all the goodies that it goes with it. I truly have to know what I want, because each lines are 240 feet, some of them more, and so it requires a lot of manpower to hold them. Some of them are thick, they're heavy. So I cannot improvise that much, because to put each tube takes maybe 3 hours, sometimes more, depends, right? So imagine if I have to, okay, I'm sorry, I don't like it now, it goes down. So it is pressure for me to perform. You require confidence to truly know what you want. And I think in my case, I have got it through time. Hedera is a 360 all around. So you constantly have to build the piece, having that in consideration, that it has to make sense, to me, from all these different angles. But obviously, my intention is truly to grab my viewer. So if I'm able to take you into the piece for seconds, then I think that I have been successful.
Basically, within my installations, I'm thinking about what they're going to feel like. And I think in abstract work, one thing that people don't realize is it's all about what's happening inside of you as a responder and as a viewer. My name's Kennedy Yanko, and I'm a sculptor and painter. I feel as an artist, like my biggest struggles that come up are just always getting over the hump to the next step. It's kind of like creating a new project. There's a cyclical nature to what you're doing. There's the beginning where you're conceiving it and thinking about it, and there's a lot of blocks there. And then there's the building of it, not knowing what's going to happen next, and there's the blocks there. And then there's this kind of the climactic moment of when it's installed and it's ready to go and you get to share it. And I think, that frustrating part in between of not really knowing what's going on is definitely challenging for me. Step one for Feel For was really about what I cared about and what I wanted to think about and what I wanted people to hear about. And that somehow manifested its way into materials. So when I was first figuring it out, I had no idea what it was going to look like. I had a couple of different SketchUps. The BRIC auditorium has these beautiful stairs that were kind of reminiscent of the Mexican aqueducts. And I was thinking of creating something about being a source of providing, something that would provide to a community and provide to people. Moss was something that had kind of made its way into my studio. So I'll get a material in my studio, or I'll be thinking about something and it will sit there for months. But it became a really perfect opportunity for moss. So the tin ceiling comes from the tenement buildings on the Lower East Side, and they were kind of considered something that would elevate a space or make a home more elite. The tin ceiling is representative of a white picket fence, or this idea of how one should present themselves in life. The moss and the water bring this idea of the life force, of this place, this internal place of how you're navigating through things. And it's actually overgrowing onto the tin. And I think that anytime there's an overwhelming amount of deprivation, it's gonna come out in a really ugly way. So the moss is kind of just working its way through that, because it's gonna come out sooner or later, and it might not be so pretty. The structure is about eliminating the structure. Instead of creating our world and our lives around the institution, let's create the institution around ourselves and what we need. It's about responding to us. I certainly feel that there's a signature that weaves its way through all my pieces. Even if there's not a skin on it, or if there's not a particular shape that it takes on, I think every artist has their own flavor. If you take two artists that are doing something really similar, they're still gonna taste completely different.
Growing up, I was always really into drawing, making collages, drawing people on the subway. As I got older, I really wanted to be an artist, but I couldn't figure out really how I'd make a living doing it. I started working in finance. I moved to New York, and I thought maybe I'll try to make a bunch of money in the beginning and then retire early and be an artist after that. And then I started to see more and more new media art, so people using technology to make sculptures, to make interactive artwork. It really seemed like it had a place in the future. It spurred me to quit what I was doing and start making art. My name is Jason Krugman, and I'm a light sculptor. I call myself a light sculptor because I primarily work with LEDs, and it's almost like weaving with electricity, and then I sculpt with it. This sculpture is called Basket. There are about 3,000 LEDs and is using much, much less than a single 40-watt incandescent bulb. That got me into thinking about the way that electronics relate to the natural world. It's inspired by these tiny little microscopic creatures called diatoms, and also radiolarians. They're incredible because they have these beautiful symmetries. The way that I first learned about them was by looking at drawings by Ernst Haeckel. Haeckel was amazing because he documented many, many different types of species, kind of on par with Darwin in terms of his contribution to documenting life. What's really amazing about them is you can see how efficient their bodies are. Seeing a living creature that it almost looks like a calculus equation really ties in the idea of structuring things so that they're efficient, and in that efficiency, finding beauty.
Right now I'm sitting in my studio, which is housed at New Lab in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. New Lab is a platform for scaling frontier technologies and champions the world's most forward-thinking entrepreneurs. We recently expanded into a new fabrication workshop here, where we will build huge sculptures that weigh thousands of pounds.
So this is the new fab space. We're building 20 light sculptures here in about 2 months. And we're going to start cutting, gluing leaves now.
We were lucky enough to find a great warehouse space across the street at the Cumberland Packing Corp, where they used to pack all of the sweet and low and sugar in the raw packets that people like to put in their coffee. It was a great space. A little weird because sometimes when someone would sweep the floor or move something, you could get a very faint taste of a sweet and low. It was pretty gross. We built tables, we set up saws, we set up basically a whole wood shop, and so we were able to get a ton done in a very short amount of time. When we're fabricating these sculptures, we try to design the process and the tools to be as efficient as possible. One person can go and make 1,000 cuts in one day. We have a good team of people working on a variety of machinery. So cutting and spot welding thousands and thousands of stainless steel tubes without having noticeable weld marks on the outside that needed to be cleaned up. Cleaning welds takes a lot of time. A lot of my artwork is about making things that are very delicate, where the entire structure is revealed. And so when I'm making artworks for outdoors or for much larger spaces, I have to think about how am I going to continue with the same type of aesthetic vocabulary and form, but working with materials that allow it to hold up to the environment. I'm currently in the midst of a big project making permanent outdoor light sculptures for a sculpture park in Jeju Island, South Korea. It's a new sculpture park that's being converted from a green tea farm. It's about 50 acres. There'll be a path that people walk along and they'll encounter different artworks. The idea that's really important to take people kind of on a gradual roller coaster so that they're not overstimulated and that their mind and their eyes and their emotions have enough time to reset. One of the sculptures that I'm most excited to see, it's a light sculpture, but it's entirely based on reflected light, which I think is a really elegant way of making light artwork that lasts really well outdoors. It's my first time acting as a curator, but also as a producer and an artist. The two artists that I invited with me are Tom Fruin and Jen Lewin. Jen Lewin is a Brooklyn-based artist. She is well known for making a series of works called The Pool, in which there are dozens of circular platforms outdoors. People are invited to play and dance to create an interactive playground that's both an artwork and an activity. The other artist who I brought in is named Tom Fruin, and he has some really beautiful big light sculptures that he makes in the form of stained glass water towers and greenhouses, and I think are some of the nicest pieces of public art that I've ever seen. At night, it's going to be absolutely stunning. The whole thing is about creating these amazing, interesting spaces that people are going to really want to fly to Jeju to see. You're looking down over this rolling hills with green tea and you see the ocean in the distance. So at night, when there are light sculptures scattered throughout the landscape, it's going to feel really magical.
This is all I know, but it's in my heart. I've been here all my life.
Without this kind of barrier in the middle.
This is in my blood, man.
You know, my thing is more about the image.
It brings joy to my life.
Applying them to the world seems really important too.
I love the neighborhood.
A type of storytelling you don't really hear about.
Taking some of those creative ideas and getting together with a community, which is the central core of our work.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
In the olden days, Brooklyn was booming with industry and the future was full of promise and hustle and bustle. Here we go. In 1903, the famous coalman J. Murphy said, "I've had enough with trains. Trains suck. And war. War sucks even more. I want to do something exciting. I want to invest in a bar that makes breakfast 24/7. This man would become the owner of Downstream Bar in Brooklyn, which would be the equivalent of any large chain without the big blue cocktails or other locations. People had breakfast for dinner, breakfast for lunch, and of course, breakfast for breakfast. And it was passed down generation to generation, from father to daughter and daughter to son and son to daughter, until me. Wow, I was cute. My mom and dad got divorced in 1993, so I spent the summers working in dad's restaurant. I wasn't good at it, but honestly, no one cares when your dad owns the bar. After college, I got my best friend Miri a job at Downstream. She lived in the neighborhood her entire life, so when she started managing, she just had to walk from next door. And she got to meet my friends, Jorge, Omar, OG, and Chris. We're a family to each other and a family to the community. Downstream has been a fixture in the neighborhood forever, which is why you should come to Downstream and buy a ton of food. We're located on the corner of Caton and Ocean, which is where you will also... Whoops. That was as far as I got. It's pretty good, right?
Well, Mr. Galloway, thank you for stopping by so unexpectedly.
You asked me to come here.
Well, whatever. We're so happy to have you.
This menu is too big for a bar. It's bigger than the textbooks I had in law school.
Well, we're always hoping to give you more options, because in so many cases, you have so few.
God, we all look exactly alike. Like, will I still have a personality if I date you, or... It's occupied, for Christ's sake!
Oh, Mr. Galloway, we so appreciate the support that you've given us over the years.
Your father was like family to me.
Oh, he was like family to me too, until he ghosted me 2 months ago and is never coming back to life. It's like, Dad, I miss you so much. And I also need some money. Mr. Galloway, I could beat around the bush all day, but I need $20,000 by the end of the week, which sounds like a lot, because it is.
Hi, good afternoon and welcome to Downstream. Mr. Galloway, our favorite silent partner. Oh, wow. What's that? Is it a very special cocktail for our guest?
For you, Jean, for you. Yes. No, Chris, I'll have an iced tea.
No drink? That's a first.
He's joking. I'm not a drinker. Chris is one of those funny gays.
I'm not gay. Just kidding, huge homo.
Amigo.
Sí, ¿qué pasó?
Estoy buscando trabajo de lavaplatos, tal vez aquí.
Escucha, amigo. Usted no quiere trabajar aquí, ¿entiende? Ahora, vamos, váyase, váyase. Vaya, vaya, ándele. Loco, qué bárbaro.
Here are the lunch menus. Thanks. I've been waiting for these. Everyone has. Sorry it took so long. I was having trouble rearranging the food we usually sell into specials. Well, I mean, you didn't go to college for that, right? Minor. It was my minor.
Is the restaurant gonna close?
I don't know.
But like today?
Do I need to flirt with someone right now?
Me. Ugh, I do not need this right now. 3 dates already canceled on this week. It's like, okay, universe, mom's not gonna get her hair back anytime soon. I just need a boyfriend before you go.
Dude, I'm so sorry. I mean, my mom is still so healthy and strong. She seemed younger than me sometimes, honestly.
Thanks for that, Omar. Great.
Shut up. Let me check it out.
What do you think of this guy?
Oh, he looks exactly like you.
God damn it!
Hi, Jean.
Here.
You look so well.
You look amazing. Wow, wow.
Stop it. Congrats on your new life.
Divorce is so hard. You can't always choose the people you love. I'll bet if you'd known better, you would have chosen a non-smoker for your freshman year roommate.
Of course not. I'm so happy with the way my life turned out.
She'd still choose me. I'm sure. I'm sure. I gotta go.
Yeah, I'll go too. I know you don't want to hear this.
Don't say it.
Just get him to give you $1,000 to close easily. Shut off the electricity, get everything in order so you can do your W-2s.
Fuck off, I'm not closing.
Okay, I guess I'll do the W-2s.
Why do you say stuff like that to me? I feel like you don't even like me.
I can't not give you good advice. I'm just trying to help you.
Don't follow me.
Everybody free. Put your hands in the air. This is a stick up.
OG, come on. You have customers out there.
I'm sorry, but I have to book this thing. I haven't worked in a year.
Yeah, I know. Oh, you're probably gonna need a new job soon.
Listen, I don't have good advice in general, but when all is lost, I just get mad. When everything seems to be over, just start screaming. That's how I booked that tampon commercial. Ah! This ends in chaos. Chaos!
Oh, thank God. Thank you. Thank you. You're not gonna regret this. Mr. Galloway, I don't want to be rude, but this is very insulting. It's not even manicure, pedicure, and tip.
Ella está haciendo estilos que no debería.
Me lo dices a mí.
Hi, how's it going? Everyone happy? All about ready to order?
I respectfully decline your pity gesture.
I'm not gonna take that back. I don't need a manicure or pedicure either.
I don't want to beg, but I need this money, okay? I took over this restaurant 2 months ago, and yeah, I could use some help, but I'll do better. I won't drink any of the inventory.
If I could, I would.
Monica, I think Omar really needs to talk to you right now.
Just tell him to hang on for a second.
I think you should take a moment away from this situation.
Monica, I have an urgent question about drink specials.
I'll have the Fat Farmer breakfast.
No, Chris. He does not get to order.
But I'm very hungry. I lost my wife.
Oh my God, I'm single too.
Oh my God, Chris, he got divorced. She's not even dead.
Still single.
Monica, the customer is always right.
Sí, Mónica. El cliente siempre tiene la razón.
Yeah, the customer is always right.
My father would be so disappointed in you.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
Don't be a jerk. Just think about what my family means to you and cut me a break.
Show me half the money in a week, and I'll give you the rest.
Come on. There's no way I can do that.
I didn't think it was possible for you either.
Jorgito,
Sí.
¿será que los compañeros de trabajo se mantienen en contacto después de que un trabajo termina?
No. Si son muy amigos, se dan cumplidos en LinkedIn. Pero eso es todo.
This place used to be really something. I got hit on by celebrities, famous people. I was muy caliente.
Oh, my friend. You're almost fluent.
Oh, mucho gusto.
Por nada.
Yeah, I was. This place was so great.
Yeah. I made out with Marsha Parks outside for the first time. She knocked out my earring and she said I was bi because I was wearing an earring in the first place. Girls are dumb. Earrings are cool. Earrings are cool. Marsha Parks was a fool. I wanna skinny dip in her pool and take a dump in it.
Bad night, right?
Okay, night.
You always do such a good job.
Oh, Mónica. You keep it. Good night.
Who keeps putting these things up?
I don't know. Maybe his team.
No one is getting elected by annoying the shit out of civilians. Remember when I dated Todd Leftweather?
Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy. Fuck him. Bad dick and worse conversation. But I wanted to stay with him so much and blah, blah, blah. I kept pulling away.
That guy was such a fucking bonehead.
Total bozo. Ugh, the worst. And remember when I was so heartbroken when he finally broke up with me and you were like, why? He sucks, fuck him. But it wasn't sad because it sucked. It was sad because I knew it was gonna happen. Sometimes things end, Monica. They just end.
Sister, quiet child, I'm told. Found outside with your bag of gold.
the ghosts of your long-deceased ancestors.
But you look so much like my current employees.
That's because in dream states you can't make anything up. You just recycle what you already have. It's Wizard of Oz style. I'm Jay Murphy.
My great-great-great-great-grandfather and the originator of Downstream.
Yes, it is I!
Sorry, I'm allergic to fog.
Oh, ancestors from long before this. A, I'm so sorry that I didn't Google your pictures before now, and B, I have a huge problem.
You need to save our restaurant, our heritage, our family!
I don't know what to do. I can't let you down.
Monica, you must depend on the power of community. In 1946, there was a sewage issue, and many of our neighbors lined up one by one with buckets to take the sewage out.
Ew.
But GGG grandfather, it's not like that anymore. Like, nobody cares about community. Everybody just cares about followers.
Enough excuses. I told you what you need to do.
That wasn't a real answer!
Great-great-great-great-granddad?
Pobre muchacha. Huh. Debes estar muy estresada. Oh, Dios mío.
Hola, gatos y gatitos. Hoy será el día más caluroso del año en Brooklyn con temperaturas de más de 100 grados. ¡Shazam! Gatos, sigue así. A convenience store is having a field day as the community rallies around it after a tragic robbery. I thought we were for sure going to close, and the community really came to use. We made 15,000 overnight. I'm going to cry. I mean, 15,000?
Yo, put your hands in the air. This is a stick-up.
I got it.
Qué bonito.
Monica? Monica, come on. Monica, honey, we have to leave.
Where you go, I go.
see you next summer.
See you, Monica.
Buy one, get one!
Buy one, get one! Buy one, get one! Buy one, get one!
Buy one, get one! Buy one, get one!
Hey. So I noticed you're in food delivery?
Yeah, I bike up and down BK like 20 times a day. You know, not to brag or anything.
That's so cool. Do people ever like try to special request you because you're so good looking and then you scoot up in your bike and hand them the food and your eyes meet and you fall in love over pad thai?
No, I just do what the app tells me.
Oh. Oh. Ugh.
Yeah, you all right there, bro?
Yeah, just like my mom's veins are getting so thin that they're getting harder and harder to find, so it's hard to give her shots. So the nurses keep having to squeeze her tiny little wrist to make one pop up. Oh my God. Nice spike though, really, really hot.
Mom, just tell Donovan to go fuck right off. We can't all be geniuses, and you already had me, so.
Buy one, get one.
Okay, so I have an idea, but you have to promise not to laugh.
I don't foresee myself ever laughing again in this lifetime. Buy one, get one!
Hey, hear that? Buy one, get one! So, as you know, the restaurant has fallen on hard times.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, but I, like all great leaders, have thought outside the box and consulted with various folks on how best to handle
Hey,
this.
that's a sexy fanny pack.
Fuck off!
Mom, just tell Donovan I love you, but I will rip the skin out of your body if you ever do that again. Just because you live 30 minutes away from us doesn't mean that you still have to do his laundry.
Monica, you can't let us down!
We need to fake a holdup.
What?
I'm serious. Buy one, get one?
Wait, are you crazy? We could all get arrested. That's illegal.
Okay, I know it sounds a little wild, but like, just hear me out. Well, if one of us play a robber on a Monday afternoon, like how many guests have we had on Monday afternoons in the past couple years?
Since 2017, we've had 7 guests on Monday afternoons.
Great memory.
I used to do AP Physics. That ruined my life.
Designated robber will walk in. I'll be behind the cash register.
You can't use that thing.
Okay, you'll be behind the cash register. And designated robber says, blah, 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 I'm feeling low and I need some cash.
No solicitation. Lompot, choritrohin, fokir kichu jay na.
Okay, so with this flyer, you buy a cocktail and you get one for free.
Say it again in Spanish.
I don't think you'll understand it.
Sometimes things are better when you don't fully grasp the situation.
You are out of your mind. Get out of the sun.
Hold on, Mom. What's going on?
Monica has a plan to fake a holdup.
When I have a plan to be on network TV.
Hey, just hear me out.
Let me call you back, Mom. Tell Donovan to go fuck off. To go fucking fuck off! Many blessings, Mom. I love you so much. Okay, what's the plan?
So the robber's in downstream. Customers are saying, oh my God, terror, bullshit, my kids, whatever. Mary's behind the counter and you hand over the cash to the robber.
It's gonna be like 20 bucks.
Shut up. I'll put a full 200 in there. Ooh. Yeah, bitches.
Can I see that flyer?
Yeah, totally.
You've really lost it.
Okay, I think we can pull it off. Like, OG's an actor. I mean, I'm sure Chris has, you know, done some plays.
Oh my God, Monica's calling me gay?
Okay, he's definitely done a play.
Duh, I've been the Beast in Beauty and the Beast 3 times. After I came out, I might add.
Oh.
Hey, oh, hey, buy one, get one?
Oh, yeah.
Buy one, get one?
Buy one, get one.
Buy one, get one.
Which is why we have to do this crazy sounding scheme where we act like, ha, 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 I'm being robbed, and then collect donations from the community.
I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I don't think this is good for me.
Wow, the human mind is so fragile.
This is nuts,
This
right?
is not gonna happen. We're gonna get caught. I read the newspaper. People try to fake shit and then they get caught. Most actors try to fake shit and they can't, and they get paid to do it sometimes.
Oh, geez, stick with me. Oh, you're my favorite server.
We can hear you.
I mean, I understand the impulse. People are going online and they're buying followers. I know this because I have done it. I went on the internet and I clicked buy. You think I know 22,000 people? I don't know 15 people. Now, don't get me wrong, I think you're wrong, but I understand where you're coming from.
Never listen to actors. They're only speaking from their need for attention.
Yes, yes, I do need attention, but I'm also right.
Buy one, get one! Buy one, get one! It's all for the good of the company, Mary.
Okay, I'm going inside. I can't listen to this.
Wait, Mary, God, just hear me out.
No, you're gonna get us all into trouble. Accept it, Monica. It's over. Jorge, it's all going to be boarded up in a week. Hello, Downstream Restaurant. Oh, hi, Nick. Yes, you could start showing the space. See you soon.
¿Por qué se está desnudando? ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué pasó?
Oh my God, what the fuck? Bang, bang? No, Jorito, tiene que hablar con ella, pues se ha vuelto loca. Se está volviendo loca.
Look up and listen to me.
Okay, the robber, having done the deed, says something like, "Stay down! This shit's still a robbery!" and leaves.
Ooh.
And our customers will back us up. Easy peasy.
Okay, but what if a celebrity happens to be there?
Yeah. Or what about a casting director?
Yeah. Or like someone really cute who maybe wants to date you.
What about the police?
The cops can't get anything done in this district.
That's true. I'm still waiting on like 3 wallets.
I mean, this is totally morally wrong. I can't believe I'm the one that's saying this, but it is.
Okay, like, in the olden days, when there was a fire, people would line up with buckets of water and put the fire out. And you know what? When there was a sewage issue, people would line up with buckets and take the sewage out. But it is not like that anymore. No one has loyalty. And I can't give up on this. Please. Please. I can't let my family down. I can't let us down.
I mean,
Where you go, I go.
Well, show me a script.
Okay, why not, huh?
At least I get to wear a costume.
Are you an actor? Have you done any plays?
Oh, actually, I've done a few plays.
Okay, we done with this?
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, There must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
I like having a theme song for what I'm cooking right now.
Hey, Hannah, Sam.
Oh, that's a question.
Oh,
that isn't a question.
Where are we?
Oh, that's the question.
We're at the Kettle Tea studio. Is that right?
Yeah.
Zach is about to show us a bunch of different kinds of tea, and we're going to learn about it.
Yes, this is like the Japanese Cookland.
Well, I'm kind of excited to explore Japanese stuff in Brooklyn because I usually think more of like the East Village or other Manhattan neighborhoods as being where Japanese stuff is in New York, but turns out there's a lot in Brooklyn too.
Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm pouring it this way. What you do is you want to portion it out equally. If I were to pour from here to here, you would have a really strong cup at the end and a really weak cup at the beginning. So you can see the color of this is really bright, deep green.
Beautiful, deep.
So,
Oh my gosh, the smell of that's amazing. It's so complex.
I'll take one.
Yeah.
Probably
Very
cherry.
savory.
It smells like fruit.
I took one.
It smells like.
Oh, that's nice.
It's a deep, kind of rich umami flavor.
wow.
Almost like a
It
soup.
smells like being on a farm after.
Yeah, it tastes like,
Really
soil.
Maybe you guys, someone wants to try whisking one, I can make one and then you can. It's looking good, actually, very good. Okay. Traditionally, how you take the tea bowl one hand on the side and then you support it under the bottom like that, and then you just drink right out of the bowl.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah. It's gonna be a little hot, be careful.
Do we pass it around?
Yeah, you guys can all
Great.
share
Look at
it.
this.
Matcha's high in caffeine, right?
Yeah, because you're drinking the whole plant.
You
so
can take a little bitter in there.
yeah, it has the catechin,
Oh, wow.
it has the.
That's when you need the
caffeine.
cake
Now, some
to
of these
counter it.
teas are
I
not
love matcha.
cheap at all, right?
Can you snort this?
You can. I wouldn't recommend it.
Why not?
Well,
Why don't
I
you
do.
Try, why don't you
let's
try
get
it?
him a
Yeah, let's try it.
Do a line of tea.
Yeah, go for it.
Why would no?
high levels
why?
of antioxidants in that, though, you'll be
If I snort
right
it.
into your brain. Yeah. Yeah,
Just
clarity
do a
immediate.
little bump. Just a little bump, Sam.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's your first time. Yeah, take it.
At camp, we snorted Gatorade. It was much
You have a little
coarser. Oh, thank you.
How is it? How do you feel? The caffeine getting you?
Look at me. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, great.
We're gonna make okonomiyaki and yakisoba, which is really good social party food. And so we just still need to pick up a few things.
It's the only word you
We're
need.
gonna need dashi. So
That was
we
the
could,
look. We saw that look.
we can either, yeah. And we're gonna get snacks because Japanese groceries are
Snacks
amazing
for later.
snacks. Yeah.
Kid would love it.
Oh, look, they have brie, cheese. What are these things?
We don't know.
Puffs.
Let's see.
Let's get them.
Cheese.
Wakatsuke.
Try them. Delicious.
Ceramics.
We've been drinking tea all day.
Mm-hmm.
Hockey sticks, always great.
You know, they're good, but they always fail to satisfy.
How about P-Joy?
It's not that kind of show. You know?
Enjoy it. Not yet.
Don't want to blow out my transmission. Production problem solved. Think I could put this in the mailbox over there?
Wait, you have gloves for this?
Yeah, I have a whole pack.
Why are the director and the producer running away?
They're
They're
gonna,
going to
because
buy
they
booze.
think that we're not drinking enough.
Scene
Hey,
two,
where's our
take
thing?
one.
Where's our thing? So where are we at? We're going to get fish.
Yeah, we're at Osakana. They are a Japanese fish market. Yeah, get some fish. So we're gonna get some fish, right?
Yep. We're going to talk
I'm
about.
ready to eat some fish
We're
right
going to talk
now.
about fish, right?
I'm ready to
and
eat some
so
fish right
Yuji,
now,
who
too.
owns this place, is gonna give us a tour, I guess. Sell us some fish. Yeah, we're good at this.
Sam.
Yes.
Anything else? You
Nope.
wanna add?
No, I think
Where did our producers go?
they
They're
went to
trying
get
to get us drunk.
alcohol on the
They-
advice of our cameraman. Right? Didn't Jorge, didn't you say
Somebody
that
said
we should
get
be
'em drinking.
drinking?
Apparently we're not very
Do you
funny.
really think that we're
I'm-
more interesting when we're drinking?
It's a drinking show, so I'm just trying to help continue the
I think he means that we're not very
Right, you just want continuity. I took a survey and one of the questions was, does drinking make you more interesting?
Is that a survey to find out if you're an alcoholic?
No.
No.
Oh.
Drinking
Do you
does
think
not
that
make me more interesting?
Do you think drinking makes other people more interesting?
No, but
No, that's actually a real thing, is that other people, wait, oh no. You know the thing where like other people become more attractive to you when you're drinking? Well, they did a study and it actually works the other way. Like not drunk, but like a drink, you become more attractive to people. Like one becomes more attractive.
Maybe we should have one drink.
Just one.
I think it's going to take.
So we'll be more attractive
I
to
think
our
it's
audience.
going to take me like 3 or 4.
Well, you're like a big, heavy set guy.
Thanks, Sam.
So it takes like 3 or
Well,
4
I
drinks.
don't. I just think
I
I think it would be better for me to be liked. I'd take 3 drinks for me to be liked.
Yeah.
A little bit.
At what point do we need to like re-up on the one drink?
Well, that's the point. You
Oh,
need
just
like
keep
one.
Also,
and a
it makes you
constant
tired. I mean, this
light
is a
buzz.
marathon. For me, it's like, by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm ready to sleep.
That's what happens to me too. If I have a couple drinks in the afternoon, I just want to take a nap.
But maybe it'd be nice to have nap time. Yeah, but you are a trooper, but it would be nice to have nap time on the show. Where
Yeah.
we just like take.
I'm sure people would love to watch that.
You guys need to be drinking.
Okay, I do. Is it
good?
This is fake booze.
Yeah, it's fake.
No, it's not. I've never done this with sake in a bottle. You want some?
Somehow it offends my sensibilities to drink
Doesn't it?
sake out
Oh,
of
but
a
we
bottle.
have those
whiskey,
cups.
Whiskey I could drink out of the bottle, but sake, that just
Oh,
doesn't
right,
seem
but you're a
right.
pro.
Not really. I know
More
more than
than
the
any
average
of us.
American, but compared to somebody that actually knows about sake,
Okay.
like,
We're getting boom.
I mean,
reflect.
I
We're
would
getting
Right
boom
here,
deflection
right
in
now,
there.
you are the sake expert.
I would just say grab it.
just
you
by
know,
comparison.
Yeah, just grab it by the balls and go with it.
Hannah, where are we?
You're interested
We're
in this phrase,
at Osakana,
grabbing
about
by
to
the
go in
ball.
and
You know what? Once I get onto a phrase, I just keep doing
check
it.
out some fish.
All right, do it again
Yeah.
without those
You keep
fucking people
saying it?
talking in the background.
We're at Osakana, a Japanese fish store that just recently opened here in Williamsburg, and we're gonna go check out some fish.
Fish.
Hey Yuji, thank you so much for having us here at your store. But so I heard that the idea for this store came out of your restaurant and people asking about where to get good fish.
Yeah, 4 years that we were doing pop-ups and having a restaurant and talking to the customers, and then common questions from the customers were, where do we get fish like this?
I don't go to fish stores in New York. Why is this fish store different?
Yeah, well, I guess that's the question for you.
What makes this fish store different from all other fish stores?
First of all, it looks nice.
It does look very nice, that's true.
That's a big one.
Yeah, it smells nice. There's a lot of fish
Oh
stores
yeah.
can be pretty pungent.
And everything looks so like carefully done.
So most of the time the smell comes from the ice that's used for displaying the fish. That's actually not a good idea, because when you have ice with a fish in an open air display case, it will only melt, and then
you just have like
creates the smell.
fish water. Some of these are like marinated or seared, and some are just raw fish.
Some of them are, most of them are raw. Some of them are cured. Like the mackerel is cured with rice vinegar, and then this one is salt cured, while toho salmon.
Get to sample some fish now. And you have like a donburi here too, or?
Yeah, donburi is
rice bowl.
Rice bowl, yes.
Should we have a rice bowl to share? Do you share such things? Sure, that sounds good.
So I can put this in a chirashi.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, chirashi, you're gonna have all these sashimi and vegetables on top. You kind of like share together. When you have a chirashi, I want to have a variety of colors, like white, shiny, like torch, and red. Yeah.
Nice. Chirashi sounds like trashy.
Chirashi.
Chirashi.
Can you say sushi chef 5 times fast?
Sushi chef, sushi chef, sushi chef, sushi chef, sushi chef.
That's pretty good.
That's not so fast. No, I can't.
It's real comfy tuna. They take the bloodlines and parts that would usually be thrown away and comfy it. It tastes like, it reminds me of something. Yeah, like it's unctuous in this way that you don't always get in Japanese food.
これで統治してないやつがあるんで、それを叩きをやったらいい。
I have a gift for you. It's not a fish knife, but it is like more of like what you would use hunting or skinning. But it's more for like, you know, if you're going to either kill someone or skin a large animal.
Sashimi.
You could try it with that. It's kind of, maybe, I don't know.
Chirashi sashimi.
Yeah.
Like a tiny one.
Yeah.
Well, if he's making fun of your knife.
Sound speeds. Rectangular.
No.
I dare you.
Nope.
Rezo box, take 1.
Wait. What number are we?
This is 105, take 1.
105, take 1.
Second stick.
Second 6.
Hey, have you guys ever had Japanese Nel drip coffee?
What?
No, I don't
Nel
think
drip
I have.
coffee.
Nel?
Nel.
Nel.
Yeah.
What's that?
How do you spell
Let's
it?
go find out.
Okay.
We're at Rezo Box in Queens, which is a cultural center and a little cafe.
Should we lie and say we're at Rezo Box in Brooklyn?
That might confuse people.
Queens. But it's Cookland, it's not Queens.
Queensland?
Yeah, it's not Queensland.
Let's go get some coffee.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is Ayaka. She's going to show us how to make Nel drip coffee.
This is Ayaka. She's going to show us how to make Nel drip coffee.
Totally
Matt?
professional.
That was good.
What the heck is Nel drip coffee?
So I'm gonna make coffee. Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, you're mixing?
Yeah. This is a light, very light, and this is a medium, and this is a dark. So I always make a regular. This is a very good. I think.
This is not a kind of coffee that if you're in a hurry you should get. This takes a little bit.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's
Like
why it
same
hasn't taken
time.
off in America. Is this what you get in a kisaten?
Kisaten? Oh, yeah, in Japan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
You have 30 seconds.
Who's calling you?
Delivery.
Dirty boy?
No. Delivery. Delivery?
Delivery.
Yeah.
Oh, delivery.
Kashi-san, すいません. Delivery is coming. Yeah.
A Japanese friend told me last week that when they do their pour-overs, they put 3 pieces of salt in it
Oh,
to
really?
cut. Yeah,
Oh.
like big
Oh, who does
flakes, like a Japanese friend of mine.
Oh.
Big, just three pieces, and it cuts the acid. Have you ever heard
Oh
of
yeah,
that?
Hiroshi does
Oh,
that.
wait, no, really?
But I didn't think it was a Japanese thing.
Matt's lying. He doesn't have any Japanese friends.
It's true.
Or friends.
I have no friends. They're acquaintances.
Have you ever
We
heard
had
of
a
that?
meeting.
Putting salt in your coffee?
No.
Is this the proper way to drink? We're not. He learned that this morning.
Yeah.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, when we drink
Very nice
tea.
bowl. Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's delicious.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's great.
Smooth.
Yeah. Okay, we're at Okamoto's studio in Queens, and this is Shintaro. He's going to tell us a bit about what he does here. I first became familiar with your ice from working in a cocktail bar and using it to make cocktails.
The clarity of the ice means there's a density to it, so it melts slower. You know, the conventional refrigerator cubes are full of like air bubbles. That's what makes it white.
Right.
And those are, you know, micro, like a small tiny surface area inside. So it really kind of starts to melt from the inside too.
Well, and then ice machine ice is even worse because it has little holes in the middle.
Yeah.
So it's like full of air. It's got a hole in the middle.
I have ice, you know, sphere press that will make you know, these balls. So that's how we make those.
Out of a block
Yeah,
like this?
yeah.
Okay.
Wait, can you
so
show
they're
us
like
that?
here.
Or is that-
Wow. Oh,
This
it looks
the
like
press right here. You know.
So with these chisels, you're not like hammering them generally.
Gosh,
so
it's beautiful
you've
just
done
like
this
that.
before?
So I mean, yeah, I mean, even this, you know, it's beautiful. I mean, I personally prefer it like this
Yeah, I do
more than
too.
spheres because it gives a little facet. It's more interesting,
Yeah.
you know. But I mean, you can certainly then put this in here and kind of let it do its thing. You can already see it kind of slowly
Wow,
going down.
that goes fast.
Wow.
Is that thing super heavy?
Yeah, it is heavy, I mean, so that the the weight helps. You know, the aluminum, the core temperature, that really helps.
I would have bet you $20 it would have taken an hour and a half to do that.
Right?
Let's see. There you go.
Crazy.
Wow.
So you got it right there. I don't have that. So,
Beautiful.
Whoa.
Ice is cool, ice is really cool, it's really almost cold. Ice, it's nice, you can freeze a cat in it. Ice is nice, you can make a hat with it. Ice is nice, it's really cold.
We're done with
Yeah,
the
we're going. We're
introduction.
rolling.
Where? Oh, okay. So this is Jessica Jolie, Miss Sake USA.
Nice. Nice.
Woo! They keep asking for me to bring a friend who's like a model or something like that.
thank
So
you.
like Miss
Oh, I feel
Miss
honored
Sake
to
is
be
pretty
here.
good.
We don't keep asking.
Every time, well, it's just your
Matt.
favorite joke. Is she an underwear model? Every
I'm asking
time.
that of everyone I
Yeah.
never met. That's all. Matt, I'm an underwear model.
See, there you go. You have your underwear model. Finally.
Look under the table.
So here tonight we have 3 sakes from the same brewer from Saga Prefecture, from the southern part of Japan. And this specific one that we're going to have first is Amabuki Jumai Ginjo Nama. So this is an unpasteurized sake. And what's interesting about it is that it uses sunflower yeast. So
She's an only child,
I am
like
an
me,
only child.
except I have a brother.
Except you have a half-brother.
It's Jessica, right?
Yes.
Can I say something? Because I'm sitting here,
Yes.
you have the longest eyelashes I've ever seen on a human being.
Are they real? I'm sorry.
They're not
shouldn't
authentic.
What qualifies, without real eyelashes, what qualifies you as Miss Sake USA?
I don't think she has real eyelashes.
I know,
She
what
just
did you
has
have?
hair
You don't
stuff.
have eyelashes.
No, her eyelashes are in hairs.
authentic.
Oh.
Yes. Well, luckily I.
Sake-zuke.
Exactly.
What's that called?
What do you have to do to get
pickled.
into the...
I'm the inaugural Miss Sake.
For
USA.
America?
For America.
So there's
yeah.
Miss Sake Japan.
Have you ever won an award, Sam? Like
How
that?
Oh, yes.
I've never won anything.
Really?
It was here in New York.
Jorge, get out of his shot,
fine.
god
Who were the
damn
other
it.
finalists?
God.
There
What?
was
Wait,
two
what-
other
what
finalists.
is
and
going
one was
on?
like in
There's like a tradition in Japan of like businessmen getting really drunk. Is that correct?
There's a really strict division between at-work behavior and after-hours behavior, particularly like alcohol is a license to say things that you wouldn't otherwise say, and then the next day at the office, you don't talk about it.
Yeah, totally.
But is that's
So you can't get in trouble for saying drunk? They like separate the things?
You
like,
won't, if you say it when you're drunk, it's fine.
Really?
It's just like a.
What's the difference?
And it's also like a bonding thing.
Exactly.
Like,
It's part of the lifestyle. They call it nominication. And nominication is like that. Let's drink and lifestyle.
So if I was drunk and I said, Hannah, I'm secretly in love with you, that would be okay.
it would be totally fine. And tomorrow we just pretend
Because
it
tomorrow,
never happened.
exactly. Tomorrow we
What else there is besides soju and sake?
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Adam, sound guy Adam. Adam? Yeah. Did you get some of this fish? You should come get some
You
fish.
want some fish?
Did the camera guys get some of this fish?
No,
'Cause
no,
it's
no.
kinda- just
So,
grab
guys,
it.
will you-
No,
Just
I
grab
want
it.
one too.
It's very
Oh, yeah.
good.
That's
It's
the
really
mackerel.
good.
I feel like
Sorry
You guys
for that
need
intro.
this?
I always
No,
want
we
to
got it
keep-
from
What's the alcohol content of sake? Because I'm a little drunk.
Maybe that's because we haven't eaten anything yet.
Yeah, we're gonna eat. We're gonna eat. Are you saying for
Oh,
food?
of course.
Oh, great.
I'm
okay.
starving.
Nice.
Oh, maybe
Well, we'll get
Yeah, we
after
should
the
start
third
cooking
bottle. We'll
soon.
get. Oh, that's good, man.
We're making okonomiyaki and yakisoba, which is great Japanese party food because you sort of make it communally over the grill or griddle and then sort of eat and cook and serve all at the same time. So this is the batter for the okonomiyaki. There's some cake flour, dashi, and I'm going to put some nagaimo, which kind of has a texture of snot, but it makes the pancake fluffy.
What is? I can't even. Oh, it is.
See? It's like snot.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hold you!
Oh, Sam!
No.
We're going to eat this.
Oh, sorry.
Miss Sake doesn't have
Miss
any
Sake USA doesn't have
Sake.
Oh my God!
How do you feel about drinking sake out of that glass?
All right.
why not?
Jorge and
We should
Teddy.
get Matt's guitar.
I'm just drinking out of a bottle.
It's so much louder.
I think we should have a
Wait,
Mr.
Sam, whoa.
Hot Sake competition.
Right
Mr.
here,
Hot
right
Sake,
now.
yeah.
But they
I
have
think
to
Steven
drink hot
is our hot
sake.
sake.
And you know.
Oh, do you want to
yeah.
a whole different way with you?
No, but like, yeah,
Oh,
Mr.
right.
Hot Sake.
All right. Okonomiyaki. The okonomi part means as you like it. So this is just the basic one. It has cabbage, has some of the batter.
How do you
some
like it?
Negi, which is this
Matt,
like
please.
giant scallion type thing. But then we have all these other things we can mix into later batches, like kimchi, mochi, bacon. Sometimes people put cheese, really whatever you like. And then the fun part is putting all the condiments and sauces. And so we have yakisoba sauce
Considering our style.
and okonomi sauce.
They win.
So it's pretty much the same thing. It's both Japanese Worcestershire sauce, which in Japan is just called sauce, like sosu. Did I say that right? Can you say it better?
Sauce?
Sauce.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
say it again. I stepped on your line.
Sauce.
Yeah.
Sam, can you say it?
Sir.
So
Hey, Matt, can you
That's
say
how
it?
the Chinese say it.
it's like this. Yeah, exactly. So we have both because we're gonna make yakisoba after okonomiyaki. So, all right, this is the fun part. Oh wait, I think there's still.
Oh, there's a little plastic thing.
Yeah.
That's so the terrorists don't win.
Yeah.
So the bike messenger.
Yeah, I want to hear more about that.
I want to hear
too.
about that.
Why?
I was working in.
saucy.
It was sort of like before
Were you into the bike?
everybody
the bike
was
culture?
like really connected on social networks, so it was like, you know, I had to use like actual networks of friends.
Oh, you had the actual, like, but not internet network?
Well, it was sort of, I mean, I found a flyer online from a bike messenger race. And
this is in Japan?
yeah.
So you were really into Japanese bike messengers.
They wish.
Japanese are really into their, Japanese are really into
I mean, unfortunately, I had a boyfriend
Very cool.
who was cheating on me while I was in Japan.
What?
The whole time I was in Japan, I'm like, I have a boyfriend. And meanwhile, anyway.
How old are you, if you don't mind my asking?
I was 22.
Yeah, that's when people
Do you
fuck
think
around.
you should always cheat?
No.
So you missed out on a lot of
I missed
on a
out.
lot of dating because you had a cheating ass boyfriend.
Yeah.
Which, in my understanding,
Same
is
old
just
story.
all of Japan.
She dated Barack Obama.
Yeah. Back when he was a.
That looks great.
No, I'm gonna do it right on here. Don't worry about it.
That sucks, Hannah. I'm sorry.
You know what? My aunt said something really brilliant about her husband, which she said, "Thank goodness none of her other boyfriends were just a little bit nicer, or she might have ended up with them instead."
Funny.
So.
It's great. It's really hot.
This is amazing.
It's like
I
love it
burnt
because
the back of
it's,
my throat, but it's amazing.
it just has that universal comfort food appeal,
No,
right?
no.
Like
It's
after
the best. It's the best like drunk food ever.
Yeah, after the first time I learned this in Japan, I brought it back and like made it for my family and my stepbrothers and everybody, and like it's just universally appealing.
Japanese soul food.
Yes.
So good.
And what's the name of it again?
So good.
Okonomiyaki.
Okonomiyaki.
No,
And it means as you like it?
But
Just like the
exactly.
Shakespeare play?
Yeah.
I want to hear more about your cheating ass Japanese boyfriend.
No,
I was
he
in
was
the
not
bathroom.
Japanese.
I was
Oh, he
listening
wasn't?
to it. I want to know
Oh, that's
more.
even worse.
I missed out on.
You were in Japan and he was in the U.S.
Yeah.
Totally
Wow.
fucking around while you could have had all this Japanese dick, and you were faithful.
Romance, Japanese romance.
Yeah, and
Come
you were
on, I was
faithful.
cute too.
You were faithful
Yeah,
to
I
him.
was. But
That means that's
but-
a testament to
but
your character.
sometimes it's also really handy to be able to say that you have a boyfriend.
if somebody's like
It's
a
just
jerk.
a good. It's a good way to just be like,
Right.
it's not you, it's me.
I
think we need a cocktail.
Hannah, what are you doing?
I'm making highballs. I'm
What is
making
a
a whiskey.
highball?
A highball is soda and spirits in a tall, skinny glass.
Where'd you get that seltzer?
I got this from Ronnie, the seltzer guy, who's like
Oh yeah,
80
the milk
years
truck
old.
guy, right?
Yeah.
I have before, but like,
it's
I put it on
actually
pizza.
It's so different.
You put Cupid
Yeah,
on
and I
pizza?
really like your
And,
grip on the spatula.
Do you?
Yeah.
No, it's a nice grip. It's a
I
good
agree
grip.
the
No,
video
but
and everything.
she's strong.
The music video
I want to
is
bring
strong.
some to my
I have
kid.
to, like,
Can
I
I
have
do
to
this
just
one?
check my
Yeah, that's the
taste at
bacon
door
one.
and be like,
Bacon?
They, you know, it's
Yeah.
good. It's book probably.
Japan is
Awesome.
You know, my brother played a lot of sports and all the other kids were doing activities. My parents were really vigilant in trying to have me try a lot of things. I tried ballet, gymnastics, soccer, swim team. I had voice it just was like everything. But I just was like, no, take me to the library. Like that's what I want to do on Saturday. I don't want to go outside and play. Don't make me do it. I know where you're coming from, but like trust me on this. And it's hard to be, 10 and be like, trust me. I have a plan for my life. Why did you come here? What do you want? Are you filming this? Do you live in this neighborhood? Do you have a picture? Do you feel comfortable? Can I ask, is that a weave? Why do you feel comfortable? Is the neighborhood treating you well? Do you read the news? Where's your real hair? Do you like America? Are you filming this? How much? Dollars? Did you hear about the trial? Where are we going after this? I heard it was non-indictment. I have been listening. Nigerian soap operas, praise be to God. Did you just take a picture of me? How do you feel about America? Is it too late? Reminds me of TV plantations. You'll get the shoes when I have enough money. Stop crying. Your mother loves you. Not too tight because I am tender. Not too big because I want it to last. Why did you come here? You know, with everything that's been going on these days. Do the radios stay on all night? Does anyone tell a baby who they are and who they have to keep being? How did you sleep? Your soft kitchen, dark nipples, this is when we say our prayers. Women fill with infants and butter. Who are you texting? Did we make reservations? What language? Bodies so black, they syrup. Hair so black, there are no windows. The smell of burnt rope. How long will it be? How long do you want it? I know you. I wish I were you. I want to drag my toes in something I finally own. Do you know it only gets worse from here? Cash only. Whoa. All the things I should have said. I tried to make my writing time a time that isn't focused on writing. It's not focused on like, oh, where is this gonna go in a book? Where is this, who might publish this? It's not about that. It's more about like using the time to be like, okay, here's where I can actually be my freest, basically. And so I've tried to make writing that space, that almost scary space of like, okay, I'm gonna like look very plainly at myself and how I feel and all these things and enter that and then, you know, return from that space as is healthy to like go back into the world. But it's like you need to make the space of creation like has to be conducive to that. Oh, jackpot. So I found a high school notebook, which is great. And in it, I wrote save everything. And also the definition of enjambment. This was my first poetry class, and I hated it. I'm really excited about my next book of poems. There are more beautiful things than Beyonce. And it really turned into thinking about performance and really Black womanhood and the ways we perform, the ways we're asked to perform and don't want to, the ways that we perform for like safety reasons, the idea of power and lack of power and how they're, for Black women, often just coexisting. It's like you have no power in some ways, in other ways you have all the power. I mean, it's endlessly interesting. Magical Negro 84, the Black body. Give it a new verb. Stop writing poetry. Go outside. Make blood. The body is a person. 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 Thank you.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
All right, y'all, we starting. Hello, and welcome to Hella Late with Holly Harper. I am Holly Harper, and I'm here to have a lot of fun and add some color and some curves to late night TV because there's just so many of us, right? There's so many black women. Who is looking out for white men? Who's looking out for them? When are we going to see them on late night TV? But they need affirmative action. But seriously, I am a comedy nerd, and I'm also a mom of 2 kids. And I have to tell you guys, this past year with remote learning has not gone well for me at all. Like it's been a struggle. Like I don't know how they feel doing the actual work, but it's hard for me watching. It is. Seriously, when I see like 2 + 8 × 25 divided by 9, that is just a mojito. You know what I mean? Like that's how that adds up. And I don't really need my kids to find out how dumb I am every day, okay? Don't need that. So listen, I am so happy that BRIC knows exactly what I know, and that is that black women are cats. That's right, black women are cats. Cats move through a world built for dogs. Okay, and let me explain this to you, all right? If you have a dog, and you throw your dog off your bed, your dog's gonna turn around, he's just gonna be like, come on, don't be like that. Like, don't be like that. But if you throw your cat off your bed, your cat's gonna be like, bitch, I was walking that way, I don't need this. So listen, this first episode is called Blurred Nation because blurred, black, nerd, and nerds have basically taken over the world. Like they've taken over this whole thing, and I married a blurred. I actually cannot get hot unless you have asthma and some glasses. That's about 78% true. So I am so here for this, and I love my show, and I hope you love Hella Late as much as I do. So you guys ready for a great show? Now listen, my friend Heather has a lot of questions. She's a girl with questions, so right now we are going to visit Heather on the street. Hello, I am Heather Michelle Harper, Heather on the street for Hella Late with Holly Harper. Now, Heather has questions, and the good people of Brooklyn have answers. So y'all gonna come with me right now for Heather on the street. Whoever you identify, whoever you're attracted to, we're gonna play Marry F Kill. All right? All right, so you have to marry one you F, and one she gotta go. You don't have to kill her, you can say she can go home. You can say she can go home. All right?
I would marry Issa, F, Janelle, and Ava, no comment. Yeah.
She could go home. You pay for her Uber, right? You pay for her Uber. You're gonna get her a lift home. Okay.
Okay, I would marry Janelle. I would F Issa, and then go home. Sorry, girl.
She had to go home. But you would give her money for the train, right? Yeah. All right, you give her money for the train. One had an Uber, one was on the G. I love that. Marry F Kill with the blurreds. Okay? So we see Issa Rae, beautiful Issa Rae, beautiful Ava DuVernay, and beautiful Janelle Monáe. We got the A's, okay?
Marry Ava because she's like sharp already, like we're gonna be set as a foundation, as a couple, as a unit. I would hook up with or sleep with Janelle Monáe. That's like an exciting time.
Which one? We're gonna play bestie, heavy, or the plug. Which guy looks like he could be a good best friend? Which guy looks like he would be your heavy, like he'd be good, he would back you up in a conflict? And which one you think would be the plug? Like he's the hookup, he's got stuff going on, he can help you.
I don't know, they look like average dudes to me.
So you ever seen This Is Us?
Yeah, I don't deal with men.
Okay, so one of them you have to marry. You have to marry one of them.
The one on the left.
Oh, which one?
The one on the left.
That's who you would marry. That's Janelle Monáe. She is fine as wine. Okay.
No, she isn't.
Heather had And Brooklyn had answers. Some of them. The answers are the answers, ma'am. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye.
We all know little kids have feelings, and when they put them into song, it paints a whole story. Please welcome this comedy nerd who loves a funny song. Some of you know her as Holly, but I call her Mama. Holly Harper!
Dear Mrs. Williams, I'm annoyed. You treat my inner feelings null and void. You act like you're the queen, took my Mad magazine, now you're messing with my whole sense of joy. I can see the Newports in your bag. You huff and puff when we are playing tag. Now I would never say that you smell like an ashtray. I say that Big Tobacco's got you like that. I am 11 and I'm grown. Here's 90 cents plus tax to get a Mad magazine of your own. Damn it! I'm sorry I said damn it, but I'm really kind of famished. It was me who ate your whole bowl of nuts. And I could see that wedgie up your butt. Dear Holly Harper, you are toast. Third time this week you've done the most. First you faked that asthma and I really want to grab you. I called 911 for that hoax. I heard you at recess talking smut. In my day, we'd fix that with hand to butt. But now we talk of healing and a child's inner feelings. You're fresh, and I've had enough. I am too menopausal for this. I miss my fourth smoke break, and my pantyhose are itchy as shit. Now, don't screw the pooch, cause I think you're kinda cute, but your attitude will always uppercut. And I can see that wedgie up your butt. There are people that are natural on stage, and then there are people that are born to be on stage. She's one of the baddest in the game, as well as my friend. Please give it up for comedian Dara Jamont.
Oh my goodness, thank you. Oh my God, no stop, no keep going. My ego needs it. Oh, I'm so lonely, so happy to be here. Oh, I originally am from Teaneck, New Jersey. I like to tell people about my town. Fun facts, it's where Biggie moved when he got money. It's where DMX got kicked out. Apparently having 13 pit bulls in the basement and 14 Lolos outside is frowned upon by the township. Okay, white people out there in BRIC TV land. Lolos, they are cars, okay? Sometimes convertibles, they go up and down because of hydraulics. Might have seen it in a rap video. Yeah? All right, now that we're all caught up, the best part about my town is that we were the first town to voluntarily integrate our school system. I know, in the entire country. I know. So this meant that we had very nice white people. Yeah. Like the cream of the crop, white people. So it was weird for me when I left my small, diverse town and I went to a big white university. I went to Syracuse University and I met white people who had never met black people. That's a different bunch. I was on the elevator and this guy gets on and he looks at me and he says, "Hey, what's the hood like?" I said, "I don't know, ask my gardener." But the older I get, I realize, no, if we paid our gardener X amount of money on a Tuesday, he did 6 houses that day and did that 6 times a week. He lived in a much bigger house than we did, okay? But that's just economics. That's a very hardworking man. Have we become too PC as a society? It makes me so nervous sometimes as a comedian. I don't want to get canceled, you know? I have to be very mindful of the things that I say. I learned on stage I couldn't say a word. It starts with a T, it ends with a Ranny. I don't say it anymore. It was the Wild Wild West back in the 90s. We said whatever we want. But in that moment that I learned that I could not say this word, I felt, whew, it's the one and only time I ever felt this feeling. I felt like an old, rich, southern white woman. Learning she couldn't say colored for the first time. What you mean they're not colored? They've been colored all my life. They will be colored till the day I die. But I respect people. So I took it out of my vocabulary, you know? Still waiting for it to happen with the N-word. any day now. Can we talk about that real quick? Let's do it. All right. I feel like we, as Black people, we don't have anything that daggers as hard as the N-word does, you know? Our options, lame and limited. Let's review. We have cracker. That's a tasty snack. Okay. Great with cheese and grapes. Charcuterie board, if you will, you know? We have redneck, but that's a badge of honor, you know? They love that. It's like their government name. The only thing that we have, and we have to dig so deep in the bag for this one, is look here, Whitey. And do you know how mad you have to be to pull out a look here, Whitey? And you have to say it just like that in order for it to be effective. With the hand, with the leg, with the voice, like you just came out of a black exploitation film. Look here, Whitey! And then what's the sentence that comes after that? I don't know. Could you picture me at Dunkin' Donuts and the guy behind the counter gets my order wrong? And I'm like, look here, Whitey! You got my latte wrong. Nobody believes that. Because that guy would be Indian. White people run on Dunkin', but they don't work at Dunkin', okay? I'm Dara Jamaat. You guys have been great. Thank you!
Please give it up once again for our comedian Dara Jamaat. Yes! Now, if you know me, you know that I love to ask questions. Where people come from and how they see the world is everything to me. Please enjoy this 20 to 1.
Hey guys, so 20 to 1 is a Q&A thing I do with some very cool people I know. We're basically going to chop it up, and then I'm going to ask a series of 20 questions that they answer in a minute. Actually 2 minutes. I don't like to rush people. So here we go. You look beautiful, absolutely beautiful. You guys, Marina Franklin is like the consummate comedian. She's amazing. She, okay, let me just couple. You may know her from the Stephen Colbert Late Show. You may remember her from Comedy Central's Dave Chappelle Show. She was in the hit movie Trainwreck. You may have seen her in one of her comedy specials. She's on Amazon. She's amazing. And she also has a really incredible podcast, Friends Like Us, that is Oprah Winfrey approved. I've been on it 3 times. You guys, Marina Franklin. I give you Marina Franklin. Like,
aw,
yes.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
You are amazing. So I want to talk about Hysterical because I've been like seeing promos and stuff on it. I'm really excited. Like, what's up with it? What's going on?
So Hysterical is a documentary that Jessica Kirson is executive producer of, which is amazing. Wow. When you have a comedian friend who approaches you and says, hey, I want you to be a part of this amazing documentary featuring women in stand-up comedy. It talks about, you know, like what we go through as female comics, and in a way, you know, we have been gaslit for years, and it's finally this time when we can talk about this. Yes. And feel good and empowered about talking about it.
Okay, girl, 20 to 1. There's 20 questions. We'll answer it. It's supposed to be a minute. It's really going to be like 2 minutes.
What time were you born? I don't know. You don't know? I don't know, but I was born on Christmas Day.
That's pretty special. Okay, have you ever helped someone in mortal danger?
Ooh, mortal danger. But I was incorrect. No, someone was asking for a homeless shelter, but I thought they were talking about the club.
Oh my God. They're like, I need shelter. And you're like, boom, 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 boom.
My friend was like, Marina, they're trying to get to the shelter.
Oh. Right. Would you rather be too hot or too cold?
Oof. As a woman going through hot flashes.
Okay.
I would say maybe too cold.
What is your least favorite Halloween candy?
Oh, that orange thing.
Candy corn.
Candy corn is disgusting. And the fact that they put that, like when they used to put that in your bag, it's like, do you not like me? Like, what is that about?
If you could live 300 years, at what age would you freeze your body?
Yeah, 45 was the best. Look at me
You were
telling
the
my
hit.
age.
You were the hot 45.
Look at me saying how much older I am.
Hey.
45 was a good body year.
Oh, all right now. All right.
Have you ever gotten jacked up by an animal?
My cat used to always jack me up when it would sit on my lap. He was like, it would turn from love to hate real fast.
Do you always wear underwear?
Always.
Would you rather eat fish food or dog food?
Oh, well, fish food looks like I could tolerate it probably a little bit more. Yeah.
I think fish food is tastier. I tried it, but this is back in the 70s, so I don't know.
Have you ever been to a shitty wedding?
Yes.
How old were you when your first kiss?
My first kiss was at like 11.
And this is the last question. What cartoon character would you date?
Archie.
Archie.
Is that considered a cartoon character?
Yeah, like Archie, Jughead, Betty Veronica. Yeah.
Yeah.
Archie, well, I mean, he was built kind of nice. I mean, if you want to bring that up, you know.
Well, he never really dated a black girl. He was always between Betty and Veronica, and I was into that as a kid. I was like into this battle between Betty and Veronica. I would love to throw some brown sugar up in that mix.
Hey, what's next for you? What is next for you?
I'm excited.
So, you know, now it's just everything's opening up. So I'm going back to doing stand-up. I'm fully vaccinated. So I'll be going back to the Comedy Cellar. And just more of, you know, everything from Hysterical. That documentary is so wonderful. And maybe some sketches coming soon. And also my wonderful podcast, as you've been on.
Oh my God.
Holly, you've been amazing on my podcast.
Every time I'm on your podcast, I'm like, I'm on Marina's podcast. Yes. So thank you. Thank you so much for doing 20 to 1 with me and Hella Late. Your fans are gonna be like, Marina! And I'm just awesome to see everything you do in the future. I'm such a fan, Marina Franklin fan. Thank you so much, Marina.
Thank you.
so much.
Best person in the world.
I'm not a perfect mom, but I love poring over cosplay. It's a staple of Blur culture. So please enjoy a perfect mom who loves it way more than me.
Hi, I'm Mala Ika, and welcome to MBS This Morning's new segment, The Perfect Mom. We've got some really great moms for you to check out, and here is our first one. Hello, Charlotte, and welcome to Perfect Mom Studios. I see someone really likes cosplay.
Yes, because cosplay is life! And I am Charlotte, Charlotte, Charlotte.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I did ace spelling in the 3rd grade.
Ooh, I love aces and clubs and diamonds and spades and hearts. My girls and I, we have dressed up as all of them. And the Queen's crown, what? Oh my God, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, wow. So tell me, why do you think that you were nominated as a Perfect Mom candidate for MBS This Morning's Perfect Mom competition?
Oh my God, it's so exciting. I guess it's because cosplay is life. Like I said, dressing up, exploring characters helps you see who you are and who you are not. And I do that for my girls.
You make your girls dress up too?
That is so mean.
Whoa.
I am dressed as Black Sadness. Not because I'm Black, but because sadness is sadness, and I just happen to be Black Sadness.
Charlotte.
I'm back.
Hi, Wonder Woman?
No, I'm actually dressed as Nubia. You know, Wonder Woman's half-sister DC Comics forgot to put in the movie.
True.
Yeah, and just to jump back, my girls love dressing up, okay? Like, we like to move through different time periods each week.
Really?
Yeah, like last week, we were all Rosa Parks, and then they were all fighting for the front seat of the car, and then 2 of them had to sit in the back, and, oh, wait, oh no. Oh.
Well, that kind of blew up, didn't it? Well, who got to sit in the front?
Surprise.
Who?
My daughter, surprise. She got the front seat. But then Halloween and 3 o'clock were so pissed.
Wait. Hold on. No. So tell me, do you have any normal clothes?
Define normal.
You know, pants, shirts.
Oh yeah, normcore. It is so bad for the soul, and I get sad just talking about it. Normcore is death. This is how I feel in the world of normcore. This is how I feel in the world with no costumes.
But you're wearing a costume.
The girl dressed as Black Sadness can't hear you.
What is happening?
Did you guys enjoy my show? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Well, listen, thank you so much for watching the very first episode of Hella Late with Holly Harper. Good night.
I'ma get you before the grim reaper get me. I'ma come through, I wanna see the phone bending knee. Back to me, you know I set you free. Grew a garden for you, that's what you meant to me. Especially when you grow over on a late night smoke in your eyes, too divine, you were all mine. I won't even try. Too divine, I'm running through your mind. How are you to understand me? Extra respect and divine. You're just another beneath the sun. Bed full of sadness, ashes paradise. I'm done wiping the ego from beneath your eyes. And when God, He's with me, Lord on high. So you should think twice before you waste that time. Running in circles, save your appetite. I'm done feeding this fever, boy, you're out of line. Try too divine, I'm running through your mind. Oh.
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Hi, I'm Angela Renee, the host of I Love BK, and I'm so excited today because I am talking with Shirley Jones of the legendary R&B group, the Jones Girls. Welcome to I Love BK, Miss Shirley Jones.
Well, I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me and inviting me.
I'm so happy. Let me tell you why I'm so happy, because basically, you know, I'm a New Yorker. I was born and raised between Brooklyn and Teaneck, New Jersey. And all I heard growing up was the Jones Girls. That's all I heard. You know, my uncle was a music enthusiast / DJ. He was always playing. Oh, so I'm just in love with the whole sound. So
well,
take us. You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
So take us through Detroit, singing in church with mom and your sisters, singing background with Diana Ross, to Philadelphia International. Take us through that. How did that happen?
Okay, let's do a speed version because it takes a long time. But we grew up, our first background singing job was with our mother, Mary Frazier Jones, who was the first Black gospel singer that RCA Records ever signed.
Oh, wow.
And this was before I was born. And once she realized, at maybe about 7 or 8, she realized that I could sing. And I started singing in, classroom, the music department. But she and I, with her being a popular gospel singer around the Detroit, Chicago, the Midwest area, she and I started singing together. And then once because Brenda, Valerie, and I are stair steps.
Oh, okay.
So our first gig was with her. We went on Holland Dozier Holland. Of course, Detroit is Motown. Holland Dozier Holland had spun off from Motown, and they had a label, Music Merchant. So they hired us to start doing background for like the Honeycomb and Frida Payne on their recordings, chairman of the board. We did background for them at maybe 12 or 13 years old. After that, Curtis Mayfield heard about us, and we were with his label and recorded some singles. And after Curtis Mayfield, Holland Dozier Holland had moved to California along with Motown. And they started flying us out to do background work. It was very difficult because I was in my first or second year of college. Brenda and Valerie were still in high school. So when they flew us out, we would be there for a week or so and just do tons for different people on the Motown and the Music Merchant label. And then we, other people started hearing about it, hearing our sound, know how quickly we worked in the studio and how professional we were. So then we did background work for like Helen Reddy, Lou Rawls, Aretha Franklin, so many different people out there in California. That was, you know, that was the hub for the music industry at that time. In doing a background session, we heard that Diana Ross was looking for some singers. And of course, when they asked us, our manager said, well, you guys want to audition? She's been turning everybody down. And we said, oh, okay, yeah, Diana, of course. We grew up with, I mean, you know, at my age, the Supremes were what every young Black girl could relate to. And we would sit around our TVs watching the Ed Sullivan Show when the Supremes would come on. And of course, with it being three of us, that was what we always wanted to be, like the Supremes. So we were like, oh yeah, we'll audition, you know, but we didn't think that on our way up there, we actually were going to audition. We thought we were going to audition for her road manager and her music director. And we drove up to his house, and our manager was our keyboard player as well. And so we had rehearsed Reach Out and Touch. And Ain't No Mountain High Enough. And as we were singing that, they were like nodding their heads and everything, and you know, you guys sound good. And who comes out of a back room but the boss herself? And it freaked us out, because never in a million years did we think we would actually meet Diana Ross. And the words out of her mouth was, you guys are terrific. Can you get passports? We're going to London. Yes, and that's how it started. We went to London and Europe with her. It was a European tour. And once we came back from there, we were headed to Caesar's Palace, which she would do 3 or 4 stints a year. She said to us, well, you know, I change clothes a lot of times in my show, and everybody's just ranting and raving about you all from when we were just in Europe. And I just want to tell you girls that you're too talented to sing background behind me or anyone for so long. So I want you all to pick a song, and during one of my costume changes, I'm going to bring you out and introduce you to the world. And that's exactly what happened.
Oh, wow. That is amazing. That is amazing.
And then Gamble and Huff happened to be in the audience in Philadelphia when she did that. And
so
they came backstage and they said, you guys are terrific. Can you, are you signed with anybody? And we like, no. And we're like, oh my God. Cause you know, at the time, Philly International was the OJs, Teddy Pendergrass, Lou Rawls, Billy Paul. We were like, oh my God, we're getting ready to sign with the baddest label out there, you know? And that's how it all happened.
So let's talk about Philly sounds, because you're right. You said Lou Rawls and Teddy Pendergrass.
OJs,
OJs,
yeah.
and then there was Bunny Sigler.
Dan,
what's his name? The one that wrote Nights Over Egypt.
Dexter Wansell.
That everybody sampled in hip hop.
McFadden and Whitehead,
all those people, and Cynthia Biggs. Talk about how did that feel being a part of that legacy?
It was absolutely amazing. And like I just told Kenny, I just did an interview with him after, you know, not seeing him or anything in 15, 20 years. That was one of the best, if not the best, experiences musically in my life, being with them.
Awesome. So let's talk about the songs, because there's so many. There's so many.
Yes.
There's so many. I've been listening to it all day, just getting into vibe with you. But there's so many. There's a sassy, I just love that, man. We saw your sass come out with that. There's Nights Over Egypt. There's Who Can I Run To? There's so many. Is there a favorite that you have? And if so, why?
I do have a favorite. It is Who Can I Run To? And I just think that the lyrics to that is such a beautiful question. And it lets you know how so many people in relationships really don't, they're together, but then sometimes you just need somebody to talk to, and somebody to just, really understand that you just don't. It's not about, like I say in my show now, it's not about just wanting to be with somebody to make love and all that. You want someone that you can spiritually, emotionally connect with. And to me, it asks that question, who can I run to when I really need love? Not so much physical love, but just spiritual, uplifting. And I love it so much that I have a record out now that is a sample of that, called I Won't Tell, that's doing very well. It started in Europe on vinyl only, and it sold a ton of vinyls over there. And then it's been out over here streaming and doing quite well, and we're getting ready to shoot a video for it. And because I like it so much, I use that. Now, my version, the lyrics are, it's about an illicit love affair that happens, but it's very, people are loving it because it has that same kind of uplifting type of feeling, groove wise, musically wise, as Who Can I Run To?
So let me ask you a question. I just love that, man. You guys seem so young when that song was performed. Were you guys?
We were young. When we were working with Diana, Valerie had just graduated from high school. So we were young. By the time we were with Gamble and Huff, we were in our mid-20s, so we were young. And that song is funny because the song, the singing part of the song was done. It was completed. But Gamble just kept saying, something else needs to be there to make it a hit. And I don't know what it is. And while we were waiting, he said, just hold on, girls, because we were in the sound booth recording, And he said, just hold on a minute, girls. And while we were holding on, I was going through a situation with a guy friend of mine.